Alderman Carrier, second by Alderman Naves. And also the adoption of the minutes of January 8, 2007. Moved again by Alderman Carrier and second by Alderman Naves. Any changes or deletions to either of those documents? Having seen none, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? The motion is carried. Thank you. This time I'd like to ask for any disclosures of a pecuniary matter with respect to any item on the agenda this evening. Alderman Thompson.
Yes, I have a pecuniary interest in check 308016.
Thank you. Alderman Carrier.
Your Worship, on bylaw 2007-5, the property transfer to Canadian Niagara Hotels. They're my next door neighbor, across the street neighbor.
Thank you. Alderman Naves.
I have a conflict with the request to serve alcohol at the Kane Community Center for insurance purposes.
Okay, well noted. Alderman Palinoni, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. On December 11th, when I was away, I think all of council declared a conflict on their $100 check for reimbursement for filing to run, and I was absent, so I'd like to declare a conflict on that check. I'm sorry, I don't have the number in front of me.
Okay, thank you. Alderman Wayne.
Check number 306910 made out to Brock University, which is my employer. Check 30773 made out to the Niagara Parks Commission, which is my spouse's employer, and 307192, which is made out to one of my daughters. I also have a question in light of the advice given to this council a couple of weeks ago by Mr. Rusty. It seems to me that those of us who are declaring pecuniary interest on checks are going to have to ask that the municipal accounts be moved out of the consent agenda and that this bylaw be lifted from the rest of the bylaws, or else we could be in violation of the Conflict of Interest Act. It seems to me that was the advice given us.
Mr. Clerk.
Well, I mean, he was giving you advice on strictly conflict. I mean, there's also procedural stuff as far as ease. I mean, obviously when we have the consent agenda, you will declare a conflict on an item on the consent agenda, and then, it's recorded as such. I think the important thing is that your pecuniary interest is recorded and that that's noted in the minutes. Because otherwise there could come a point where everybody has a check on the municipal accounts and then no one would be able to approve them.
Okay, is that satisfying? Yes. Okay. Other disclosures? Alderman Peter Angelo.
Thank you, Worship. I guess right now we only have Alderman Fisher and Diodati that can vote on the accounts. But I have a conflict made out to the Niagara Catholic District School Board, my employer, check number 307341.
Thank you. Any others? I'd like to disclose that check number 307804 is a check payable to me as well. This evening, members of council, we have a number of deputations. The first is from the Alzheimer's Society of Niagara, who will address us with regard to Alzheimer's Month. I'm sorry? Okay. We'd like to welcome Ms. Tina Kint. Welcome, Tina. And I believe you have someone with you as well. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. So the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mayor Salsi, council, city staff, members of the public. My name is Tina Kent. I'm the Director of Development for the Alzheimer's Society of Niagara Region. I would like to thank you for this opportunity to speak to you. I addressed this council in September with information about our coffee break program, and with your support, we exceeded our $70,000 goal. Tonight, I'm here to talk about January is Alzheimer Awareness Month. Alzheimer's disease is a progressive degenerative brain disease that causes the brain cells to shrink or disappear. The cells are replaced with dense spots called plaques and thread-like tangles. These tangles eventually choke the healthy brain cells. It is estimated that 1 in 13 Canadians over the age of 65 have Alzheimer's disease or related dementia. That ratio increases to 1 in 3 after the age of 85. Currently, there are 7,000 residents in Niagara that suffer from this disease or related dementia. We talk about the 10 signs, the warning signs. They are memory loss that affects your day-to-day function and routine tasks. Difficulty in performing familiar tasks such as making a cup of tea. If you think about the steps that are involved in making a cup of tea, that can be very difficult for someone. Problems with language, not being able to express yourself. Disorientation of time and place. For example, not being able to find your way home. Poor or decreased judgment, like wearing heavy clothing on a hot day. Problems with abstract thinking, like balancing your checkbook. That's one of the first signs that we do see. Misplacing things. We always misplace our keys, but when you find them in the freezer, that could be a problem. Drastic changes in mood and behavior. Changes in personality, becoming suspicious and paranoid. Loss of initiative when one starts to draw from other people. The progression of any dementia varies from individual to individual, but it will leave that person unable to care for themselves. It is very important for families to get an early diagnosis and access services and resources available to them. It's a very long and difficult journey, and at the Alzheimer's Society Niagara region, we don't want families to do that alone. We provide individual and family counseling, support groups, education, a therapeutic living center that will teach strategies to adopt your home, a lending resource library, and assistive devices, and a friendly visiting program. Imagine living in a world that you don't recognize, or being afraid of what is looking back at the mirror. You can prevent your chances and reduce your risk, and it's very important to maintain healthy cardiovascular health. We say that good heart health is good brain health. Exercising your brain, keeping it active, learning, doing activities such as crossword puzzles, maintaining healthy blood vessels by keeping your cholesterol down, your blood pressure down, and eating proper diet. Omega-3s are good for producing new tissues, so eating flax and tuna and salmon are ways to reduce those. As part of the Alzheimer Awareness Month, we have scheduled public forums around the region that will elaborate on these strategies to maintain your healthy brain. There are still a couple left yet this month. This Thursday, January the 25th, from 7 to 9 at the Welland Civic Square Community Room, and Wednesday, January the 31st, from 2 to 4 p.m. in Fort Erie in their chambers. Yesterday, we held our annual Walk for Memories at the Penn Center, and with about 200 participants, and Andy Kim, the singer-songwriter from the 70s, he sang songs like Rock Me Gently and Sugar Sugar. We had a great turnout and raised $34,000. Lastly, I'd like to mention the recent creation of the Alzheimer's Society Niagara Foundation. This foundation was initiated after receiving a generous bequest from a client's family. As needs for service will triple in this region because of the aging of the baby boomers, we are very excited about this establishment and the potential to provide long-term viability for our existing programs. It will also fund initiatives for new programs and support the research. The foundation offers a variety of gifting opportunities to plan for the future. A donor can benefit by reduced taxation and the knowledge that their gift will continue to grow for many years to come. I thank you for your time, and if you would like any more information about these public forums or programs and services, I invite you to call the Society at 905-687-3914.
Thank you, Tina.
Thank you.
Are there any questions of Tina this evening by members of council? Having seen none, would you like, I guess we'll be adopting the bylaw for the recommendation? Are you asking for declaration for the month to be declared?
Yes.
Okay. So moved by Alderman Thompson, second by Alderman Fisher. Any discussion? Having seen none, all those in favor? Motion is carried. And also, you have another pleasant duty, is that correct?
Yes.
We have with us, with you, joining us, Mr. Mike Colley?
Yes.
Great.
On behalf of the Niagara Falls Professional Firefighters Association, I'd like to present this check to the Alzheimer's Society for $20,205 for a fundraiser we did in December.
Terrific. Thank you.
On behalf of the Alzheimer's Society, we'd like to present you with a plaque, a token of our appreciation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you again for your generosity. Council certainly appreciates it. I know the Alzheimer's Society does as well. And thank you for your presentation this evening.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next deputation this evening is from Big Brothers Big Sisters, and we have with us the Executive Director of Big Brothers Big Sisters, Mr. John Braithwaite, who will address Council regarding programs in the upcoming Tim Hortons Bowl for Kids' Sake campaign. Welcome, John.
Thank you, Mayor Salsa, members of Council, city staff, and members of the public. I appreciate the opportunity to come and talk to you about some of the things that we've been able to do thanks to the success of the 2006 Tim Hortons Bowl for Kids' Sake. As you may remember, it was a record for us. We beat our goal significantly, and that gave us a lot of flexibility in serving more children in our communities. Thanks to the 2006 Tim Hortons Bowl for Kids' Sake, we had 38 children matched with a new big brother or big sister in 2006. We had 50 other children that were matched with a caring mentor in either our in-school mentoring program or our new Go Girls program. 88 children now are more likely to complete high school. 88 children are more likely to attend a post-secondary institution. 88 children are now less likely to abuse alcohol or drugs. These children are also less likely to act as bullies both on the schoolyard and off. It really means that these 88 children will achieve more of their potential thanks to the presence of a volunteer mentor in their life. These 88 children represent only the new children that were matched in 2006, and that was due in large part to the success of our Tim Hortons Bowl for Kids' Sake. This past September, we held a recruitment month, as it's Big Brothers Big Sisters month across the country and across North America. And about a week before our open house, I got a phone call from a fellow who asked me if there was anything that he could do to help convince people who are wavering about whether or not they wanted to be a big brother or a big sister with our organization, and to help a child. You see, he had a big brother when he was growing up. And his big brother came to him at a time in his life where he was really troubled. He was having a lot of trouble at home with his mother. And he firmly believes that he would not have remained in his home had he not been matched with his big brother. So his big brother, he was still involved with, and he came into our office and came and spoke with me, and he talked to me about his family and his children that he has now. And he talked about some of the things that he enjoyed doing with his big brother. And these are things that we all do as regular parts of our lives, and yet for this fella, they were moments of magic. Some of the stories included going for drives. They went in some car rallies that Big Brothers Big Sisters ran in the day. But most significant for me was that they spent some of their afternoons doing things like building birdhouses or building a wood cabinet. And I thought that was really interesting, because when I talked to him, it seemed that over time Dave had realized that not only did he really enjoy working with wood, but he really had a knack for it, and he was really good at it. Over time, it seems he was able to hone his skill to the point where today, Dave's a carpenter by trade. Right now, Niagara Falls Big Brothers Big Sisters are serving over 150 children, similar to Dave. And I know that 20 years from now, people will be able to talk to these kids and find out that they have stories just like that. Unfortunately, there's also over 50 children in Niagara Falls that we haven't been able to match at this point with a mentor. And those are stories that we want told as well 20 years from now. Niagara Falls Big Brothers Big Sisters, we believe that every child in Niagara Falls in need of a mentor should have a mentor. And to that end, we're committed to new program development and increased recruitment initiatives in 2007 to ensure that we serve more children than we've ever been able to serve before. In order for us to accomplish this, we must reach our goal of raising $71,000 at our Tim Hortons Bowl for Kids' Sake, February the 17th, 2007. This campaign is crucial to our efforts, and I hope that you'll join our honorary chair, Mayor Salsi, and I, and log on to our website and register your team. With your support and with the support of our community, we can ensure that more children and volunteers in Niagara Falls are a part of something big. Thank you.
You want to reemphasize the date and the time?
It's February 17th. You can bowl from 3, 5, 7, 9 o'clock is, I think it's pretty close to full. So we're really trying to fill that up. Our goal is 110 teams this year. As of today, we're at 58 teams. So,
and the cost per team?
Individuals need to raise at least $75 per person.
Great. And I have Alderman Diodati, and I know he wishes to speak.
Yes, Your Worship, I would make the motion that we put a team in, as we generally do, and I believe we've got enough support. Maybe we could see who we've got around the table.
Okay.
I always like to get these, yeah.
Alderman Iannani? Okay. And let's first make a comment.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, we have to have Mr. Ayerfita, because it's been an ongoing battle, and we have to continue it.
Well, hopefully we can convince him to do that. Anybody else wishing to participate that day?
I will try, Your Worship.
Okay. 3 so far. Mr. Ayerfita?
I have my own team. No, I do.
Well, I think we're in John? Okay. Good, okay.
Excellent, that's wonderful, thank you.
Fine.
Well, we look forward to hearing from you.
Thank you
very much
this
for
evening. We appreciate your presentation. Thank you very much. Okay, good.
We're going to crush our...
Okay. Do you want, we have a motion on the floor, moved by Alderman Diodati, second by Alderman Iannoni. Any discussion further? Having seen none, all those in favor? Motion's carried. Thank you. The next presentation we have this evening is with regard to the Sparkle Light Awards, and Mr. Dino Fazio of the Winter Festival of Lights will present to us the winners of the 2006 Festival of Lights Sparkle Contest. You have a list of the winners in your package, and I believe that, Dino, you're going to read them out, and I can make the presentations up here. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Worship, exactly.
Okay, thank you.
Actually, first, a belated New Year to all of city staff and city council. Most of you I have not seen yet the New Year, so Happy New Year. I am here representing the Niagara Falls Winter Lights Celebrations Committee to recognize those winners of the 2006 Sparkle Lighting Awards, which was presented by the Niagara Falls Review. First, I'd like to say that the participation has been fantastic this year. To increase participation, we've actually segmented the residential category by ward so that we can have more winners for the residential category, and that has been fantastic for us. We've also added a neighborhood category as well. So we have gone, we had 150 entrants, which were either self-nomination or nominated by our dedicated volunteer committee, which was led by Barb Dick and Pat Mascarin, and they literally spent weeks, many weeknights, traveling throughout the city, nominating residential and commercial and multi-residential and so on properties. You broke it, didn't you? From that 150-plus list, we whittled it down to 50, and hopefully next year we will have many more. So without further ado, I'd also like to thank our sponsors, certainly the Niagara Falls Review, 105.1 The River, Mick and Angelos have been fantastic, and also Signature Signs. So without further ado, we're going to bring up the residential category winners. And again, we've segmented it by ward for 4 winners. For Ward 1, and each residential category winner will win a $100 gift certificate from theirs. Ward 1, unfortunately, Sharon Murray at 5446 Morrison Street is unable to be with us tonight, but her property was absolutely fantastic, both with illumination and with visual and non-visual displays. Both a great day and nighttime experience with that residential home. In Ward 2, we actually had a tie. One of them literally was like a Griswold home, which was fantastic, and that was Joe Rizzo at 6919 Fairlawn Crescent. And hopefully Joe is here. And Mr. Friesen at 6699 Montrose Road, tied both for first in that Ward 2 area. Don't know if any of them are here. Yes, we do. Joe? And I'm not sure if anybody had the opportunity to see some of these homes and businesses and so on, but an absolutely fantastic job by the community, and we're absolutely thrilled that they did it.
I'm not going to get the case. I'd like it to Mr. Mayor, pass it basically, to share.
Thank you very much. Mr. Rizzo has asked his donation to be made to project chair on his behalf. Thank you.
And in Ward 3, unfortunately, we weren't able to get a picture of the home before the lights were down. Mr. Vandenacker. There you go. Mr. Vandenacker. Oh, he's got pictures here. Oh, great. I will hold them up for the camera. He did a spectacular job. He really did. And that was at 4832 Montrose Road. So, sir, please come on up. We appreciate that. You've done a fantastic job.
Thank you very much, Mr. President.
And I'm absconding with these photos, just so you know.
Thank you.
In Ward 4, we had Mr. Smith at 6671 January Drive. Again, an absolutely beautiful home. Not sure if Mr. Smith is here at all. Don't believe so, so we'll make sure we get that to him. And then in Ward 5, Mr. and Mrs. Varela at 7989 Anne Marie Crescent. I'm not sure if they're here this evening. Okay. And I know these folks are here, and they did an unbelievable job here. In Ward 6, Holly and Brian Huntington at 7140 Shizler Road, unbelievable job, and it's a very large property, and they went all out with both their gazebo and their home and so on. So I'd like to ask Holly and Brian to come up, please. And all the kids, too, because they helped. They did.
Thank you. And you might want to take a big picture here. Looks like the family here. You want to come?
No, this is a fantastic time. We learned so much. This is the first year we got totally involved in it. And we learned so much. We learned about so many new people came around the house. It was great that we've met a lot of new people. We got to be part of the council here tonight. And it was very rewarding. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And next we move on to the multi-residential category, which is basically apartment buildings, condos, that type of buildings, properties. And the winner, and you may have seen this property, but they really band together, and it's the Victoria Park Towers at 6521 Drummond Road, and all of the residents of Victoria Park Towers do an unbelievable job. They will actually receive a case of LED lights, energy-conserving LED lights, as well as a plaque, a photo of the property. So I'm not sure if anyone is here from Victoria Park Towers. Yeah, we got a couple of residents. Fantastic. Every year, I'm telling you, every year, and we've changed the rule this year so that you're allowed to win more than 1 year in a row. And I'm telling you, every year they do an unbelievable job at Victoria Park Towers. So
Thank you very much. Thank you.
All our tenants in our building for doing what we do, and thank you very much.
Thank you.
And I've got your lights in my van. I didn't feel like hauling them up here, just to haul them back down, so. We have also the bed and breakfast category, and again, had some great participation here. Unfortunately, the owners aren't here tonight, but it's Villa Gardenia Bed and Breakfast at 4741 Zimmerman Avenue, and again, a fantastic job at their property, and they will win a plaque photo of their property and also a case of wine to celebrate. And the commercial category, which is always fun, and many commercial properties in Niagara Falls do like to get in the festive spirit, whether it's hotels or restaurants or so on. And the winner in this category is Michael's Inn, and they will receive $1,000 in advertising, radio advertising, with 105.1 The River FM. I'm not sure if there's somebody from Michael's Inn. Yes? All right.
Thank you again. Thank you, Mr. Kruger. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thanks, guys. And the second place winner in the commercial category is Patterson Funeral Home. I'm not sure if anyone from Patterson is here. Yes, yes, Ruth Ann is here. And Patterson, which did a beautiful job as well, Patterson wins the $500 in radio advertising with 105.1 The River. Thank you. And then lastly, a new category we had was the neighborhood category. We don't have a photo of it because we just couldn't take a photo of the entire neighborhood. But Matthews Drive in the Mount Carmel subdivision did an unbelievable job in their neighborhood. So really just thanks to all those who participated. Certainly we'd like to see greater participation this year in 2007. And if I could just give a quick plug, we have a volunteer party for the Festival of Lights volunteers this Friday night, so if any volunteers have not yet called the office to say they'll be there, please give us a call by tomorrow. And again, it's Friday night, January 26th. Thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
And Dino, on behalf of the members of council, and on behalf of our city, we appreciate all the volunteers, all the hard work that the Festival of Lights, the volunteers put in, the committee.
certainly the participants who participated. You do a lot to make our city a better place, and we do appreciate all your efforts. Thank you so much.
I will definitely say you're welcome on behalf of all of our volunteers. Thank you.
I'll take that, maybe. Yes. Alderman Iannone?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I see that that's the end of our deputations, but as the clerk highlighted downstairs, we do have another group who would like to speak, and it's Unite Here. I know they're not on the deputation list, but it's not, we generally do not turn down people who want to do a deputation, so I move that we hear Unite Here now.
Okay. Do we have a, what's it about, by the way, this evening? Do we know? Okay. Mr. Clerk? You can inform council?
It's in your handouts. It's related to the arena.
Okay. We have a motion by Alderman Iannone, seconded, yes, sorry, seconded by Alderman Wing.
Before you take the motion, perhaps we can do the ratification of the in-camera item.
What's the pleasure of council? You want to take the ratification in camera? Alderman Iannone?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We can do that, but my understanding is they are not here in regards to the arena proposal that had been put before us. They are here in regards to the site proposal, if I'm not mistaken, so.
Okay. Yes, Mr. Clerk?
Well, through the chair, if they're not here related to that, then we should put them on the next agenda, and they should go through the same process that everybody goes through. If it's not related to any business directly on our agenda, if it's related to an entirely different site, then we can schedule them for 2 weeks from now.
Thank you.
The email was related to the matter concerning the Junior A proposal that's in front of council.
Mr. Mayor, then there's somebody here right now. Maybe we can just have them clarify what the issue is they want to address without a deputation, but what is it? Is it pertinent to tonight's motion?
Yes. Could the representative come forward, please? And is it Mr. Mark Holland? Is that
no, sir. Eric Gillespie, Your Worship.
Yes.
And thank you to the mayor, council members for the opportunity to speak very briefly.
And what's the subject?
The subject, if council is inclined to hear it, we would be addressing two things. The first matter is the site for the proposed twin pad arena, the former SciTech lands. There have been some new developments in relation to that. It overlaps directly into the matter that is also on your agenda this evening with the OHL proposal. So it really does address sort of both, but they're directly connected.
The pleasure of council. Mr. Clerk. Yes, I got it. Alderman Iannone. I'm sorry, Karen Kelly. Mrs. Kelly? Ms. Kelly? Do you have any comments?
Through you, Your Worship, the first matter is simply not on the agenda at all, and the second matter would be with respect to the OHL matter.
Thank you.
Then to clear that up, when they put the request through to the clerk's office, did they highlight that they wanted to discuss the proposed site for the twin pad? Maybe through you to the clerk?
Mr. Clerk?
This email, which is in your package, was sent to me on the weekend by Mr. Holland, and it's, just bear with me for a second. I've recently received word the council might be giving their final decision regarding Capital Sports OHL proposal this Monday, January 22nd. Given that word of this decision has come at a very late time, and given that we have information we wish to bring to council's attention, which we feel overlaps with the city's OHL plans, I would like to request the opportunity for a representative of Unite Here to make a deputation to council this Monday morning.
Okay, thank you. Then if the process in regards to the fact that we're going to deal with the OHL and with the motion that's going to come forward would negate that, would they have to put a request in, as the clerk says? If they do that, are they going to be put on the agenda? Because I think they felt that they weren't accommodated with the request. You're saying it's a very late one. So if they follow the process now for the next meeting, they'll be on the agenda?
Clerk?
We'll place them on the next agenda.
Thank you. I have no problem with that.
Okay. Alderman Wing.
Your Worship, it's my understanding that the Friday, January 19th email was the latest in a series of emails, and that this organization has in fact been attempting to get on the agenda for some time. And, if you want to make the argument, well, it has to be related to what's on the agenda, I don't see how the Alzheimer's Society or Big Brothers or Big Sisters or Sparkle Awards are related to what's on the agenda. They've been going through the same process, trying to get on the agenda as a deputation in the same way, and they certainly did not start on Friday, January 19th. I think, if they have their lawyer here, we should hear them.
Okay. Mr. Clerk?
A few points. Number one, through the chair, this organization for some reason always likes to come on an off night, in the sense that we invited them, for example, back in the fall to be part of a workshop we had with a number of proponents related to the SciTech property. They chose not to avail themselves at that time to make a presentation, then wanted to come the following meeting when we had already had a big discussion about those issues related to SciTech. When I say that it has to be related to something on the agenda, what I'm saying is that if they make a request to me after the point where the agenda has been set, I'm not going to allow them to speak to a matter that's not on the agenda. Mr. Holland's original email to me was way after this agenda had been set. He then sent an email on Saturday because at that point in time we didn't have the OHL matter specifically listed on the agenda. It was only when the committee met on Thursday that that came onto tonight's agenda. But I'm free to put
Your Worship,
on the next meeting. And secondly, the other point is, what they're talking about has to do a lot with, obviously, the MOE approval on the SciTech properties. Right now, currently through the MOE, they can make an application to appeal the record of site condition, and I suggested that that might be the better forum for them to pursue regarding the SciTech property.
Your Worship, just on a point of order, first of all, as Alderman Wing has identified, the request was made back on the 10th of January to address the SciTech issue. That is a matter that's been before council. I appreciate Mr. Iofita's comment about the fact that there was an earlier meeting back in November, but none of the documentation had been released, so it was impossible to participate in that meeting. That situation has now changed. I believe as well your procedural bylaws allow for a motion to be made, as has been made by Councillor Iannoni tonight, and at this point it is, again, at the pleasure of council, but to allow us on the agenda would be in keeping with your procedural bylaws, notwithstanding the authority of the clerk to set the agenda.
Okay. We have a couple of speakers. Alderman Thompson.
Well, if we hadn't let him speak, we would have been finished by now. So I move we permit him to speak.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor, second by Alderman Iannoni. Any discussion? Having seen none, all those in favor? Sorry, no, please.
I don't mind listening to them speak. I didn't mind the first time I mentioned it. All I said is, shouldn't we ratify the in-committee item before he speaks? So this way he knows where we're going.
Mr. Clerk, yes. Yes, well, actually, if you're going to hear you speak, are you speaking with regard to the SciTech lands? Is that what you're going to discuss this evening?
That's the focus.
I think that would resolve. Okay, well, first of all, we have one item on the floor we should deal with. So we have a motion on the floor to allow Mr. Gillespie to speak. I'm just going to call the vote. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion's carried. Alderman Peter Angelo. Moved by Alderman Peter Angelo, second by Alderman Iannoni. Any discussion to that? Having seen none, all those in favor? The motion's carried. Mr. Clerk?
Through the chair, if you're moving that up, in essence, you also have to move up the ratification of the Capital Sports Management Proposal Committee, as we called it, and I will do that first, followed by the in-camera items, because that's how they sort of play out chronologically. So with regards to the ratification of the Capital Sports Management Proposal Committee, on Friday, January 12th, the ad hoc committee met in Committee Room 1 at City Hall from 11 a.m. to 12 p.m. All committee members were present. The following recommendation was made that staff be authorized to involve the necessary consultants and associated supporting costs approved. On Thursday, January 18th, the Capital Sports Management Proposal Ad Hoc Committee met in Committee Room 1 at City Hall from 12 p.m. to 1:15 p.m. All members were present except for Alderman Thompson. The following recommendation was made that the city solicitor be directed to provide all of council with legal advice related to the Capital Sports proposal during a closed meeting of council on Monday, January 22nd, and that a public report on council's decision be made thereafter. So I'd ask that you approve those.
So the motion to approve that, Alderman Iannoni, Alderman Peter Angelo. Any discussion to that? Having seen none, all those in favor? Any opposed? The motion's carried. Thank you.
And council met earlier this evening in camera. The first item is unrelated to the sports-related item. It's with relation to Legal Report 2007-03, the Regional Municipality of Niagara proposed purchase of 422 May Avenue future pumping station, and the motion that 422 May Avenue be offered for sale by way of direct sale to the Regional Municipality of Niagara for the appraised price of $28,000 plus payment of the cost of the appraisal. With regard to the capital sports management proposal, a recommendation to reject the capital sports management proposal dated January 18th. Secondly, that a statement prepared by staff be read in open council justifying the rejection of the proposal. I suggest you approve those recommendations, and then I can read the...
Motion to approve, Alderman Pietrangelo, second by Alderman Diodati. Any discussion to that? Having seen none, and I call the vote. All those in favor? Motion's... Okay, nobody opposed? Okay, motion's carried unanimously. Thank you.
Okay, and the statement that was referred to, I'll read it to you now. After careful consideration of the submission provided to the city by Capital Sports, council has decided not to proceed with further negotiations. This decision is based in part on further consideration of the current demands on our capital budget and the fact that the proposal provides little, if any, opportunity to pay down the additional debt incurred by the city to construct this building. The additional cost to the corporation to construct the building over and above our current commitments is approximately $23,040,000. This proposal is weighted heavily in favor of the proponent, with significant risk of higher costs to the city. Information from Capital Sports was received in part by email after business hours on Wednesday, January 17th, and the full submission was received on Wednesday, January 18th, shortly before 10 a.m. to be shared with the ad hoc committee. It's actually at noon the next day. Due to the demand for Capital Sports for a quick turnaround for a final decision, no opportunity has been provided for the city to perform appropriate due diligence with regard to a business plan and market research. In summary, the submission from Capital Sports is just not financially favorable to the taxpayers of the city of Niagara Falls.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Any comments by members of council? No? Okay. We'll proceed on then. We have a motion on the floor to approve a delegation by Mr. Gillespie. Okay, yes, Mr. Gillespie, would you like to come forward?
Thank you, Your Worship, members of council. I did bring a PowerPoint presentation. I do have some summaries of it, if I might distribute them to members of council. And respecting Alderman Thompson's comment, this will at least slightly shorten my remarks to council. As members who were on council previously may recall, I am here this evening on behalf of Unite Here Canada, a labor union that represents approximately 700 workers in this community. In addition, I come before council as a ratepayer, a taxpayer, paying taxes in this community, having grown up here and graduated from A.N. Meyer Secondary School, and still maintain a contact with this community through my family. The issue that we want to deal with, and again, we will be respecting council's time limits this evening, does deal with new information that has come forward in relation to the proposed twin pad arena site at the former American Cyanamid Sci-Tech lands. There is a process that's been in place for an extended period of time now that came to be simply because elevated levels of a number of contaminants were found at that site. And we've simply laid out a number of the steps that have occurred in that process. That process has led ultimately to a detailed submission by Unite Here to the Ministry of Environment. The major issue, or one of the major issues that was raised, was the fact that the proposal dealt with the possibility of establishing a daycare facility at that site. That seemed, I think, to most members of this community to be a great idea, because clearly it would be hard to argue that children are the community's most important resource of all, and additional daycare facilities can clearly benefit this community. At the same time, in order to have that kind of use, under the MOE's regulations, 15304 for those who are looking at the details in these situations, you have to assess the land as institutional. However, there was only an assessment as if this was going to be treated as commercial land. If it would have been assessed as institutional land in order to include a daycare, that assessment would have expanded the list of chemicals or contaminants of concern and would have included substances like thallium and lead and others. Lead, as this council and probably other people in the room are keenly aware, is one of the most significant contaminants that has been identified as affecting the intellectual and behavioral development of infants and young children, which is why, particularly for daycare-type use, it is going to be one of the contaminants that's going to be very carefully considered. However, because SciTech failed to identify the correct category that this was going to fall in under the MOE's system, there was no assessment of many of the contaminants of this site, including lead. This issue was identified by Unite Here and was submitted to the MOE. In addition, Unite Here retained global talks from Guelph, Ontario, who are a national leader in risk assessment. Two of their top science people worked on this project, and they're three of only 40 Canadian scientists that hold the highest designation in toxicology, the Diplomat of American Board of Toxicology. As well, there was also a review done by Ron Pearson with over 25 years of experience with the MOE before he went into the private consulting field. And Global Tox, in fact, provides training to Health Canada, the Ministry of Environment, and other governments on risk assessment. As well, the Ministry of Environment has now agreed with the key issue identified by Unite Here, and a director's decision issued 2 weeks ago states the comments, that being Unite Here's comments, resulted in the clarification being added to the certificate of property use that the site is not approved for institutional use such as daycare facilities. This was not identified by SciTech. It wasn't identified by the city's environmental consultant, and it wasn't identified by city planning staff. So what has the city lost? Well, first of all, there is no daycare possible now at this site, and that seems to be a real loss to any community in this day and age. Secondly, no institutional uses will be permitted at this site. Thirdly, because of the way the application was scoped, it will not be able to be used for parkland, so you won't be able to have outdoor recreational facilities. And clearly, this raises a very real question, I think, for this council, which is, if children are not safe to be at a daycare at this site, why would people be suggesting this is a great place for them to be playing sports? So I will not switch to the last slide simply because it deals with the OHL matter, and we've now heard council's direction on that. But I will simply close by saying this is the Ministry of Environment agreeing with Unite Here, agreeing with Global Talks. There are now significant restrictions as of 2 weeks ago when the ministry's decision came out, and it is certainly the hope of Unite Here that council will think very carefully about whether this is the right site to proceed at, given the restrictions and given the lack of investigation of some of the key contaminants that are known to directly affect children's health. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you. Alderman Peter-Angelo.
Yeah, Your Worship, I guess to Mr. Gillespie, thank you for coming. I noticed in the last slide you say, if our children are not safe at this site, do you have proof that our children are not safe at this site for daycare?
Well, the Ministry of Environment, if we just flip back, has said the comments resulted in the clarification being added to the certificate of property use that the site is not approved for institutional use such as daycare facilities.
But isn't that just because it was never applied for? Do we know that it is unsafe for institutional use?
The application did include a daycare use, and when Unite Here's people reviewed it, when Global Talks reviewed it, and now when the MOE reviewed it, they said that daycare use is not viable at this site.
So in other words, I guess what you're telling us is that our consultants had applied for the use of daycare facilities and were denied because the site was unsafe?
The SciTech report, the risk assessment that was the basis of the application, included as one of 4 scenarios for that use, a daycare. The MOE has said, and that's just a direct quote directly from the director's decision, that the site is not approved for an institutional use such as daycare.
So we did make the application then, and we were denied, saying that the site was unsafe?
Correct.
Okay. Your Worship, I guess I'd like a comment, I guess, from city staff, or
Okay, we'll get to that.
if we can't answer it from city staff, if we could have the consultant report on this. I mean, it sounds pretty serious.
Okay. Yes, Mr. McDonald, do you wish to have a member of staff answer that question?
Just a quick comment, and then I'll ask Karen to comment on the details of it. It's not disappointing to the city not to have approval for a daycare center, since we're building an arena. We have no intentions of building the daycare center. And this is one of the problems with, to be honest, shoehorning your presentation in tonight that's not on the agenda, but we would have our consultants, which are significant, and have done a lot of work, to be here to respond to it. It's just not appropriate for this to be happening when we've had a workshop and we've had several public meetings where we've dealt with this issue. And we also know that to get the record of site condition, we had to be very specific. We talked about that in detail at the workshop. And we specifically were looking at an arena complex, and that would have been the time to deal with these kind of issues. So, I mean, whether or not SciTech's study addressed various possible scenarios, and that's what we're referring to, I clearly know that SciTech and the owners of the property were not talking about putting a daycare center on this. It's probably a wide range here. But we can respond more specifically on that at another time. But to have a debate on this is quite inappropriate. Ms. Kelly may have a comment regarding the specific application. We don't have any of these documents here, and as pointed out by the clerk, this is not an issue we were prepared to discuss.
Thank you. Ms. Kelly?
Echo Mr. McDonald's comments. That's simply the issue. Had we known this deputation was going to be on tonight, I would have ensured that I had reflected upon the applications themselves and had an opportunity to look at the 4 scenarios that were put forward in the SciTech applications, and that Mr. Beeman of my office, who has a great amount of familiarity with those 4 separate scenarios, he's looked at them at length, had familiarized myself with specifically this particular issue as related to those 4 scenarios. So I can't comment specifically with respect to the daycare facilities and the impacts. I can comment specifically with respect to the fact that the decision has been one that we have not had any concerns about in our office with respect to the legal staff. But I can comment further if council wishes to have the report come back.
Alderman Peter Angelo, does that answer your question? Okay. Alderman Iannone?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I agree with Alderman Peter Angelo. That is a very serious comment. You're going to have kids practicing, you're going to have kids public skating, and you're going to have kids playing hockey on that. Sometimes that can be 2, 3, 4, 5 hours a week. I would like to have our consultants come back and answer that question. So I move that we get a report back from our consultants in response to this delegation.
A motion by Alderman Iannone. Is there a seconder? Alderman Peter Angelo. Any discussion on this matter? That's Alderman Wayne.
I'd just like to comment, there really is an ongoing concern in the community about this site, and Unite Hears is just one of many voices that continue to express concerns about us putting an arena there. And, as well as getting a report back on this, I think we should continue to look at the possibility of putting the arena somewhere other than on these former SciTech lands.
Yes. Mr. McDonald?
Just to clarify, continue looking would not be the right phrase. We are not looking for another site for this twin pad arena. We went through an exhaustive site selection process. We dealt with it on numerous occasions at council. So if council is to suggest that we look for another site, then you should give that direction to council, and we'll deal with the implications of that. We are not looking for a site. The proposal for an arena complex has been approved by the ministry, subject to an appeal that's in process right now that the clerk referred to. So they have accepted our uses for this site, and they know exactly what we plan on doing there. So we are not looking for another site, and we've gone through this relative to the reasons why this site was selected, and spent an exhaustive amount of time and money to make the decision we've made. So I just needed to clarify that.
Thank you. Alderman Iannone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And we're going to talk later about public contamination, bacteria. We're going to talk about the sewer problem and the dumping. But I think it goes around to public health, the health of the residents, the concerns of the residents. If there's an issue that we haven't dealt with, so we deal with it. So we have a motion on the floor for our consultants to come back and talk about this. I'll tell you, I heard the same things Alderman Wing did, campaigning, find a different site. I've never supported that site. I know she's never supported that site. Majority ruled, but you still, I mean, when we talk amongst each other, still all hear those comments out in the community. So while we're not looking right now, you know, sometimes it's better to take a sober second look before you take the leap and build it there. And 20 years from now, our legacy be, we built an arena on a contaminated site and people are then sick. So if we cross every T and dot every I's before that, you know, that council still puts that project there, then we've covered all our bases. I want to make sure we take every step so nobody gets sick on that property. And I think that the onus is on us, once you get a group, come and tell you this, that it's our responsibility to make sure that we're doing everything we can.
Thank you. We have a motion on the floor. Any other comments with regard to the motion? Okay, having seen none, all those in favor? Motion's carried. Thank you. Staff can report back. Thank you very much, Mr. Glassman.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Clerk, could you be kind enough to introduce the next item on the agenda, please?
The public meeting is now being convened to consider a proposed amendment to the city zoning bylaw for property at 5789 Kitchener Street for a proposed physician's office. Notice was given by first-class mail in accordance with the Planning Act on Friday, December 22nd, and by posting a sign on the property in question. Anyone who wants notice of the passage of the zoning bylaw amendment or to participate in any site plan process, if applicable, shall leave their name on the sign-in sheets outside the council chambers.
At this point in time, we would ask the Deputy Planning Director to explain the purpose and the reason for the proposed bylaw amendment. May?
Thank you, Your Worship. This property involves the center house in the photograph that's on your screens in front of you. It's immediately to the east of the professional building at the corner of Portage Road and Kitchener Street. The application is to rezone the property for a physician's office. On the location map, you can see the property is pointed out. It's directly opposite the old emergency exit, or emergency entrance to the hospital on Kitchener Street, next to the professional building. To the east of the building are about half a dozen single-family houses. The proposal, therefore, is being investigated as to whether or not the property is suitable for the proposed medical use. The site plan shows that the existing dwelling is to be used for medical offices. The portion of the rear of that building, it's crosshatched, is to be demolished to make room for 5 parking spaces in the back. The existing garage will be demolished, and there will be a 6th parking space created in front of the dwelling. The Planning Department had examined the official plan designation. It's currently designated residential, but there are special policies for the land surrounding the hospital which allow for ancillary uses provided that they're sensitive to the residential development. We believe that the proposed physician's offices do conform with these policies, as the existing dwelling will be maintained, as will the landscaping. There's sufficient parking on the site. The medical facilities will be ancillary to the hospital use, and the residential property immediately to the east will be partially buffered by the existing wooden fence from the rear yard parking. The zoning currently in place is R2. It's a single-family and two-family zone in bylaw 79-200. The applicant has asked for a general commercial zone to permit the offices. We're recommending that these uses be limited to an office use, which would allow the physicians to locate there. The building size should also be restricted to the existing building to ensure compatibility, and that the landscaping would also be perfected. Excuse me, we're asking for site plan control on this property because we believe there's an intensity of land use, an increase in the way in which the property will be used from a single-family dwelling to an office use. We believe there's a substantial increase in the usability of the building by virtue of the fact that there will be two physicians there, and nursing staff, receptionist staff, and then the frequent comings and goings of the people attending the physicians' offices. And there are concerns about the parking lot. There are no storm sewers in this area. We have a letter on record from the Ministry of Transportation, which abuts this property to the north, part of the 420 highway right-of-way, and they have concerns about stormwater drainage that might flow onto their property, so site plan is the effective municipal tool to control that. So in conclusion, we're recommending the application. We believe it complies with the official plan. We believe that the dwelling and the front yard landscaping are in character with the surrounding area, and our recommendation is to support this particular application. That's the highlights of this application.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hurlovich. Members of the public are advised that failure to make an oral or written submission at this public meeting could result in the Ontario Municipal Board dismissing any referral it receives if the party has not made an oral or written submission at this public meeting. Council will hear from anyone other than the applicant who wishes to speak to the proposed bylaw amendment. Is there anyone here other than the applicant who wishes to speak? Anyone here other than the applicant? Failing that, the council will now hear from the applicant or his representative. Mr. Lustig, welcome.
Thank you, Your Worship. Members of council, staff, ladies and gentlemen. For the record, my name is Ed Lustig, L-U-S-T-I-G. I'm with the firm of Broderick and Partners. The report before you is fine as far as the owner is concerned. We represent the owner. There is one aspect of the report that we would prefer that council not proceed with, and that is the imposition of site plan control. We're prepared to landscape the property, to fence it, to provide for the parking that is shown on the site plan. However, the imposition of site plan control is something that, according to the Planning Act, is only to be imposed where there is a substantial increase of size or usability. Now, this particular application would provide for two offices for doctors together with a nursing facility, or at least a room for a nurse, and a facility for secretary and reception. And in addition, the application that you have before you indicates that there's actually going to be a reduction in the size of the building. There are two parts of the building that are going to be removed: the back part, which is a sunroom, and the side part, which is a parking garage. So that our view is that usability and size are actually both being reduced rather than being substantially increased. Presently, theoretically, you would have an opportunity to have two families in place in this property, which may mean about 8 people. In the future, you're going to have, and that would be all day, of course. In the future, you're going to have 2 doctors and a nurse and a receptionist there for part of the day, the business hours, and you're going to have some people who come to visit as patients as well. So the threshold that the Planning Act requires, which is that there be a substantial increase in usability, in our respectful submission, is not there. It's doubtful that there's even an increase in usability. So we would ask that you approve the recommendation, but that you not impose site plan control. And those are our submissions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lustig. Are there any questions by members of council? Yes, Alderman Carrio.
Yes, Your Worship. It's a question to our staff. On this application, they're not asking in the recommendation for it to fall under site plan control. In the next application, there's recommendations 1 and 2. They're broken down into 2. And the second one is that they enter into site plan control. Why under one application do we do it one way for a recommendation, on the other one it's not?
Mr. Hurlovich?
Yes, Your Worship. First of all, I've already stated my opinion is that there is a substantial increase in usability of converting a dwelling to a doctor's office. If anyone's attended a doctor's office, you know the number of patients they see and the number of trips that come and go from a doctor's office. The second application is actually to recognize a second dwelling unit which already exists in the building, and therefore there isn't an increase or a substantial increase in usability. The dwelling unit already exists. It's a dwelling unit of probably which there would be 4 trips per day on average from a dwelling, and therefore not at all in the same category. So because it's not part of that, we're therefore asking that they voluntarily enter into a site plan agreement or do certain other works as we'll reach in that other report. But clearly they're very different.
Okay, Alderman Carrier?
It's not quite how it's written in the report. It says that we not pass the other one unless they enter into a site plan agreement. It's not asking, it doesn't say voluntary, but...
We'll get to that one.
Okay.
Thank you. Alderman Wayne?
Yeah, I think the site plan probably is needed. My concern when I looked at this application was whether there was sufficient parking in the area to support this. I know that lot of ours along Kitchener Street gets filled to capacity during office hours. The medical arts building the professional building on the corner has a sign saying that parking is for that building only. So if you have more than, if you have 2 doctors, a nurse, and a receptionist, I'm assuming this is then a shared doctor's office. It's not going to be one doctor's office and another doctor's office, but a shared facility. Well, still, there goes 4 parking spots. If you have more than 2 patients at a time, which I'm sure will happen, then they spill out into the surrounding area, which is already filled to capacity. I don't know whether we're looking at extending our Kitchener Street lot at all. I'd say if we're going to add this on top of everything else that's there, we're going to have to look at that. But I can see why staff would be asking for site plan control, not only to address the ministry's concerns about the proximity to the highway and stormwater and all that sort of thing, but just for parking as well.
Mr. Lustig, do you want to respond, please?
Yes, I understand your comments, Alderman Wayne. However, the number of spaces is really not the issue with respect to site plan control. Staff have satisfied themselves that the number of parking spaces is sufficient. In fact, the number that is shown on the site plan has been reviewed with staff, and they're satisfied. There's no question about whether it complies with zoning. The issue really is whether you have this applicant go through a formal site plan process. The Planning Act, the reason that they set the threshold as they do is that they believe, or at least the intention of the legislation is to only have site plan control in the formal sense apply where there is a substantial increase in usability. The same amount of space that was used before is going to be used in this particular instance, except there's actually been a reduction with respect to the site, with respect to the sun room. So I understand your comments with respect to parking, but the issue really isn't whether or not there's enough parking. That issue has already been satisfied. It's whether or not site plan control should be applied. And as I mentioned earlier, my client is quite happy to voluntarily submit to the site plan that's been put before you with the parking spaces that staff have directed. In fact, I'm told by Mr. Broderick, whose file this is actually his file, that the parking space in the front, he was the one who actually suggested an additional parking space be put in the front where it is now. We're prepared to fence it, we're prepared to drain it, and we're prepared to do all the things that are required on a voluntary basis. But I think the point that I'm trying to make is that the Planning Act sets this threshold to apply only in cases where there's substantial increase in size and usability. And on the facts, I would suggest to you that there isn't a substantial increase in size. There's really a reduction, and there isn't a substantial increase in usability. And that's really what governs the imposition of site plan control.
Thank you, Mr. Lustig.
Your Worship, there may not be an increase in size or usability, but I can see where there's certainly going to be an increase in usage of the property, and for that reason I can support keeping it under site plan.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions of Mr. Lustig at this point? Having seen none, at this point, the public meeting with respect to the proposed zoning bylaw amendment is now concluded. The pleasure of council. Alderman Thompson?
Yes, I'm personally very familiar with the clause in the Planning Act that Mr. Lustig has brought to our attention, and I'm sure that if he was looking after the report from planning and signing it, he would have done it differently from this. But I think that the use is appropriate. It's an expansion of health facilities in our area, and I would move approval of the recommendation with the voluntary site plan involved with the approval of the application.
Okay. Alderman Fisher is seconding that. Any discussion by members of council? Alderman Wayne.
What does voluntary mean, and are staff satisfied that that's sufficient in this case?
Alderman Thompson?
Well, I think Mr. Lustig has said that the site plan that is outlined in the document that we have here, that they will comply with that in every way, including drainage, parking, and landscaping.
That's correct.
So you're able to achieve that, Mr. Lustig? You feel that's fair?
Yes.
Okay. Alderman Carrier?
But as I understand, your worship, then, not to enter into a site plan agreement. Not to.
Correct. Okay. Any other questions by members of council? Having seen none, we'll call the vote. All those in favor of the motion? Any opposed? The motion is carried. Thank you very much, Mr. Lustig. She didn't vote. Alderman Wayne, are you choosing to vote in the last motion?
I was asking Mr. McDonald was talking. Mr. McDonald and I were discussing whether or not that satisfied staff. I didn't hear an answer back through you. I'd asked whether staff would be satisfied, and I didn't get the answer back. You didn't direct my question on to staff.
I didn't hear that question, I'm sorry. So, Mr. McDonald?
Just to clarify after the fact, staff obviously would prefer a formal site plan agreement, but we appreciate the fact that the substance of the site plan agreement will be covered voluntarily by the proponent.
Thank you. Okay. Mr. Clerk? Do you wish to record your vote, Alderman Wayne?
Well, I still don't really have an answer as to yes or no staff are satisfied.
No.
They're not satisfied, then I will vote against it.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Clerk, can you introduce the next item on the agenda, please?
A public meeting is now being convened to consider a proposed amendment to the city's zoning bylaw for 5056 Montrose Road to recognize two existing dwelling units. Notice was given by first-class mail in accordance with the Planning Act on Friday, December 22nd, 2006, and by posting a sign on the property in question. Anyone who wants notice of the passage of the zoning bylaw amendment or to participate in any site plan process, if applicable, shall leave their name on the sign-in sheets outside the council chamber.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. At this time, I would like to ask the Deputy Planning Director to once again explain the purpose and the reason for the proposed bylaw amendment. Mr. Hilovich.
Thank you, Your Worship. This application is to rezone a parcel of land on the east side of Montrose Road, where the Big B is, and as I was mentioning a moment ago, it's to add a second dwelling unit, or to recognize a second dwelling unit within the zoning that's already allowed on this property. Council actually considered an application for this site a couple of years ago to allow for the Big B convenience store to locate on the ground floor as a temporary basis, and to allow for one residential unit on the upper floor. The applicant is now back and wishes to have the second dwelling unit also recognized. At the time of the original proposal, council, or the proposal was that he would combine two units into one apartment. While we're on the site plan, I would point out that one of the reasons that we're asking for a voluntary commitment to site plan on this application is that Area A and Area B, which were shown as landscape, are actually paved. And so we're actually asking that they either remove the pavement and put the grass in as they've shown before the zoning comes back, or to enter into a site plan agreement so we have a mechanism to ensure that that does happen. Proceeding with the application itself, the lands are designated industrial. Normally, dwelling units are not permitted in industrial areas. However, we do have non-complying policies in our official plan to recognize existing uses which have achieved a degree of stability. The apartment building has existed there for some time, but more important than that is the region's comments have now been updated. Whereas they previously objected to the second dwelling unit, they're now recognizing that second dwelling unit within the provincial policy realm of separation distances established by the Ministry of Environment between residential units and industrial units, and therefore they've withdrawn their objection, and therefore the recognition of the additional residential unit is not seen as something that would undermine the industrial policies. The zoning itself, as I outlined, permits already a one dwelling unit on the second floor. They're now wishing to have a second dwelling unit recognized. We are recommending for that. The current zoning bylaw requires 25% landscaping. The site as it exists today has only 15% landscaping. They did not ask for a change to that zoning requirement. That was not advertised as part of the public meeting, and so therefore we're asking that be put back. And because there's no substantial increase in the usability, we can't require a site plan agreement, so we're asking that the applicant enter voluntarily into one, or much easier would be for him to remove the pavement and put in grass. So in conclusion, we're actually recommending the application for the second dwelling unit, and we would like to bring the zoning bylaw back to council for passage once the landscaping has been brought into compliance with the zoning bylaws that exist for that property. So again, we're recommending the council approve the zoning amendment for the second dwelling unit on the second floor, and that the bylaw not be passed until he's entered into a site plan agreement or the required landscaping has been installed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hurlovich. And once again, the members of the public are advised that failure to make an oral or written submission at this public meeting could result in the Ontario Municipal Board dismissing any referral it receives if the party has not made an oral or written submission at this public meeting. Council will hear from anyone other than the applicant who wishes to speak to the proposed bylaw amendment. Is there anyone present other than the applicant who wishes to speak? Is there anyone present other than the applicant who wishes to speak to this matter? Having seen none, the council will now hear from the applicant or his representative. Mr. Allen? Welcome.
Thank you, Your Worship. Members of council, I'll be brief on this. We certainly appreciate the Planning Department's recommendations to support our application. However, we're not in a position to accept the recommendation or to voluntarily enter into a site plan agreement. As noted in the previous application, we are not increasing or modifying the property. We're not increasing the usability. In actual fact, the use has existed for well over 17 years, probably even prior to the Marinos purchasing the property. I think it's very well worth noting that the Marino family has spent substantial resources in improving and cleaning up not only this property, but have been very influential in improving the image along Montrose Road. It is also worth noting that the site conditions as you've seen them today with the asphalt, landscaping, and so forth is as a result of the region. Back probably 5 or 6 years ago, the Marinos had to dedicate a 6 meter by 6 meter portion of the property at the northwest corner so as to allow that intersection to be constructed properly with the signals and so forth. I think that's very important to keep in mind. My clients are willing to do some minor site alterations such as flower boxes, planter boxes, or so forth. We are prepared and willing to work with the Planning Department to work through these minor site alterations, but we are not prepared to enter into a site plan agreement. We would appreciate your consideration so as to not impose the site plan agreement, and would be willing to answer any questions you may have at this time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Allen. Are there any questions of Mr. Allen? Yes, Alderman Mays?
I'm just concerned regarding the, it says in here, we're going to put, you only got 15% pavement now, we want to increase it, or 15% grass or flowers, and we want to increase that. That's in the site plan?
It's as it is existing. It's as I think pointed out, it's 15% as existing. Again, I'd like to point out that the 6-meter by 6-meter portion of the property, which was landscaped at one point in time, was taken by the region and asphalted by the region.
We're suggesting up to 25%, and you're opposed to that, correct?
We don't have the space for it.
I think that's zone commercial, and I agree with him on that point. Thank you.
Industrial? It's on industrial? Okay. Yes, Alderman Wayne?
You know, during my years on council, I've seen a lot of property owners give up daylighting triangles and so forth. To the city, it's common, or to the region, it's common practice. What I have a problem with is being misled. It says right here in the report, when council passed this bylaw just last year, the second dwelling unit was to be removed. However, the second dwelling unit has not been removed. And on page 3, the landscape strip in the front yard does not exist. It's shown on the plans that were submitted to us last year as existing, but it did not exist, it does not exist. And landscaping behind the building has now been paved. We were led to believe that there would be a landscaped area in the back. It's been paved. So, I have problems with this application. If you're saying you're doing something, then stick to it and do it.
You have any comment, Mr. Allen?
No comment.
Okay, all right. Members of council, any other questions? At this time, then, the public meeting with respect to the proposed zoning bylaw amendment is now concluded. The pleasure of council. Alderman Carrier.
Your worship, I would move recommendation number 1. Council approve the zoning bylaw amendment to recognize an existing second dwelling unit on the second floor. That's it.
Okay, second by Alderman Peter Angelo. Okay, any discussion to that motion? Having seen none? Yes? Alderman.
So you're not adding recommendation 2 that the bylaw not be passed till he's entered into a site plan agreement?
That's correct, Alderman. I'm not asking him to enter into a site plan agreement.
So he doesn't do what he tells us he's going to do last time, and this time we're not even going to hold any rules down?
Not a debate. Through the chair, please.
Your worship, the reason I'm doing this is because we sit around this table week after week after week trying to get industry and things to happen down in this area. We have people in our town that are trying to make things happen. He went through the explanation of why he lost his grass. He lost it to the regional expansion. I just feel that we should end on this one and do recommendation number 1 only.
Any other comments? Alderman Thompson?
Yes, I want to support this application, but I think Mr. Allen, you suggested that there would be some opportunity to have some dialogue and discussion with the planning department to work out some solutions with respect to the landscaping.
Certainly I did. We are willing to work with them, but we don't want to enter into a site plan agreement on that.
Mr. Hurlovich, is it possible that we could approve this subject to you returning with a report indicating that there is cooperation and there has been upgrading and improvements to the site with respect to landscaping?
Mr. Hurlovich?
Your worship, that would be satisfactory to the planning department.
Thank you. Thank you. I would,
Or a second recommendation that most people are not looking at.
yeah, I would include that in the recommendation.
Is that okay with you, Mr. Carrier, Alderman Carrier, and Alderman Peter Angelo? Okay, fine. Would you repeat the motion, please, Mr. Clerk?
Well, it'd be that council approve the zoning bylaw amendment to recognize an existing second dwelling unit on the second floor, and then recommendation 2, I guess, would be reworded that the amending bylaw would come forward when, upon a report of staff being satisfied with the landscaping that was done on the site.
Okay, that's satisfactory to the mover and seconder? Alderman Carrier?
So I have a comment by the developer, your worship.
Yes.
The worship, I think at this point in time, we'd like to have the bylaw passed this evening so we can move forward with it. We're willing to work with the planning department on minor site improvements. We don't want to be restricted and conducted into various site controls, regardless whether it's a site control or coming back with a recommendation. We could be going back and forth on this for months. We would certainly like this amendment to be approved this evening with again, the consideration that we're going to work with the planning department. I appreciate comments that the fact that my clients have not done what they said they would do. Well, they have. My clients have been in this community for a very long time. They spent a lot of resources and tax dollars into this city. Montrose Road is looking as good as it is because of the developments that they've done. I think it's very unfair and unjust to say that they would not come forth and do what they want to do. They have AAA properties and spend their money on it. It doesn't happen overnight. It was a year ago that we were here with this application. They've had to work to get the tenant in there, to get the property up so it's generating revenue. As I said earlier, that property existed over 17 years ago as is. I don't know if you recall what it looked like even 10 years ago. it wasn't very pleasant.
Thank
So
you.
I'm asking your consideration that you'll approve it tonight.
Let's qualify that qualification of the bylaw then. Alderman Carrier.
Your worship, then I would like it just the way it is written, and that they work with our city on landscaping improvements.
Okay, and
Is that
second?
okay,
Okay, we'll discuss that, fine. You heard the motion, any other questions? Alderman Wing.
Okay, what about the part that the amending bylaw not be passed until, and if we amend it to,
Well, obviously,
the
that's-
city staff is satisfied that the landscaping requirements have been fulfilled? I think I can live with it as long as we get the requirements fulfilled, the things that we were told last year were going to happen, but is that the way this motion is set up
It's
now?
not in the
That
motion.
the bylaw won't be coming forward until...
No, it's not in the bylaw, it's not in the motion at this time? At all? Okay, and Mr. Elovich, do you want to make comment, please?
Yes, Your Worship, I would suggest to council that if council approves this application to permit the second dwelling unit, staff will then be working on developing the zoning bylaw, which will be brought back to this council for a subsequent meeting. Even if it's within the next 2 weeks, we can meet with Mr. Allen and his client and negotiate what that landscaping is going to be. And I think that's what we're trying to achieve. As I said, we can't hold them to a site plan on this application because there isn't a substantial increase in usability. But given that the applicant's willing to try and do something, then I think we as staff are willing to try and do something during that period that we're developing the zoning bylaw.
Mr. Allen, is that satisfactory to your client?
We'll certainly work through with them in the time period, but again, we'd appreciate the fact that it'd be approved tonight, and then we'll work through conditions that are acceptable to both the city and the owners.
Mover and a second are satisfied with that? Yes? Okay. Any other questions of council? Having seen none, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Let's carry unanimously. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Worship, members of council.
Mr. Clerk, could you introduce the next item on the agenda, please?
A public meeting is now being convened to consider a proposed amendment to the city zoning bylaw at 5284 2nd Avenue to recognize the expansion of a place of worship. Notice was given by first-class mail in accordance with the Planning Act on Friday, December 22nd, 2006, and by posting a sign on the property in question. Anyone who wants notice of the passage of the zoning bylaw amendment or to participate in any site plan process if applicable shall leave their name on the sign-in sheets outside the council chamber.
Thank you very much. Once again, I'd like to ask the Deputy Planning Director to explain the purpose and the reason for the proposed bylaw amendment.
Thank you, Your Worship. This application is for a zoning amendment to recognize the existing place of worship and to allow an expansion. While we're on this photograph, I would just point out that there is a letter of objection submitted by a local resident, and their house is the house that you can see just on the right side of the screen. That's the back of the house, the sunroom that's attached to the second floor. The addition to the back of this building is about where you see the black roof now. That's a shelter at the back of the building, so it's proposed that there would be a two-story addition to the back of the existing Hindu temple. The application itself is located at the dog leg of 2nd Avenue between McCrae Street and Stamford Street. The building used to be at one time a YMCA. It was later the Moose Lodge, and when the Moose Lodge left there, it went through committee. The current owners went through committee of adjustment for a change of use to allow a use that's similar to the existing use that had been there. That was granted by committee of adjustment. The current operation as a Hindu temple has been in existence for a number of years now, and they wish to add a space on the first floor for some of their additional religious teachings and to allow for a second floor dwelling unit for their religious leader. The site plan in front of you shows the existing parking lot that is to the east of the property. It abuts a further parking lot that's further east that serves the Masonic Hall. The existing building is in a stripe. The proposed addition is the solid, shows brown in this particular dwelling or illustration, and we are suggesting that addition actually be relocated easterly so that the right-hand side of the building would align, giving more landscaped area to the left-hand side of the building with the hopes that that would appease the resident to the west of this site. That would be in keeping with the 15-meter requirement that's normally associated with an institutional zone. And while this, as well there, thank you, on this elevation there are some additional height that they're seeking for domes on the roof of the building, so you can see those illustrated in the east elevation of the property. The official plan for this area, it's designated residential. There are policies for ancillary uses in residential areas, and this includes places of worship. We believe that the development does comply with our official plan. The existing place of worship is small in scale. It's operated there for a number of years and achieved a degree of compatibility. The size of the expansion is relatively small, and therefore the road network can accommodate the modest amount of increased traffic expected from this change. The existing zoning is R2. As I said, it was a non-conforming use. The owners went through the Committee of Adjustment, the legal mechanism to change a use that's non-conforming. They now wish to recognize that by having the proper institutional zone applied to the property. This would comply with our official plan. We're also recommending that the dwelling unit that's proposed would be ancillary to the church use itself or the religious use itself. But we are suggesting that rather than granting the 1.8 meter side yard on the west side, the left side of that picture we looked at a minute ago, that we actually use the 5 meter setback, which is the standard setback in the institutional zone. We believe there is room on the site to accommodate that. We're also then recommending that the height of the building be limited to 13.5 meters, which is the height of the domes that you saw in the illustration. There is a concern in the area about parking. The site does have 26 parking spaces, so counting one parking space for the dwelling unit, there are actually 25 parking spaces available that would be able to accommodate more than 100 persons attending that place and comply with our zoning. Occasionally on high holidays and religious events, the traffic does spill out onto 2nd Avenue, as it does in many areas where there are churches and residential areas. And this is a concern to the residents. We're suggesting that traffic spill out be referred to the Traffic and Parking Services staff to investigate some alternatives for those times when that might occur. So we're recommending that the application be supported for the institutional zone, restricted to the place of worship, and to add the restrictions that I mentioned with respect to the occupancy of the dwelling unit, and require the configuration of the building such that there be a 5 meter setback on the west side, and that the traffic be referred to Parking and Traffic Committee and eventually Community Services. That's the highlights of this application.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hilovich. Once again, members of the public are advised that failure to make an oral or written submission at this public meeting could result in the Ontario Municipal Board dismissing any referral that it receives if the party has not made an oral or written submission at this public meeting. Council will hear from anyone other than the applicant who wishes to speak to the proposed bylaw amendment. Is there anyone other than the applicant who wishes to speak to the proposed bylaw amendment? Okay, having seen none, and at this time, council will hear from the applicant or his or her representative. Mr. Pounder?
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, and other people in the room. My client has already agreed to the 15 meter, or the 5 meter setback on the west side. They claim to have agreements with the adjacent property owners, the staff of the adjacent property owners, to use that land where they have a high holiday and an overflow parking. The people I'm referring to is Masonic Lodge, who do have abundant parking there. Those are the two issues that we see, and I think they've been addressed.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions of council? By Council, Alderman Thompson.
Mr. Fowler, you indicated that there was, the residents were in agreement. Are you including the complainant who wrote the letter in objection initially? Are they satisfied with the recommendation regarding the extension with respect to the 5 meters?
We haven't negotiated with the people adjacent, but we are willing to move the face of the building away from there to allow...
Any contact with the individual with respect to that, Mr. Hurwitz?
Can you comment, Dirk, your comments to the chair, please? Mr. Hurwitz?
We have, the property owner was aware of our recommendation, but of course it's up to council to approve that. They're not here, so I assume that they were satisfied.
Council, sorry.
Okay. Any other questions by members of council? Having seen none, then the public meeting with respect to the proposed zoning bylaw amendment is now concluded. The pleasure of council. Move the recommendation, Alderman Fisher, second by Alderman Thompson. Any discussion to the matter? Having seen none, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Motion is carried. Thank you very much. Thank you for coming. This evening, members of council, the next order of business is a presentation from Mr. Jim Morgenstern, who is the principal of DMA Planning and Management Services, who will present a strategic plan for the provision of parks, recreation, and arts and culture. Mr. Morgenstern, welcome.
Your Worship, members of council, thank you very much for the invitation to be here this evening and present to you the results of our work on the strategic plan for parks, recreation, arts, and culture. As you know, this plan's been underway for some time. It was a major undertaking. There are 3 reports that are a part of the plan. There's a detailed background, 2 detailed background reports, a technical report and also a report that deals specifically with the needs assessment. I know that you've recently received the final report. This project was actually begun in 2005, and a good deal of the research and analysis that contributed to our recommendations and conclusions were undertaken about this time last year. I say this because I know that a number of the recommendations and directions in this report are already being pursued by staff, and I'll speak to some of those as I go through the presentation. What I'd like to do is take this opportunity to provide a brief overview of our recommendations and directions in the report, and then, of course, I'd be happy to answer any questions that you have. Oops. All right. Okay. The overall purpose of the strategic plan, basically as stated in your request for proposals, it has a very broad focus. It deals with parks, recreation, arts, and cultural services. It doesn't duplicate work that you had undertaken in the past or were in the process of working on, and that included, as you know, a heritage master plan that was undertaken by the city in advance of this strategic plan. So this plan does not deal specifically with heritage. We understood at the time that we prepared this plan that you had largely resolved your issues surrounding local requirements for arena facilities, and so arenas were not specifically addressed in the plan because those feasibility studies had been done just prior to us starting the strategic plan. And you also, as you know, had completed a trails master plan, and so there were a number of projects that had been completed that were referred to in the strategic plan but were not duplicated in this work. The purpose of the plan in large part is to provide overall direction to the municipality, to council, and to staff for their decisions concerning parks, recreation, arts, and cultural services at a relatively high level. We understand that there will be more detailed work undertaken in a number of areas, and this plan addresses essentially the next 10 years. The plan is based on quite an extensive public consultation activity. There were a number of surveys, focus groups, workshops, and interviews that were undertaken in the early stages of the plan to prepare our analysis and our recommendations. I'll summarize some of the key themes, particularly those that resulted from the resident survey. This was a survey that was undertaken with the community. It was a representative, statistically valid survey, so it represented general public opinion. It was done in December of 2005. We found general satisfaction in the community with the number and the quality of the facilities and services that were available to residents.
While approximately half of the people we surveyed indicated a need for new parks and recreation facilities, in large part those requests for additions to the supply were focused on arenas, as I said, an issue that you had already addressed, theater and performance space. There was also demands for additional trail activity, again, in large part, issues that you had already addressed as a council. Reoccurring themes in the public opinion surveys were certainly need for additional programs and services for youth, and also in the arts and cultural area. There is general satisfaction with the supply of parkland, but strong support for the continuation of trail development in the municipality, and also some concerns for natural open space and its availability. And to a large extent, if people were restricted from doing things that they were interested in, it wasn't because the facilities in the parkland were not available to them, it was because of limitations on their time or the resources that they had to participate. So in large part, those surveys indicated a high level of satisfaction. There were some reoccurring themes that you'll see in our recommendations related to arts and cultural services, related to trails, related to services for youth. This study really had two parts to address two major questions. In part, the question was, what do we need in this community to meet parks, recreation, and cultural services? And that was the first question, which was addressed in the needs assessment. The second part of the assessment was, how can we best provide parks, recreation, and cultural services? And I'll briefly review both of those with you. Again, the needs assessment looked forward for the next 10 years and focused on the city's requirements for parks, recreation, and cultural services. Based on the premise that there would be growth, we were looking at a projected growth of about 7,000 residents over that period of time. And the needs assessment looked at your current supply, how well it was used, looked at recreational and participation trends, and considered those factors in making recommendations about what would be required in the community. Some of the highlights of the needs assessment: in large part, there was satisfaction with major indoor sport and recreation facilities, again, with the exception of arenas, but again, that was an issue that you had already addressed prior to us completing the plan. The one area where there was a perceived deficiency and an issue that needed further investigation was surrounding aquatic services and some of the major facilities that might be associated with a major recreation complex. This study was being done at about the time that the Boys and Girls Club in your community was starting to investigate some of their needs, and this needs assessment certainly supported the need for additional investigation in that area. And as council knows, your staff have since moved on that activity, and indeed there is a study that has been underway, and I believe that the results will be before you in a short period of time. We did find needs for additional outdoor playing fields. Soccer, football, rugby fields were certainly represented in the recommendations for additional facilities over the 10-year period of this plan. That's consistent with trends in most Ontario municipalities and needs in most Ontario municipalities. Also consistent with that is a lack of demand for both baseball and softball. In most communities, those facilities are oversupplied, and that would appear to be the case in Niagara Falls. There was no express demand for other less traditional outdoor playing fields, such as cricket pitches, but I will come back to that in my comments on the delivery system. Continuing with the needs assessment, we said your existing dedicated seniors facilities were adequate. There were requests for some additional, what we called unscheduled recreation facilities. So we suggested redeveloping some of your outdoor basketball courts as multi-purpose courts. Your current supply of tennis will be adequate for the time period of this plan. We've suggested, and until this week, certainly the weather cooperated in terms of the lack of feasibility of natural outdoor skating rinks, and suggested that they should be discontinued, as well as a reinvestigation of the Lions Park and the Lions Park rink. We have recommended 3 major water parks to be developed in the community, as well as 6 smaller neighborhood-serving splash pads, again, to be developed in the community, and leash-free zones as an added feature to the supply of community recreation facilities. One of the major areas where there was demand for facilities that are not in place was in the art and cultural area. We've recommended the provision of an arts and cultural resource center, primarily to provide a home for the visual arts in the community, and frankly to provide a better balance with the sports and recreation facilities which the community felt were well supplied. There was also a reoccurring theme, as I mentioned a few moments ago, and certainly was apparent in the survey, about the need for a major performing arts theater. This is a bigger project from our perspective. It's also a project that would largely serve a regional market, and we have suggested that it be studied further, but it would be the subject of a more detailed feasibility study.
On the Parks and Open Space side of the equation, the community is well served. You have something in the order of just under 4 hectares per thousand population in terms of existing parkland. That's municipal parkland, excluding that provided by other providers. And certainly that's a relatively generous supply. Our facility requirements will largely be accommodated in the parkland that you have, so we did not see a major concern with parkland supply, and we believe that your future requirements will largely be met through your residential development process. We strongly support the continued development of a recreational trail system. It was a very strong theme throughout the community consultation activities and is strongly represented in the trends and the things that we're seeing other municipalities do. We have also made some recommendations concerning environmental protection in the park system, and I'll come back to those in a few moments. As I said, this was a 2-part study. Part of it dealt with the needs assessment, and certainly we did identify some needs that we were looking for the municipality to address in the future. But the second major question, and perhaps in some respects the more important question, was how should the City of Niagara Falls provide parks, recreation, and cultural services in the future? And this really was the major focus of the plan. This is a graphic from your report. I don't expect you to be able to necessarily see it, but it speaks to the organization of both our analysis and the report. We divided our strategic directions, our recommendations, into 2 areas. One that dealt with the delivery system and the program development, the other that dealt with facility and parkland development. In each of those areas, we developed strategic directions, 6 in all. So there are strategic directions that deal with the delivery system, how you deliver your services, with programs and activities, with indoor facilities, with scheduled outdoor facilities, with other sport and recreation facilities, and with parks, open space, and trails. And within those 6 strategic directions, there are 22 action plans, as demonstrated on this slide. And of course, they are documented in detail in the plan that you have. I, of course, will not go through those action plans in detail, but what I would like to do is just take a few minutes and focus on the products of the plan. Should council and staff choose to implement the plan as recommended, there will be a number of changes and, in our view, improvements in the delivery of parks, recreation, and cultural services, and many of those are represented in the strategic directions, or again in the answer to the question of how we will deliver services. I think one of the key areas of our recommendations are, in fact, in the delivery system. This largely deals with the management of parks and recreation and cultural services, both within the municipality, but also with respect to your relationship with the community and your other partners in terms of delivering services. I would suggest that this is probably the area where our most significant recommendations are made, and in some respects, an area where some of our more significant changes have been identified. There are 7 key products of the plan in the delivery system area that are represented on this slide. I'll speak to each of them briefly. Certainly a key consideration is the role of your department in terms of providing parks, recreation, and cultural services in the future. This report recommends a stronger, or a reaffirmation really, of a role that has long been represented in the City of Niagara Falls, a role that's focused on community development. There are a series of recommendations here that suggest a stronger presence in planning, in outreach activities, in training for both the staff and the community, liaison with the community, information and referral services, and program support. And again, as I say, it's a reaffirmation of a long-standing role in this municipality, but some restructuring of that role, which in our view is an enhancement and an improvement. And again, that's an area where the department and staff have already taken steps to move forward. We've also suggested revisions to your committee structure. In a nutshell, we believe that you have too many committees. We question the extent to which there is a strong focus on their role. We question the extent to which they are as productive as they might be. We believe there is some duplication in the activities of your committees that are active in the Parks, Recreation, and Cultural area. And we're not sure that the manner in which staff and those committees interact is, again, as productive as it could be. There are something, at least at the time of the writing of this plan, like 9 formal committees that interact with Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Services and Leisure Services. That's an extraordinarily unusual number of committees, in my experience. In fact, I can't think of another municipality that would have that level of staff committee interaction.
Indeed, most municipalities, as they've improved their community development activities, their planning activities, as they've introduced performance measures and other activities to both understand the community and respond to the needs of the community through the activities of their professional staff, have placed considerably less reliance on community-based advisory committees. Indeed, many communities of your size have abandoned those types of committees. We're not recommending that, but we are certainly recommending that you take a close look at that existing committee structure, review mandates, functions of those committees, and the relationship between the committees and the staff to ensure that there is, in fact, a productive relationship where the amount of time that's being invested by your staff is represented in a product that is of use to you as a municipality. We've also, on a specific point, recommended the amalgamation of your Recreation Committee and your Arts and Cultural Committee. As you know now, there are two advisory committees that represent those two areas of activity. We've recommended that for all the reasons that I've just mentioned in terms of concerns that we've raised about the productivity and the focus and the possible duplication of committees within the Parks, Recreation, and Cultural area. But we've also recommended it for another reason, and that's in large part because we believe your advisory committee should reflect and mirror the mandate of your department. It's of little use to your staff if they're pulled in opposing directions by two separate committees that represent two differing points of view. It's our perspective that it would be more useful to have a Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Advisory Committee that has to struggle with the same issues that your department and your department staff does when it sets priorities and reconciles competing demands. So both in terms of the efficiency and the effectiveness of that committee structure, to be more consistent with what we see in other municipalities, frankly, but also so that you have an advisory role that matches the difficult choices and tasks that you have set for your staff in that area, we've recommended an amalgamated committee. Moving on, partnerships and partnership policies. This community has entered into a number of partnerships. We support partnerships, but we also only support good partnerships. And not all partnerships are good. So we've recommended in this plan that you establish a policy that clearly outlines the criteria under which you will enter into a partnership and the goals and the objectives and the outcomes that the municipality is expecting from those partnerships so you can evaluate them. Both those that come to you new, but also those that you are already a part of. We recommended, again, in terms of the implementation of these recommendations, both a reorientation of staff roles. That's consistent with the comments I made earlier about a stronger focus on community development. We've also suggested additional community development staff, at least two positions. One that deals with art and cultural activities, that supports and complements a recommendation that has already been made in your Heritage Master Plan. We've also indicated that your current health and wellness coordinator should become a full-time position dealing with community activities relative to health and wellness. We've recommended a number of new policies or expanded policies in the area of facility allocation, the further expansion of your arts policy, policies that deal with fees, policies that deal with community funding. So again, in a number of areas related to the management and delivery of your services, we found weaknesses or outdated policies, and to support the directions in this plan, we've recommended a series of policy developments. And finally, in terms of looking at your future, the databases that we would hope to be in place to allow staff to make good, reasoned decisions and recommendations to council about future needs and future planning requirements are not always in place, and we've recommended improved planning processes. So that's, in large part, the products of the plan that relate to the delivery system. As I said, I think that's one of the most significant areas. Let me speak very quickly to some of the others. Around programs and activities, again, general satisfaction with the programs and activities that are available in the community. The strategic directions and the action plans here would see an expansion in three specific areas: arts and cultural programming, active living, consistent with provincial initiatives and health sector initiatives in that area, and also some special events around the community. Going to facilities, and specifically to major indoor facilities, I've spoken to these already. There is a need for you to investigate through feasibility studies requirements for a arts resource center, as I said earlier, to better serve the visual arts sector of your community. Also the confirmation of the need for a community theater. And the third major direction in that area deals with the aquatic facilities, and as I said, you already have a feasibility study underway to address that particular action plan.
Around outdoor playing fields, again, as you know from one of my earlier slides, there are some needs in this respect, particularly for outdoor playing fields, but there are also three directions that we've suggested you pursue relative to this part of your Parks and Recreation system. There is a need for better scheduling, better use of software, technology in this regard, to have a sense of how those facilities are scheduled and used. You do not have good information for the purposes of assessing demand or future planning, and so that's one of the areas of recommendation. Secondly, we think you need to take a look at your long-range needs. I said earlier that there were not needs expressed in this community for less traditional recreational activities, such as field lacrosse or cricket. Some activities that are popular in other municipalities, such as ultimate frisbee, have not emerged in Niagara Falls. We believe they will, and we believe you'll need to monitor that because it'll likely create even more demand on your outdoor playing fields. And in that regard, we think you should be exploring artificial turf. The cost and benefits of artificial turf for community recreation are becoming more firmly established, and it's an area that Niagara Falls should investigate. And finally, we think there's some need for you to clarify your role regarding sport tourism. Some of your outdoor playing facilities, we are frequently told, are required for tournament activities that are largely serving visitors. That's fine if that's council's directive in terms of the use of those facilities. We simply have two issues that we think should be addressed. If they are, in fact, a part of your tourism strategy to bring visitors to this community, then we would question where the resources should come to support them. We consider that economic development, not Parks and Recreation Services. We also think there's some need for the municipality to clarify that that is, in fact, a central plank of their tourism strategy, and that you are indeed getting the benefits that you seem to expect relative to sport tourism. So there is some work to do there to clarify the municipality's objectives and consequently the department's role. Other outdoor facilities, as I said earlier, there's a wide range of other on-schedule facilities that have been recommended: playgrounds, splash pads, multi-purpose courts. There will be a need to put a detailed plan together that recommends design standards, locations, and the phasing of those facilities. That's what the first point refers to. And you've had some experience with on-schedule facilities, particularly at your skateboard park. Some of those experiences have not been as positive as you might have hoped, and we've made recommendations as well related to the management strategies for unsupervised facilities that attempt to address that. And finally, on the parks, open space, and trails, again, a series of action plans in this area, in large part not related, again, to the supply of parks and open space, which in this community seems to be adequate and will be adequate moving forward. It has more to do with policies, development standards, and management in these areas. We suggested that you update your park policies and standards, suggested an elaboration of your park classification system currently in the official plan. We've also suggested that you adopt a somewhat lower standard of supply, about 4 hectares per 1,000, which is closer to your existing supply, but somewhat lower than your current standard. We've recommended other strategies for securing future parkland, other than simply relying on the dedication process and acquisition. In a number of areas, we've recommended formal park development standards be developed. They're not in place now, and they are a part of moving this plan forward. There are a series of recommendations in the report that deal with environmental protection, policies in this area, dealing with restrictions on parkland use, recommendations related to public education in the area of environmental protection, naturalization, also tree planting policies and replacement policies, again, things in large part which are not in place here and that we have recommended be put in place. And the final point is, again, the continued development of your trail system. That is the rapid-fire, somewhat abbreviated version of the strategic master plan. I've tried to hit on some of the major products or directions that are reflected in the plan. As I say, not only the document itself, but the background documents are quite extensive. I certainly would be happy to answer any questions that council may have. Thank you very much, Mr. Morgenstern. We do have questions. I have Alderman Jim Diodati first.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Mr. Morgenstern. Appreciate that. I know it was a lot of work. And it's been a while, I think, since our last one. I think it was Monteith report. Was that the last one?
1994, I believe, if I remember correctly. Yep. So you're a little over the 10 years in terms of updating.
So we're due. I do have some questions. There's lots of good in this report, and there's some questions that I have as well. And I'll just quickly go through them. First thing is now baseball fields, specifically softball slow pitch. You mentioned, on page 7 and page 8 you gave us ratios, and page 47 you made reference to it being part of economic development, we need to look at that, and I agree, because we identify that we have too many fields, but it depends. I know if you're using ratios based on population, or if we're looking at economic development. Obviously, Niagara Falls is a little bit of a unique situation in terms of tourist draw and hotel rooms and infrastructure. So that would be one thing I definitely would like to see some further study on. I know you can't give us the traditional footprint, maybe that you might, a less unique community, and maybe you would comment on that? Through you, Mr. Chair?
Sure. Mr. Morgan,
Yes. Well, the first point is, what is your community recreational demand for ball fields? So we're not talking about visitor use, we're not talking about tournament use. Right now, you're oversupplied. Our analysis, which is in the needs assessment report, would indicate even over the 10-year time frame of this plan, you might have as many as 3 too many baseball diamonds and as many as 17 too many softball diamonds. That's entirely consistent with trends in every other municipality, where baseball and softball have largely been oversupplied. Participation has dropped off rapidly, particularly in baseball. So the first issue is from the perspective of meeting the needs of your residents. You do not need additional ball diamonds. You probably could live with a lot fewer than you have now. The question of whether or not you require these diamonds or you should maintain them for the purposes of sport tourism was beyond the mandate of our study. But there were 2 questions that I think are important that we raised here. If you wish to maintain those fields, whose responsibility is that? At whose cost are they being maintained? My argument would be it's not for community recreation, it's for economic development and tourism, and I think that's an important consideration. The second thing I would ask you to think about, because I find no documentation that demonstrates this, is that indeed that is the best way to spend our tourism and economic dollar. To the best of my knowledge, there's not been an assessment of sport tourism that indicates that that is your best investment in terms of meeting your visitor and economic outcomes that you may be looking for from visitors. Perhaps it's not. And so we were raising those 2 questions. Our mandate was really focused on what do you need from a community recreational perspective. If you're going to maintain these facilities for tournament use, then I think you have some questions to ask yourself about whether or not they're producing what you want, and the measure there is not community recreation, it's economic development. And again, if I was speaking as a Parks and Recreation provider within this municipality, I'd be saying, if it is an economic development initiative, then where are the resources coming and where should they come from to support them?
Thank you. I just wanted to draw attention to the fact, obviously, there's 2 sides to that one, and we'll need to get the perspective from the economic side. Next question is SEPTED. You made reference to the crime prevention through environmental design on page 50. Now, it says here that our unsupervised facilities could be based on the principles. I thought we put a motion forward before that we didn't put one forward that they were going to be based on it?
We've applied, I think, at different times to different parks, but I'm not sure if there's a blanket application. Actually, Ms. Morrissey, would you like to address that, please?
The specific report that I'm aware of that the SEPTED agreement would apply to was the redevelopment of the Ripley's project, and that was very specific in the audit. Fundamentally, though, all of our park planning will take into place placing safety in terms of how we design our parks through our landscape architects, formerly through OALA, the Ontario Association of Landscape Architects, and how we plan parks. Obviously, ensuring that the SEPTED principles are also incorporated in there, whether it be through the audit or through the principles, is fundamental to park design.
Thank you. And to that point, Alderman Iannone?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That's incorrect. We also did a SEPTED audit on the skateboard parks before we built the skateboard park, and that was a recommendation from the Mayor's Youth Advisory at the time, and we had just trained our staff and myself in SEPTED at the time. So that actually had an audit before it was done. There are municipalities, specifically Ottawa, Mississauga, Oakville. Some of them don't even pass developments unless there's a SEPTED audit because it's far too expensive to retrofit for a municipality after than it is to build it properly the first time. So at some point, I think we should look at looking at SEPTED audits at all applications that come forward to council. The cost bared by the developer, but anything that we pass here as a municipality, I think should have a SEPTED audit. I mean, we've been preaching crime prevention forever. We should be really putting more emphasis into it.
Fair comment. Thank you. Alderman Diodati?
I would agree with that. Now, the other comment that I wanted to make reference to is page 26, revenue-producing strategies. And there wasn't a lot of expansion on that point. Are you making reference to advertising within the facilities? Or are you talking about user fees, are you talking about, like, when you make that reference to revenue, because I'm all for revenue-producing strategies, was there anything specific to that?
At this, sorry, we were not looking specifically at specific initiatives that would relate to revenue production. The general thrust of this discussion is that you, first of all, need to review your user fee policies, and that basically is a major area of policy development. And as part of that, the municipality should be looking at as many ways as possible that are available to them to produce revenue.
Your Worship, I've always thought that we should have some form of revenue control advertising. I know I mentioned it to Mr. McDonald some time ago, that I think it's something we need to explore in terms of, we always sub out all of our advertising. Why don't we keep it in-house and control it through all of our facilities, all of our transit buses, all of our park benches? It would just be nice if we had some uniformity there. And my last comment is in regard to page 18, the Recreation Committee and the Arts and Culture combining, and just because I had some history there some time ago, and then again, at one time, and as you know, we discussed this in the interview, at one time the Parks and Culture, the Arts and Culture and the Parks and Recreation were one when it was a commission, and it was suggested back then that to give identity to the Arts and Culture, you should do a separate committee and give them their own identity, and now through some reversion, we're looking to go together. And I'm just wondering if we're putting apples and oranges together, and is this being done in other communities? I know recreation committees maybe aren't so common, and I'm just wondering, has this been done, and has it been successful? Because, as I said, it's a different direction than what we were given before in the 90s, and I'm just wondering if it's been effective, through your worship.
Thank you. Your Worship, again, I would say, my first point would be that increasingly these types of advisory committees for Parks and Recreation and for Arts and Culture are not necessarily in place, not as you use them in any event. That doesn't mean that the Parks and Recreation departments are not maintaining contact with the community using a variety of methods, including many that we've suggested that you emphasize here. From the point of view of historical perspective, I can understand some years ago why it might have been important and necessary to create a separate identity for an art and cultural perspective and voice from a sport and recreation voice in this community and in others. And we saw that in some other communities. I've certainly seen it where it has been amalgamated since then. I'd say two things. First of all, this plan in many respects is the coming of age, if you like, of art and cultural services. We've recommended specific staff with those responsibilities. We've recommended an expansion of programming, and we've recommended a significant expansion of facilities. I think that voice has been heard. And I think that if you should implement this plan, you are making sure that art and cultural services are well represented in your mix of services in this community. And maybe that's something different than 10 or 15 years ago. And secondly, I'll go back to the point that I said before. Quite apart from the larger question of whether or not you are effectively using committees and you are effectively using staff time in response to those committees. And again, I would say to you that the number of committees that Parks and Recreation staff in this community deal with is unparalleled in my experience. But quite apart from that question, I think that the people that I met in this community during the process of consultation, I met articulate, intelligent, committed people who could speak to both Parks and Recreation issues and sport issues and to art and cultural issues. And I think this community would be extraordinarily well served by having those people in the same room, having them listening to each other, having them putting on the table their perspectives on needs and priorities from both of those perspectives in the same room, and providing ultimately a consensual, hopefully, opinion to staff. Because that's ultimately what you're asking your department to do. It's not a sport and recreation department. It is responsible for parks, recreation, arts, and culture. If they have to struggle with priorities, if they have to struggle with a common direction, if they have to hear those voices, it's important that the advocates for sports on this side, if you will, and culture on this side also hear it. And I have no fear whatsoever, given the people that I met in this community, that the arts community would not have a strong voice on that committee, assuming that you make it a productive committee. Assuming that you make it a committee where that committee deals with policy, with important projects, where they are tasked to do things that are challenging, I think you'll get very committed, very expert, very passionate people to sit on the committee, and you'll be better served by having them all in the same room.
Thank you. One last comment, and I'm not sure I'm open-minded to it, and I hope that would work, but that's good. I'd be interested in having further discussion on that. Last one is alcohol. And I didn't notice if there was any mention in here, alcohol policy, risk management policy pertaining to parks, recreation facilities. It's ironic that we deal with an issue tonight at our community center. And I just wondered, it wasn't addressed, maybe that wasn't part of the mandate. Is there anything, or did I miss it, or was it?
Again, we did make a recommendation relative to some of your community development activities and research activities that there be a general focus on risk management activities, because that is an area that is growing and changing in the public sector and in the leisure service sector. To the best of my knowledge, and again, you're forcing me to remember back 18 months, at no time in this process was alcohol related, or the absence of policies dealing with risk associated with alcohol specifically brought to our attention as an issue, and consequently, I don't believe there's a specific recommendation in the report related to that.
Okay. Mr. Morgenstern, I have a couple more members of council who'd like to ask you a question, but to Alderman Diodati's comment, with respect to the merger of the two committees, would it then diminish the importance of either group, in your opinion, at all, with respect to merging recreation and parks and arts and culture together?
No, I think indeed that it would highlight the importance of both. I think that you are mirroring the structure and the mandate and the responsibilities of your department. And again, should you create a committee that has to deal with significant and important issues, such as some of the policy issues that we've suggested you need to tackle here, I think you're going to have a productive debate. I think you're going to attract people to those committees that want to spend their time dealing with those types of issues. And I don't see any reason why it would diminish either side of the equation.
Okay, thank you. I have Alderman Peter Angelo and Alderman Thompson.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. And although I don't have any questions, I guess, for Mr. Morgenstern, I appreciate the report. I felt that it was well laid out and that the recommendations were very straightforward, which I appreciated. Your Worship, I do have some comments, though. I mean, I was pleased to see that Mr. Morgenstern is, I guess, recommending that the city look into developing an arts facility. And I think that, Your Worship, if you talk to anyone that's in the art community, this is something that they've been asking for a long time. So I hope that council has the wherewithal to pursue that. In the report as well, Your Worship, I like the fact that I saw some recommendations to create what's called the leash-free zones. I know that we've talked about doing those before, and I guess under regulations right now, dog owners have to have a leash on their pet as they're walking them around. And, Your Worship, I think that it would benefit both the animal probably and the owner if we had areas that they could take the leash off and run around. Splash pads, Your Worship, if anyone has been down to Valleyway and 6th Avenue during the summer months, you'll see all the little children there running around under the water. Very good recommendation. I know that we're hopefully planning on building one out on the community center site. Environmental protection and management policies. It was nice to see that this came to the forefront. Years ago, Your Worship, we used to have an environmental planning and greening committee, and actually we were speaking about that the other day with Alderman Lane and our CEO, Mr. McDonald, and a few other staff members. I think that right now, Your Worship, our environmental planning, policy committee is in a subcommittee under the Park and the City Committee, and it's known as our Tree Preservation Subcommittee, and it'd be nice, Your Worship, to see that come to the forefront. Under city beautification, it was nice to see that the consultant agrees that there is an importance to continuing this. I know that there's a cost that's associated with this, but if we're going to be a world-class city, Your Worship, then I do believe that we have to act like one. I think that Ms. Morrissey had said the other day that in terms of horticulturalists, the City of Niagara Falls employs 2 of them. The City of St. Catharines employs 12 of them. So that just tells you, I guess, how much we're lacking in the beautification department. In terms of trails, Your Worship, I do support the creation of new trails, and it'll be nice to see the link, once we finally have our link to the Niagara Parks Commission trail that hopefully will be constructed this year, that will start from Stanley and Thorstone and go all the way out to the Parks Commission. Any future trails, Your Worship, I do agree that we should link them to existing trails. I just hope that they're non-invasive. In terms of the last point that you were just talking about, and that would be streamlining staff resources, I do agree, Your Worship, that it has become cumbersome for staff to engage in all of these committees, and that perhaps we should be redefining their roles, especially their roles in regards to committees. We should be streamlining their efforts so that they can be working on other projects. In terms of what has already been mentioned, though, and that's amalgamating the Rec Commission and the Arts and Culture Committee, I did have the opportunity to sit on the Rec Commission for 9 years, and I mean, I would question, Your Worship, although they fall under the same department, I would question the fact that you would have, I guess, the level of expertise and experience in one person that would be for recreation and for arts. I think that once you find someone that is very sports oriented, it is hard to find them having a great amount of expertise in the Arts and Culture Committee, or in the Arts and Culture community as well. So, Your Worship, that's something that I couldn't support, but I saw a lot of good things in here, and I appreciate Mr. Morgenstern's report.
Your comments are well made. Thank you very much. I appreciate your comments. And I know that we've asked our CAO and our Director of Parks and Rec to deal with these matters in terms of creating efficiencies. I know that the organizational review, I think Mr. McDonald's reflected to me and to members of council, will be seeing some recommendations come forward in that report as well. And Mr. Morgenstern, too, Alderman Peter Angel's comments with respect to getting individuals, are you suggesting that the commission or both committees would be complementary to each other in terms of expanding, so you wouldn't have limited potential by one individual, whether it be sports or whether it be culture? Are you expecting us to expand those committees to include both?
Yes, I think that it would be ambitious and to expect, as the Alderman pointed out, that you would find somebody with a full range of experience, interest, and commitment to sports, recreation, arts, and culture in a single individual. However, again, I would say two things. One is, part of the question is, what are you looking for from that type of advisory committee? The Alderman mentioned expertise. Frankly, again, I believe that volunteers and community representatives can bring experience and expertise to a meeting, but I also believe strongly that the expertise should and does rest with your staff. And so there's a question there of what you expect in terms of roles and responsibilities of those committees. I think that cuts across all of your committees, and it's a question that needs to be asked. And again, I would say it's different than 15 or 20 years ago, which is why we are seeing fewer advisory committees than we did in the past. We have more professional staff who are putting in place vehicles to understand the community, to do research. All of those things are recommended in this plan to provide a stronger information base. So the first question is why you have them. Secondly, I don't think we want anybody on this committee who is a single-purpose person. They have to understand Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Services from a community perspective. They have to take a city perspective in terms of meeting the needs of this community in just the same way that you ask your department staff to, and in just the same way, frankly, that this council must when they balance competing demands and interests all the time. And I think those people do exist, even though their perspective may be primarily recreation or primarily cultural. And thirdly, I'll say again, there's nothing better than having them speak to each other. Because what you have right now is one voice standing this way, pulling staff in this direction and giving them advice and telling them what to do, and another voice pulling them in this direction and telling them what to do. So we set up an adversarial type of model, and presumably staff are supposed to act like Solomon and somehow make a decision in a judicial type of process. It doesn't work. I think that discussion has to happen around the table with people that represent all of those points of view in the same way that you expect your director and your staff in that department to come forward to you with recommendations that encompass all parts of that mandate. So from my perspective, that's an appropriate approach. I honestly believe those people exist, and I think, again, if the committee was a productive, interesting, and challenging committee, they would come forward and be more than happy to serve on it.
Thank you very much. Alderman Thompson.
Thank you. First of all, I enjoyed your comments and presentation tonight, and very comprehensive report. I think it's a great plan for the future. And has stimulated a lot of interest in the community with the arts and culture people, with their emails and phone calls and comments. There's a strong feeling that they feel that committee is very essential and very necessary. And also amazed at the volunteerism with respect to agriculture and plantings and beautification of the community. The information just in the last couple of days, it's extremely comprehensive, some of the work that has been done by volunteers with respect to beautification. However, I'm puzzled by the fact that, and I think you have to agree that for 80,000 people, Niagara Falls is unique. There's not too many communities that rely on tourism as much as the city of Niagara Falls. And the question asked by Alderman Diodati with respect to the number of ball diamonds, and I was rather puzzled. We have former Alderman Pat Cummings' son Dan in the audience today, and dialogue and discussion with the ball people saying they need more diamonds to look after the park that we've set up, and people are saying we need more diamonds to keep the people coming here to have tournaments and whatever, and that's a very important aspect although it's not directly related to recreation within the community, it's a very important component of recreation and tourism joining hands together and working out. So we have, in one hand, saying 17 ball diamonds more than we need, and yet we have other people in the community say we need more to keep the tournaments coming here and to fill up the hotel rooms and to keep the economy of the community going. So I think, have you ever done, you said it would be an additional study to determine what we're doing with respect to recreation and tourism. Have you done a study for a community? Have you identified a community that is similar to Niagara Falls that would have this interest?
There's certainly two comments, if I could, Councillor. First, I don't think there's any conflict in the points that you're raising. I don't think any information that we collected suggested that there was more resident demand for ball diamonds, and that we're not oversupplied from the perspective of meeting resident demand. I've also heard the position, and it's been well articulated by your ball groups, that we need these facilities, or we want these facilities, for the fact that they bring tournaments to the community and there's a visitor impact. First point I'd make is that I never received any information from the municipality that would indicate there'd been an assessment of the relative investment in those facilities. It's not insignificant, the investment in those outdoor playing facilities relative to the tourism impact. It can be done, and it's worth looking at. I know that they are, in fact, facilities that are bringing visitors to your community at the peak seasons when visitors are here in any event, and that raises the second question. If whatever that investment in tourism is that you're investing in your outdoor playing fields, is that money better invested somewhere else? I can't answer that question because it wasn't within the scope of my work. All I'm saying is that I think it's a relevant question, and the second thing I'm saying is that if the Parks and Recreation Department has to maintain out of their budget facilities that are primarily in this community to support economic development and tourism, I think that's inappropriate. I think those resources should come from elsewhere.
Well, first of all, this reminds me of, and we're all interested and supportive of having a convention center in this community. Convention center, I think in North America, there's probably two of them that make any money, and one of them is Toronto, and the only reason they make money is because of the parking revenues. It's a huge investment. It can't be done without senior levels of the government participating, but it's crucial to the success of the year-round entertainment. And we're not just talking about ball diamonds. We're talking about tournaments, for hockey tournaments in the wintertime when we really need them. And hopefully a 2-pad or 4-pad arena coming here is not only going to assist in the needs for the community, but also provide us for bringing in those extra tournaments and teams, which the local teams participate in anyway. So this is a very important component of recreation, and I certainly don't think that it's something that, in fact, I'd like to have it identified in a further study, but it's not something you can say, well, this is spending from the municipality and it shouldn't be done. This is how we create jobs and assessment and growth, and even in the heart of the summertime, there's still lots of rooms that are empty within the community in the peak season. So this is a very important component and something I guess we're going to have to wrestle with on how we're going to handle that. But it is important to Niagara Falls, and I think we're unique there.
Again, Councillor, if I can, I'm not disputing the fact that there may, in fact, be a positive economic impact associated with sport tourism. To the best of my knowledge, the city has not, as part of an economic development strategy, identified sport tourism as one of its central planks that it wants to pursue, nor has it ever compiled the information that would indicate that it's a good investment in terms of the return. This community, like most that I work in, simply assume that there is a positive economic impact associated with it. And there may in fact be. But the only way that one demonstrates that is to determine how many people who are in fact participating in your tournaments are coming from far enough away that they are in fact staying in the hotels. And how much are they actually spending, and et cetera, et cetera. And that can be done, but I don't think it's been done here.
So my comment was that I think that's worthy of investigating, certainly before you continue to invest or invest more resources in sport tourism, let's investigate it. And secondly, again, from the point of view of my mandate, which was to talk about how you would allocate scarce resources, because they're always scarce in the municipal sector, to parks, recreation, and culture, I think it is inappropriate that resources that are being invested primarily for economic development be reflected as part of the resources that are being allocated for residents. I know I'm just pushing money from one side of a ledger to another here, but I think it is important in terms of how we're going to meet some of the needs in the community, because the list is long, and of course the resources are always limited.
Mr. Morrison, I think that's a fair comment to make. I think most of us around this table feel that there is an impact from sport tourism. There's no question as far as we're concerned here, but I'm sure that could be the subject of another study or investigation, so we appreciate your comments. I have a request for questions, I guess, from Alderman Iannone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was just trying to find the page I had. It's in regards to community funding and grants and initiatives. If I understand correctly, there it is, community funding policy. If I understand correctly, you're asking or suggesting that this be structured into something that doesn't resemble at all how we address grant applications now for community groups. How we address grant applications for community groups as it comes to this council and this council votes on it. Do I understand the recommendations in this, that there would be a committee of staff that it would then be vetted through and not go through the process it sees now?
Again, Councilor, I think you are asking a bigger question. The first point that we're making here is that you should have a formal policy that deals with the fact that you are being asked for financial assistance for different things. Right now you have grants, as indicated in the report, that are everywhere from hundreds of thousands of dollars, which frankly are really a purchase of service agreement with another recreation provider, down to grants that are $1,000 or $1,500 to a local service club. They're all grouped under the same category. That to us doesn't make sense. So we're saying take the big purchase of service ones, put them somewhere else, and establish criteria and a policy that would allow you to fund different kinds of recreational activities that people would be interested in. And we talked about 3 different categories. So upgrading existing facilities or developing new facilities, startup funding for programs or activities, and the possibility for ongoing annual subsidies in certain situations. In each of those areas, we said the criteria should be different. You should have a formal process for evaluation, and you should have a monitoring process so that you understand that you are getting the outcome that you expected from the investment. I don't know how the City of Niagara Falls deals with the question of once council approves a policy of that type and the criteria, whether it is a staff decision or those decisions come back to council. So I wasn't trying to comment on that. I was saying that there was a need for a formal policy that differentiated between the different kinds of funding that you would do, clearly specified your outcomes, your output that you were looking for, and the criteria under which you would fund. That was the intent.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. My concern was, just for the new members of council, I sit on a subcommittee as the liaison to the Boys and Girls Club that is working with a consultant to bring back a proposal from the Boys and Girls Club that had addressed council last term, asking us for a $5 million grant over 5 years, matching funds dollar to dollar for what they raised. And as I was going through this, and we're right now sitting in an ad hoc committee with members of senior staff that Ms. Morrissey just explained to me is not factored into your report. And I was concerned about a couple of comments when under major indoor sports and recreational facilities, under aquatic facilities, you have the existing Bain Community Center indoor pool will likely meet most but not all of the community's aquatic program and service needs. Well, that's what we're looking at in regards to our ad hoc committee. But then when it goes down under recreation complex-based facilities, it says if the existing Boys and Girls Club is replaced or redeveloped, it should incorporate multi-purpose and meeting space of a larger complex. Now, my comment that I wrote on this is, for who? This is not our project. The ad hoc committee that sits on the Boys and Girls Club and that council directed me to attend the meetings strictly states this is not a partnership that we're entering in with the Boys and Girls Club. This is them coming to us for a grant, no strings attached. We would have no business telling them what to build. But I got more concerned as I went along. as we're sitting through this process, where as we go through the document on page 42, under ensuring access to needs services, it talks about a partnership to one or more parties, and it says the city continues to discuss the possibility of a partnership with the Boys and Girls Club for its proposed complex. So I just want to tell members of council, as you read that, maybe you weren't privy to the ad hoc committee, but the Boys and Girls Club has stressed to the members of senior staff and myself and their committee and the consultants, they're not interested in a partnership. Our ad hoc committee, as we sit together, is not discussing partnership. It's talking a grant. It is not a shared facility with the city or anything of that type. And I know they're probably concerned about this report. I wasn't able to get back to them on a call today, but I don't want anybody to be misdirected that they're looking for a partnership with the city, because they're not.
Can I, yes, Mr., one moment, please. Mr. McDonald would like to make a comment.
So I can make just a quick comment on that point, just because that could open a whole debate, and I'm sure Jim doesn't want to go there. And just to point out that Alderman Ioannoni is quite correct in terms of the statements made by the Boys and Girls Club, but that will be a decision yet, it's a decision yet to be made, and will be made by council. And if council is asked to give $5 million for anything, my guess is council may want to determine some criteria in which they want to give it, regardless of what the request is. And I think it's yet to be determined. And it's very specific. It's a one-off kind of issue yet to be dealt with.
John, I understand your point. Thank you very much. But I do sit at those meetings, and this point has been debated to death.
By the Boys and Girls.
No, I sit there, and our staff is there also through the chair to Mr. McDonald, because he's not at those meetings. There has been no, that was we all talk about a breaking point and something that you won't negotiate past. That was the deal breaker. And then I have wasted my time, and we've wasted staff time sitting in an ad hoc committee and paying for consultants if what we're doing is really gearing them towards a shared model, because quite frankly, we've put that to rest.
Okay, thank you. Mr. McDonald, would you like to respond?
Again, we don't get into a debate on this. There's a lot of issues on the table. Shared model is an issue. If council is asked to provide $5 million, council may want to address where the money's going and if they have a comfort level with how it's being used. And they're separate issues. And again, it will be dealt with at a later time. I appreciate what Alderman Ioannoni is saying, and she's quite correct. And clearly, the Boys and Girls Club have been very specific in how they wish it to unfold. The request isn't here yet, and council hasn't made a decision on it yet. And I think it's a huge decision to be made, and there'll be a lot of variables that will come into play when council makes that decision.
I think that's a fair comment to make. And Mr. Morgenstern, you might want to respond. But
I just wanted to clarify the Boys and Girls Club proposal relative to our plan. At the point that this plan was being prepared, and again, that was one of the reasons why I stressed at the outset that our research and our analysis was really almost 18 months ago. And this plan was actually written before last summer, publicly reviewed last September at public meetings, and only now has made its way to council. So my point being that the Boys and Girls Club proposal, study, project is not reflected in this report. The things that you have done since then, you issued a request for proposal, as the councilors pointed out. You've hired consultants, and you are pursuing that endeavor, and it's really not reflected here. Specifically, in terms of the arrangement that one might structure with the Boys and Girls Club, or anyone else for that matter, to the extent that it's addressed here under our comments concerning partnerships. And there's a suggestion there that the city clearly define its objectives and its criteria for entering into a partnership if it is indeed providing financial resources or other resources to support service provision that also supports its residents. Such a policy does not exist to our knowledge in the city today. You will be forever approached by partners, and having that policy in place and clearly defining the conditions under which you will partner and your expectations, at least in broad stroke, given that you will have specific projects that you'll have to deal with, we argue makes sense. And that's not necessarily been the case in the past. And so the strategy, the action plan here around developing effective partnerships comes closest, I expect, to the issues that you may address with the Boys and Girls Club. But again, for council's benefit, the current situation surrounding the Boys and Girls Club and that study really wasn't anywhere close to being on the table when this was being written.
Thank you very much, Mr. Morgenstern. Members of council, time is moving on. We have a recommendation that the final report dated January 8, 2007 for the strategic plan for parks, recreation, and arts culture be received. And secondly, that this comprehensive report serves as a guide for staff in setting priorities in strategic directions for making recommendations to council concerning the services of parks, recreation, and culture divisions over the next 10 years. The pleasure of council. Moved by Alderman Peter Angelo, second by Alderman Thompson. Any discussion further? Having seen none, all those in favor? Motion's carried unanimously. Thank you very much, Mr. Morgenstern.
Thank you.
Members of council, I have a few comments to make this evening with regard to condolences. I'd like to extend our condolences to our chief city librarian, Mr. Joe Longo, on the recent passing of his sister, and to the family of Carol Monahan, a former employee at City Hall. Also, this past weekend, I had the pleasure to attend another successful Sports Hall of Fame induction ceremony where the city honored the athletes, teams, and builders of Niagara Falls who were chosen by the Sports Hall of Fame Committee to receive special recognition. I'd like to thank all those involved as volunteers and the committee especially for their efforts in providing an excellent presentation. Also, you see before me, I have some trophies that we have received by the city. The one on my left is actually called the Mayor's Award for Best Overall. It was a float from the City of Thorold. It was a presentation from the City of Thorold that Mayor D'Angelo presented to me at Regional Council the other night. It was with regard to our city float, which was the best overall in respect of the parade that they had recently in their Santa Claus parade. So I'm going to ask Ms. Morrissey to take that for our Parks and Rec Commission, and I'd like to thank our staff members appropriately for those who were involved. Also, on my right, you'll notice this unique trophy. I might just make comment. It was presented recently. The Niagara Economic and Development Corporation hosted a conference on December 13th called Action Niagara Designing the Future, where several awards were presented. The Policy and Plans Award recognizes an approved official plan, Neighborhood Secondary Plan, Design Guideline, Community Improvement Plan, or a development plan that focuses on smart growth principles such as a mix of uses, walkability, and compact development. Also considered important to this award is an effective public consultation process. The 2006 award winner is the City of Niagara Falls for its Brownfield Community Improvement Plan. And the winner of this award has recognized the opportunities presented by redeveloping brownfields to reintegrate them back into the fabric of their community and to benefit from an increase in land values and the effect on their assessment base. This leading-edge community, of course, is Niagara Falls, and we provided a community improvement plan providing a citywide strategy that encourages the redevelopment of abandoned, vacant, or underutilized industrial or commercial properties that have real or perceived contamination through the use of incentives and other tools. And nominated, of course, ourselves, members of City Council, and the staff from the City of Niagara Falls. The consulting team was Luke Spiccioni from RCI Consulting, Glenn Shields of GSP Group, and Mr. Bruce Bennett from Acres International. So that award was presented to us recently, and I'm very proud that the City of Niagara Falls has led the way. Also, in respect, down below, you'll notice a map that I had received today, found in Niagara Falls Bridge Commission archives. It's down below. I was invited to attend a brief ceremony this morning at the Special Collections section of Brock University, where two original maps relating to the early bridges across the Niagara Gorge were donated to the university. One map is from 1889 and bears the imprint of Edward Gardner, an important provincial land surveyor who did work for the City of Niagara Falls International Bridge Company during the late 19th century. The second map dates from the early 1850s and bears the imprint Elgin 1847, and that's the one I'm talking about. And as you know, Elgin is one of the early names given to what we know today as Niagara Falls, and that area specifically known as Glenview. The map was preserved on thin tissue and was used by William Hamilton Merritt, the president of the Niagara Falls Suspension Bridge Company, which had its origin in 1845, being held up by the clerk. Thank you. It shows the proposed route of the Great Western Railway, which would carry rail traffic over the Niagara River, and the first bridge carried only people and horses and opened for traffic in 1848. The rail bridge was planned soon after and was completed early in 1855. And I'm pleased to say that the City of Niagara Falls was presented with a framed copy of the Elgin 1847 at this event today. And I'm sure an appropriate location at City Hall can be found to display this rare find. The original is being kept in the archives at Brock University. So I'm very pleased to accept that on behalf of the City of Niagara Falls. Clerk, I'm sure you can find a spot for that for us as well. Under communications and comments of the city clerk, the first item on the agenda is the baby shower family gathering, a request for permission to have a special occasion permit at the McBain Community Center. Recommendation for the approval of council, moved by Alderman Ioannoni and seconded by Alderman seconded by Alderman? Yes, in a comment.
I can second it with a comment, Your Worship. Two questions. Number one, I see the second part of this recommendation is that we don't bring this back to council anymore for future requests on the alcohol at the McBain Center. I have a question in regard to that. Do we have staff on site that regularly take the Smart Serve course or that have accreditation that can deal with alcohol situations?
That's my understanding. Ms. Morrissey could comment in more detail, but my understanding
Ms. Morrissey.
Through the municipal alcohol policy that we have for the department, anybody serving alcohol has to have Smart Serve designation. We do have staff. Traditionally, many of the organizations using the McBain are using our caterer, who is Smart Serve certified, and it's one of our requirements. I believe Dean had a reason for asking it be expedited to staff, similar to what we do in all our other facilities, and it was more for an issue of timing, and that many of these, as you can see, are pretty straightforward, and we feel that they're quite appropriate, and we would certainly not recommend to you if they were not. But Dean could probably explain further why he felt this might be procedurally beneficial.
And Mr. Clerk, you did mention that the other day.
Yeah, exactly. Through the chair, number one, expediency. I mean, usually it's not a problem because of our bi-weekly schedule, but if there's a stretch during summer months or some other time during the council calendar where there may be 3 weeks between meetings, it may be a little more difficult. Vito Stringi in our Parks and Rec department, who sort of deals with these directly, he does go on site during the events to make sure everything's up to speed. And we do this already in our other facilities. So, I mean, you don't get these coming forward with the Blue Line Room. I appreciate when the McBain Center was opened, and I think it was yourself, Alderman Diodati, that wanted to at least be apprised of these for the first number of ones, and we found that we've had about a handful in the last 12 months, and there hasn't been any incidences, no complaints. I've been informed that the mother of the baby will not be drinking the booze that night, so there should be no problems.
Okay, that's great. And one last question, Your Worship, and just a business question. I mean, I didn't realize that we did private functions like this. Have we had any issues with the business community complaining that we're competing with them by doing? I mean, I've never seen the. Is there pricing for this? I'm a little bit
Yes, Ms. Morrissey, would you explain, please?
Through Your Worship, yes, there are rates and fees that are applicable to the rental of the community spaces in McBain. They're based on either community use or private function. They are a revenue generator for us, and it is common in many community centers throughout the province whereby that public space is used for birthday parties, showers, even weddings. So this is consistent with use, and we have had social events that are corporately driven. For example, they'll rent it for a conference. They have a wine and cheese, and they're required to get the license, for example, if they wish, through the procedures. So it is a common use in community centers. Baby showers are one of those very special uses, and we find that it's probably going to grow.
Does that answer your question? Okay. Any other questions? With regard to the recommendation, the pleasure of council, we have a motion forward. All those in favor? Any opposed? The motion's carried. Thank you. And note the abstentions, right? Next item is the Niagara Falls Canucks Junior B Hockey Team Volunteer Committee requests to proclaim January 29th to February 3rd as Masterson Week in Niagara Falls to recognize the owner of the Junior B Canucks, moved by Alderman Maves and second by Alderman Thompson. We have also a special event coming forward this weekend at St. Anne's Hall on Friday, I believe starting at 6 p.m. Sorry, Saturday, 6 p.m., St. Anne's Hall. Cost is $5 per person. It'll be a night to enjoy with, I think, former alumni and also celebrating the Masterson legacy here in the city. So thank you for making us aware of that as well, and we hope to attend. So we have a motion before us, members of council. All those in favor? Any opposed? The motion is carried. Thank you very much. Next item is Niagara Transit Commission request for approval of issuance of a tender for replacement of the service truck in 2007. We have a report from Mr. Harry Van Dyke, manager of plant and equipment, attached at an approximate cost of $70,000. You may recall, members of council, that we did ask the Transit Commission to come forward if they had any extraneous matters with regard to budget, and this is one of those. Alderman Thompson.
Thank you. I don't expect staff here would have any comment with respect to it. This is a specific item for transit, and they can't do the job without the equipment, so I would move the approval.
Move by Alderman Thompson, second by Alderman Maves. Any further discussion? Having seen none, all those in favor? Motion's carried. Thank you very much. The next item on the agenda is the Sullivan Manny requesting that the city amend its property standards bylaw or use the committee of adjustment to deal with variances from provisions of the bylaw for rooms in lower levels that are more appropriate than 50% below grade. The clerk has a comment.
Through you, Chair, staff has sort of been dealing with this, and I think we've come up with a matter through our zoning bylaw to deal with these in the future, and I think it's just listing it for tracking purposes, and we'll respond to Sullivan Manny accordingly.
Thank you. Members of the council?
What was the recommendation?
Refer to staff, basically.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Okay. Moved by Alderman Thompson, second by Alderman Fisher. Any other discussion? Having seen none, all those in favor? Motion's carried. Thank you. Mr. Clerk, are there additional items for council's consideration?
Yes, Your Worship. One item that was in your handouts this evening, request to declare the week of February 4th to 11th as White Cane Week in the city of Niagara Falls. This was sent to us by the Voice Print people in association with the Canadian Council of the Blind.
With pleasure, council. Moved by Alderman Fisher, second by Alderman Maves. Any discussion? Having seen none, all those in favor? The motion is carried. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Under reports, we have corporate services matters. The Chief Administrative Officer regarding comments calling aldermen or councillors addressing the title. Alderman Thompson.
Yes, thank you. I'll try to be brief. I was really surprised at the editorial, and now I see that we're going to include editorial comments in our council packages because of the importance and the intelligence of the reports coming through the editorial pages of the local newspaper. Does it really matter? I don't know, does anything really matter? I think that's a poor and unusual way of looking at something as important as this. If this had been 15 or 20 years ago with the feminist movement, I'm sure that you would have had the council chamber filled here. And the reason why you have changes from just recently in the last few years as chairman at the region, as the chair, things like postman to letter carrier, fireman, firefighter, and I was intrigued by the fact that there might be some confusion between councillor. Well, that's, I think, why they put city councillor and regional councillor in front. It helps you to determine which area of responsibility they have. I think that this is a no-brainer. If you look at we're in the company with Grimsby, Wainfleet, which I will not say anything about, and West Lincoln. All the other municipalities and most of them across the province have already made the move. I think this sends a little message that you're progressive, you're moving ahead, you're keeping up with even minute details with respect to the operation of the city. I personally got this going again because I just have never appreciated or liked the word aldermen when you have ladies on the council. During the last election, I never used the word alderman. It was always city council, and it seemed to work out all right for me. So I would move that the council make a decision with respect to this, and I'm surprised that there hasn't been more reaction from the feminine side, because I find it offensive to call somebody of the female persuasion alderman. So I would so move the change in the name to councillor.
Second to that?
As I did before.
Okay, any discussion? Alderman, sir? Still an alderman.
Yes. You know, I served 2 terms under Mayor Thompson. He never seemed to have a problem calling us Alderman Fisher, Alderman Wing, but that's beside the point. I don't think this is something that should be internally driven. You know, it's kind of like I remember when I first was elected to council in late '97. All of a sudden, there's people around the table talking about getting a little pay raise, and, you know, it became 22%. And it's the same sort of thing. We're fresh out of election. I ran to be an alderman. If you didn't want to be an alderman, then I'll run for it. But it's not about what our preferences are, what we want to be called. It's about the community and what the members of that community want to call us. And there's been people over the past month and a half since this was first raised who've gone out of their way to talk to me and mention that they want the term to stay as alderman. And I think maybe what we should do is let the voters decide. Next time there's an opportunity for a referendum, put it on the ballot. And my other point is that if we want to start tossing out traditions because we're busy modernizing, then we really have to look at things like the saying of a prayer at the beginning of council meetings. Because if we want to reflect the fact that Canada is changing, we now have women sitting on councils regularly, therefore we should toss the term alderman. We also then have to look at what was referred to in our strategic plan for Parks, Rec and Culture as the fact that our city is becoming more ethno-culturally diverse. And reflect on the fact that a lot of the people we represent aren't Christians. Perhaps don't use prayers at all. Perhaps they're atheists, agnostics, whatever. So if we want to modernize to reflect the fact that we have a few women on the council, then maybe we need to modernize as well and look at that. And obviously nobody wants to toss out the prayer because it's a tradition. It's a tradition that goes back to the beginning of this city. Well, if we're going to toss one tradition, don't rely on tradition being there when somebody else wants you to toss another one. This whole thing about, and I appreciate the review article being in here because it points out if there's one thing that's clear, the term alderman is steeped in tradition that takes us back to the roots of democracy in England. And I think that's an important thing. The fact that, we still used to have the Queen on the wall, there she is. We look to these things in our past, and the fact that we're called aldermen here in Niagara Falls is something that helps define us, helps define our community. It makes us unique and sets us apart. And I really don't see an outcry from the community. In fact, of all the people who talked to me, only one of them wanted the term changed. And I think Alderman Thompson will be very happy to know that it was Larry Savage who was in agreement with him on changing the term to councillor. So, other than that one person, everybody else has said, please keep it alderman. And that's the way I vote. And I think we should...
Okay, let's keep some decorum here. Okay, Alderman Ione.
Thank you. I'm going to support the motion. We're going to be democratic here, whether called councillor or alderman. I found it humorous to find in here and under Bartleby.com that a turkey is also called an alderman, and I'm sure we've been called that many a time. So I don't have a problem with that. I do find that when you travel to conferences or you travel somewhere else and you say to them, hi, I'm Alderman Ione, they have no clue what you're talking about. Councillor is the standard term across the country now. I'm not that steeped in tradition where I need to keep alderman, and it's never bothered me. So I've not thought either here nor there about it, but I do think councillor is more generic, and it doesn't bother me. So,
Alderman Diodati.
Thank you, Worship. I agree with Alderman Wing that I'm big on tradition. I like tradition. Old-fashioned, whatever you want to call me. And I think there was enough evidence to show that it's a gender-neutral comment. It's not, if it was a male thing, then I could see it, because I'm all for equality and fairness. But in this case, I'm not convinced that it is. I think it also makes it more convenient, differentiating from the region. I also like the tradition of Lord Mayor in Niagara-on-the-Lake. Lord Mayor is something neat. And when people see my card, when I'm at a conference for the city or I meet someone from out of town, they get a kick out of alderman. It's something that sticks. They just don't seem to forget about it. You could say counselor. People are going to expect us to give advice. When you say you're a counselor, I don't. Whatever we are, and I agree. It doesn't really matter. It doesn't change who we are, and it doesn't change the way we make decisions. However, I'm with Alderman Wing or Councillor Wing, whatever it's going to end up being. But if I have the choice, I'm going to go for tradition.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments on the table? No? We'll call the vote. All those in favor? Recorded. Recorded vote. I was going to ask you about the recorded vote.
The reason I'm asking, should we stop calling you your worship
No,
as well,
I don't
perhaps?
care.
Yeah, there's another tradition.
Yeah.
This is really part of what we're all about. But The reason I'm asking for it recorded is I've had so many people talk to me about this and want it to stay, Alderman, that I think it's important that we do go down as recorded for this one. And what are we going to do next? The clerk in his report outlined that there hasn't been any discussion of changing the word human. Now that is problematic. We should be addressing that next.
Thank you. Let's call for the recorded vote, please.
I was being a smart ass when I wrote that, but you heard the motion to change the title for city representatives to councillor from Alderman. Alderman Diodati?
Against.
Alderman Fisher?
Counselor.
I take that to mean in favor.
Yes.
Alderman Iannoni?
In favor.
Alderman Carrio?
Favor.
Alderman Maves?
Opposed.
Alderman Pietrangelo?
Aye.
Alderman Thompson?
Yes.
Alderman Wing?
Opposed.
Mayor Selsey?
Opposed.
Carries 5-4.
Okay. Next item on the agenda, members of council, from councilors, is the direct election of the regional chair. We have a comment from Councillor Thompson.
Thank you. I'm not going to make a big deal about this either. The only thing that upset me with this particular matter of the direct election of the regional chair is the fact that it was a private member's bill by a member of Parliament for the area, and there was no discussion, no input, or no thought about the triple majority that is necessary. And I would hate to think that a private member's bill would have success without the opportunity of us having a full debate at the local councils and the regional councils to make sure that this has input from the people who are responsible for it. So I would make a motion that we send a resolution to Mr. Crater and the government in Ontario that we are in favor of the triple majority prior to any decision being made with respect to the chairperson at the region. There are many reasons, pro and con. I like the fact that it can be rotated. The small municipalities, because of strong representation, can have a chair. If you get a large municipality, could be electing the chair throughout if it were at large. So I think at this time the only thing I'm interested that we send our comments that we think it should be the communities that make the decision, not a private member's bill. I make that motion.
You seconded that motion?
Yes.
Alderman Fisher, any discussion on the motion?
Can we have that explained? We're just discussing here, just in summary. So what is the motion in summary?
Councillor Thompson?
The motion is that we go by the rules and regulations that say you have to have a triple majority approval by the municipalities, the majority of the municipalities and the majority of the regional council make a decision on how the election of chair of the region is going to be done. And rather than a private member's bill by one individual without having a full dialogue and discussion. And we could sit here and discuss it for the next 3/4 of an hour, and you would have your points and I would have mine, but that doesn't mean that everybody doesn't have, people should have a say in it.
Councillor Wing?
According to the report before us, short of the Lieutenant Governor and Council making a regulation for the direct election of the regional chair, a triple majority is the way that it has to be done. Just like when we finally got intermunicipal specialized transit introduced, it had to be the triple majority. I guess what a better, simpler motion might be is to ask MPP Hudak to withdraw his private member's bill.
I'm not sure if that's going to happen, but I think that's another matter. So I don't know if I think Councillor Thompson has made a point. It would be left up to the regional council in respect to that. So that's what he's saying, essentially. So I don't think there's anything different. It can't happen unless there's a triple majority anyway. So Councillor Thompson, I think you made that point.
Just a question through you to the clerk. Can a private member's bill, if it was successful, and most of them are not, change the regional election of the regional chair?
Well, through the chair, I wouldn't want to try to predict what Mr. Hudak's motives were for introducing the private members bill, but I think by introducing it in the provincial legislature, he's almost saying that he wants the provincial government to make that decision, and I think what your motion is definitely on the point and, makes perfect sense from his perspective.
So we have the motion before us. All those in favor? Any opposed? The motion is carried. Thank you. Next item on the agenda is a property tax grant for lower-income seniors. I'd like to ask Mr. Burden to address that matter, please.
Your Worship, during the last year, we've had some of the council members espouse the fact that they would like to see a lower income for seniors tax grant, similar to the low-income seniors water tax or water grant. And now is the time to give direction to staff to start preparing for that program, but we need your authority and your direction on that matter. And if you so choose to do that, we would like to liken the same procedure as we do for the water for low-income seniors.
Mr. Burton, you may want to elaborate as well. The region does have a policy, in fact, which we discussed in this council prior. Would you like to elaborate on that for those who haven't had the benefit of that?
Your Worship, the regional policy is a deferral for tax increases as a result of assessment. That deferral program is in effect here. It's not largely followed, as it just defers the tax. It does not exactly waive them or give a grant.
It's very restrictive, I guess, in terms of qualification as well. So I think members of council identify with that. So the pleasure of council. Councilor Thompson.
Yes, through you to Mr. Burden. I really don't think I have enough information here to make the decision, and isn't this something that we do to see how it fit into our budget? What's the impact on how much money are we talking about here? We need more information, or I don't really see what you're talking about here specifically with the amounts and whatever.
Mr. Burton?
Your Worship, that is correct. We would ask direction for council to instruct staff to investigate this matter further, and we would try to bring estimates as part of the budget process. We do not want to expend the energy if it's not the council's wish to do so.
Okay, Alderman Peter Angelo.
Yeah, Your Worship, and I believe that we all supported the tax grant for low-income seniors for the water rebate last year, but I think in the report it says that there was only 625 applicants that qualified last year. At $100 each, we're looking at just under $63,000. I'm sure that Mr. Burden will be using that as the basis for budget discussions, Your Worship. So I guess I'll make a motion, Your Worship, to instruct staff that we move forward with such a program once again this year.
Moved by Councilor Pietrangelo, seconded by Councilor Wing. Any discussion? Having seen none, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? The motion is carried. Thank you very much. Next on the agenda is the composition of the Committee of Adjustment, the CAO's report. You have a report before you of Councilor Wing.
I'd like to move that council set the membership of the Committee of Adjustment at 5 members and discontinue the practice of appointing 2 council members to the committee.
Okay.
If we're going to move ahead and modernize and get with the program, then may as well do it here too.
Moved by Councilor Wing, seconded by Councilor Thompson. Sorry, is there a seconder to that? Councilor Pietrangelo? No? Sorry? Okay, is there a seconder? Councilor Ioannoni. Now we have speakers. I have Councilor Thompson, Councilor Pietrangelo.
Well, I have no problem with the reduction of the to 5 members from the public. I think that we were unique and different probably 10 years ago, 15 years ago, when they had a committee of adjustment that appeared to be in direct conflict with some of the policies and procedures of the municipality, and there was a balancing act done at that particular time to try to at least have some control over what the decision-making of that committee. This is, without exception, one of the most important committees that we have in this community with respect to planning, and has a great deal of impact on communities and neighborhoods. So this is not something that is insignificant. And in fact, what I would like to see 5 members, but I think there should be at least 1 member of council, like we have on every other committee that we have, to report back to the council on specific
updates to keep the council informed on what is happening at that committee. So I have no problem with the reduction, 5 council members, but I still think 1 council, or 5 community people, and 1 member of council would be more appropriate.
Yes, Councilor.
Or 4 and 1.
Councilor Pietrangelo and Councilor Wayne.
Thank you, Worship. I've sat on the committee for 12 years now, and I appreciate the comments by Councilor Thompson. It is a very important committee, and it's one of the committees that we set up, actually, Your Worship, where the people that sit on the committee actually have some binding authority. I supported the reduction, I guess, of 6 council members down to 2, or I believe it was 5 down to 2. And, Your Worship, I would support another reduction down to 1, but I do believe that it's important to keep 1 person on the committee. I know that in the report it talks about delegating authority. Your Worship, the problem that I have with delegating authority is that, we remove it from ourselves in the sense that we become unaccountable because we've automatically delegated it now to someone else. And, Your Worship, the people that are on this committee are not really elected, so they're not accountable to the people that they make decisions to. The other part of it is the decisions that we make on the committee, Your Worship. Sometimes people might think that there's, political power there, but to be honest, you always run into situations where you have a group of people that are agreeing with the decision, a group of people that are disagreeing with the decision. So the problem is to find a solution that is, a happy medium between both parties, and oftentimes, Your Worship, you can't do that. So I'm not really sure what we're accomplishing if people are criticizing, city council members for wanting to be on there. Your Worship, the last point that I would mention is, we just went through our strategic plan for Parks, Recreation, and Culture. We've talked about it among staff members, as early as last week, and, we've continued to talk about, streamlining staff's duties and staff duties on committees. Here in the report, we have basically a recommendation that if we're going to remove the council members, that we're going to increase staff's role on the committee, and that staff is eventually going to report back to committee. Well, isn't that just increasing staff's time? If you take a look at the way that the Committee of Adjustments functions, up until last year, there was always 3 staff members that attended those meetings. Last year, that went down to 2. Now, all of a sudden, we're going to put another staff member back on there just to expend more staff time in areas that we really don't need them in. We pay nothing to have an alderman sit on there, Your Worship. I would support that we put 1 alderman on there, or councillor, I should say.
Thank you, Councillor. I have comments from Councillor Wayne.
If we're going to follow the trends in other Ontario communities, then we have to consider the fact that of the 147 municipalities surveyed about this, 77% had their Committee of Adjustments comprised solely of non-elected appointees. And even within just the Niagara region, Port Colborne is the only other municipality that has aldermen, councillors, whatever you want to call them, on the committee. In fact, I was informed by their CAO years ago that the only reason they had any political appointees to the committee at all was that he wasn't there the day the decision was made. If he had been, he would have argued against it. The clerk points out in his report, Doug Darbison in his report, points out that most committees of adjustment across Ontario do not include political employees in order that the decision-making responsibility is placed at arm's length from the local council. You keep people on there, even just 1, it's not totally at arm's length. The suggestions there, if council wishes to be apprised of the committee's actions, decisions, and or minutes of the committee could be provided to the council. That way we can still keep tabs on. In fact, we will, as a body, be able to keep a lot better tabs then on what is going on than now, because I never see anything coming out of there. I would far prefer for us all to get either minutes or notice of their decisions, and I'll know a lot more than I've known in the 9 years up till now. So I think, I'm not going to change my motion. I think 5 members, if no council appointees whatsoever, is the way to go. If not, well then, let's go with 7 members, 1 of them a council. But I think really keeping it at arm's length, as is done elsewhere across Ontario, is really the way to be.
Thank you, Councilor. You know, members of the council, I don't think this is a matter of governance as much as it is an appeal process. And notwithstanding the members of council who've attended and made their time commitment available to this committee in the past, I think in this case, it isn't governance more as it's an appeal process. I think Councilor Wing's comments are well made in respect of that. So I don't think, we're not talking about bringing extra staff people either. That my understanding is that this would be citizen appointees, so reducing the number to 5, but that's just my comment. Anybody else wanting to make a comment with respect to this before I call the vote? Having seen none, okay, we have a motion on the floor. All those in favor? 1, 2, 3. Opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Motion is denied. And we have another motion. Sorry, Councilor Pietrangelo.
Thank you, Your Worship. I would move that the committee be structured with 5 members and 1 member of council.
Okay. Moved by Councilor Pietrangelo, seconded by Councilor Thompson. Any discussion to that? Go ahead.
Your Worship, yeah. I guess I have a question through yourself to probably Dean. Would it be more prudent to have an odd number of people on the committee?
What are you talking, 5, or are you making it?
Well, 5 and 1, Your Worship, would equal 6, and would it be more prudent to have an odd number?
I thought you said 5 including 1? No, that wasn't your motion?
No.
5 plus 1?
5 plus 1.
I don't know
if that's the case, Your Worship, then I'll make a motion for 6 plus 1 if we should be having an odd number of people on the committee.
Okay, I'm confused because I thought the recommendation was 5, including a councillor. That's not the case.
No.
Mr. Clerk.
I know what the recommendation is. It's for 6 people, and you're wondering whether having an even number will mean more tie votes. And
That's right.
I really don't have any kind of insight that I can give you. You probably, Councilor Pietrangelo, you've been on the committee of adjustment, so you would maybe have a better gauge as far as how those votes play out. Do you think if having 1 less person will lead to more tie votes? That really, you would probably have more insight into that.
Okay. If it's not a policy, Your Worship, then I'll stick with 5 plus 1.
Okay.
That would be my motion.
To clarify, it's 5?
5 members at large and 1 council member.
Okay. And the seconder's approving that? Fine. Any discussion further? Having seen none, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, please. 5, 6, 7. Okay. And opposed? 1. Okay, thank you. Motion is carried. Okay, next is the CAO's report with regard to Niagara Falls Hydro, the corporate governance and appointments to boards of directors. We have a very detailed report, and we have present council who, and also the president of Niagara Falls Hydro to address this matter. So if they be called, we have Mr. Wilkie and Mr. Lustig are here for any input if required. So, Mr. Lustig, do you want to make a presentation first? Would you like to elaborate? Please. Please come forward. Okay.
Thank you, Your Worship. Again, for the record, it's Ed Lustig. What we've attempted to do in this letter is to provide council with information to move forward with the government structure. And we've tried to make it clear that in putting forward an option, which is included along with background information, we want council to be comfortable and know that this is not anything more than an option. It's not mandatory, it's not prescriptive, it's up to the council to decide. But in conceiving this option, you can be sure that we did give it some thought. It wasn't just whim. We thought about what might work, but we felt that it might be helpful to the council to have something for council so that they could use it as a starting point, or perhaps to use it entirely. So that's kind of the way that we approached this subject. So you have background in this report that a lot of the members probably are aware of, because some have served on hydro for some period of time, but hopefully without boring people, the progression of the hydro board as it's evolved has been first before 2000 you had an elected commission. There were 4 elected people who ran for commissioner in the election cycle, and then the mayor sat on the commission ex officio as a consequence of his office as person commission prior to 2000. And the government of Ontario, the Harris government, made extensive changes to the electricity industry in Ontario, and one of the changes that took place was to give municipalities in the province the direct ownership for their utility as part of a much larger picture of changes, or much larger group of changes that were proposed just prior to 2000. As a consequence of that, this city, like many cities, opted to incorporate the hydro into a corporation under the Business Corporations Act, because at that time, we were in this brave new world of change in the whole area of electricity. There was a thought that there would be an open market. There was a thought that there would be quite a market for retail. There was the devolution of Ontario Hydro into hydro generation and into Hydro One, the transmission. And so, taking that up, we here in the city of Niagara Falls, and when I say we, I actually participated in this, we decided to incorporate Niagara Falls Hydro. And so what many people perhaps didn't completely comprehend at the time, certainly, personally, I sort of glossed over the fact, was that what we did was we actually created 3 companies, not just one. And the reason that we created 3 companies was because it was thought at the time that we would have an opportunity for retail. And the regulator, Ontario Energy Board, told us that we couldn't have a retail as part of the regulated LDC, the licensed distribution company. So those 2 functions, operations, had to be separated. And once you separated the 2, you had to have a holding company in the corporate structure so that it could hold the 2 operating sides. So in essence, 3 companies were established as a consequence of the changes to the electricity industry. And initially, the first council had 10 members, on the same 10 members on all 3 boards, and it was the mayor, again, ex officio. There were 7 members of the public, the president of Hydro, and 1 member of council. And so that was the first commission, or first incorporated structure after 2000. And then the next council, in 2003-2004, changed that to a certain extent. The structure was reduced by 1 to 9. Again, the mayor, ex officio, on the commission. There were 3 members of council instead of 1, and there was 5 members of the public appointed. I think that adds up to 9. I hope so. So that was the structure that the last council dealt with. And again, all 3 boards were the same. And so then you had 2 other events that actually took place last year. One was the conclusion of negotiations that had been started sometime earlier to merge a key part of Niagara Falls Hydro, the wires company, the licensed distribution company, with the wires company of the merged municipality, Pelham, West Lincoln, and Lincoln, the Penn West organization. And those discussions were taken up here at the council, and ultimately an agreement in principle was accepted by the council, and we're currently working through agreements, helping with the due diligence and the work to bring that to a conclusion. And that was one aspect that took place last year that's important to this report, because in the post-merger situation, you're going to have a merged wires company, a merged LDC, and there will be 4 members from the merged Penn West, 4 members from Niagara Falls. And so that's important because, as you can see, option, we've sort of thought ahead to what we're going to be dealing with when the merger is concluded. And then the other thing that occurred after 2000 and last year, actually, was the rules that require independency between the licensed distribution company and its affiliates was put in place, and as a result of that, we changed the membership, essentially, of the holdco to comply with the rule that 1/3 of the members of the licensed distribution company had to be independent. And so changes were made to holdco and changes were made to servco, and those are shown in Schedule B to the report. That's the current situation that you have right now. So, That's the background, and if you want me to stop at this stage, if there's anybody who has any questions about what's occurred, I can deal with that, and then I can go on with the option.
Members of council, any questions of Mr. Lustig at this point? Councillor Thompson?
Thank you. I don't know whether Mr. Lustig or Brian, but I noticed that with the merger taking place, MergeCo, that there are 4 representatives from West and 4 from... what is the difference between clients, Niagara Falls, compared to West?
We have served about 32,000 customers, and West serves roughly 16,000. So,
and yet they have equal representation on the board.
You have a very good question, and if you recall the process, John, we were in probably several, I think maybe as much as 6 or 8 months ago. What we found was that in order to do the deal with them, that we would have to have it. They wanted an equal representation. And so we agreed to the equal representation, but only on the basis that our shareholder, the council, would have the opportunity to override certain decisions that would be made by the board. And those decisions would then have to flow up
to the city council?
Well, to the our proposal is that is what the city council is.
All right, so that explains, if we're the big gun and they're the little guys, why they would have equal representation. We have veto power or whatever.
That's right, and there's a list, and I brought it with me, in fact. It's a list of 27 items. In fact, it is 27. Are so significant that the council felt that those decisions would have to be made by them. They wouldn't allow it to go to the people. And what we've done as well is in the percentages that I gave you just earlier, the 33 and the 16, that's roughly 2/3. But our valuation, we did a kind of an independent valuation, and we came up with a preliminary number of about 73%. So Niagara Falls, we own 73%. That's based on the type of customers that we serve.
That was the way that the deal was done that way, Councillor Thompson. That was an issue that came up, and to do the deal, that was how we solved that problem.
Yes, Councillor Arnold.
And I think it's important to stress to council that at the time, Alderman Campbell, Morocco, myself, and the mayor sat on every update of that, and the board had to approve the terms of our negotiating committee through the whole process. So we were kept updated. And as a matter of fact, even at our annual general meetings that were open to all members of council, that they were updating us on information. They held an information session that 4 of us attended. It was the board, along with Alderman Carrier, came out and they explained the merger and the terms. So they've kept council and the Hydro Board updated every step of the way. So we were really quite comfortable in the direction that they were going.
That's the question. If those are the questions with respect to the background, I can move to the option.
Please, if you would.
So the option is to essentially have the council the sole representatives on the holdco. And going back to what I said earlier about how this developed, if we had to go back to 2000, maybe we thought about it a little bit more, that's probably the way we might have done it back in 2000, because really, Holdco is a holding company. That's what it is. It's the holder of the ownership, and that's really the city of Niagara Falls. It's not the operating company. And if you hadn't got into retail back in 2000, you wouldn't have even had a Holdco. It would have come directly from the council to the appointments of the hydro company. And so, in a sense, Holdco is only, I won't say it's artificial, but it's only an emanation of what you had to do in order to make the regulations work, to split the retail from the operating license distribution. So it's our sense that that makes some sense, that you have all of the members of council, or members of council as the representatives on Holdco. And then the Hydro Inc., the LDC, our sense there is that if you're moving into, in the post-merger period, a board of MergeCo that has 4 from each, it makes some sense to be prepared for that and not have to make appointments and then get rid of them in 3 or 4 months. So our sense there was that you have the same number 4 as you're going to have after the merger is concluded. And so that's how we came up with that idea. And then finally, with respect to the actual composition of LDC, you need to be careful that you don't violate the 1/3 rule, the ARC requirements. And so in the current situation, you couldn't have more than 2 members of council because the affiliates are the city, Holdco, and Servco. So in order to avoid any breach of these rules regarding ARC, given a 4-person board at LDC, you can't have more than 2. And so that's how we came to 2. With respect to Servco, the truth is that Servco is a very minor part of the whole family. It's turned out that retail may have a future, but at the present time, there's really just one contract that Servco handles. It's the water billing for the city. And so there's no real, is that correct? There's no real need to have a full board, it seems, and that also is in line with not only ARC, but also what you already had, which was a 1-person Servco. So that's the option, and like we said earlier and I've stressed in the report, there are lots of variables. Hopefully this gives you something to work with, and we're open to any suggestions.
Okay, thank you. And any questions of Mr. Lustig? Yes, Councilor Ioannoni?
Thank you. And I have to write council on here just to remind myself. On your Schedule C, where you have the City of Niagara Falls, the affiliate, then all members of council are Holdco directors, and then we go down to the LDC, where it says board directors comprised of 2 council members, including the mayor. So you're saying that has to be 1 council member and the mayor?
No. Why we did that was that one thing that was consistent in the period that we covered from pre-2000 to current was that there was always on the board.
But that was a vote of this council.
You're right. In drafting this, we felt it was appropriate for us to leave it as it was, and you have the right to make whatever decisions you want in that respect. But for us to have assumed that you would make a change from having mayor always on board would have been for us to, I guess, take a position that was contrary to what you've done in the past, but that's up to you entirely.
So I would like to see that changed. I would like to see that be 2 members of council elected by the Holdco board, any 2 members of council, not specifying any certain member of council. Does that have to, maybe through the chair to the clerk, does that have to be done via motion after we accept what structure we're taking, or while we're accepting? Like, can I make that motion now before we pick a structure? Like, I'm confused in the order that we're supposed to be going.
Mr. Clerk?
No, this...
There's been a certain amount of tradition, Alderman Carrier, or Councilor Carrier, you want to make a comment?
Excuse me, no, I have the floor.
But you're asking a question, right?
I asked the clerk for clarification.
Well,
I just wanted to know the order that we're supposed to be going. Are we supposed to adopt the report, then make changes, or can we make changes?
Okay. Mr. McDonald wants to address that.
Yeah, I would suggest we've had some discussion on exactly that point, and to be honest, I don't think you need to change the report at all to reflect your intentions. It's just, so you have the, if you accept this report as it is, you're leaving that authority to the holding company to appoint up to 2 political appointments, and that may include the mayor or may not. That's really the intent. So you don't have to change anything. When you get to the point where you're going to make the appointments, then you can, as a council, appoint whoever you want, as long as it's no more than 2 politicians.
So within Holdco, it can be any 2?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. That's all I want to know.
Yes, Councilor Carrier.
Thank you, Your Worship. If there's not a whole lot of dialogue left, I would move the proposed option for governance structure for the Niagara Falls Hydro family of companies to be as it's described in Schedule C.
Second.
Okay. We have a mover and a seconder. Any discussion? Having seen none, all those in favor? Motion's carried unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Here's the presentation. I'm sorry?
Motion to go past 11.
Yes, motion to go past 11 p.m. Councilor Pietrangelo and Councilor Diodati. All those in favor? Any opposed? The motion is carried. Thank you. Okay. Ratification of Community Services Committee action. Sorry? I'm sorry? Oh, I'm sorry, yes, there's a third one. Members of council, please, your attention. We have a report, actually, CAO's report with regard to Public Library Board appointments. Mr. Clerk, do you want to address this?
Not really. Report's the report.
Any questions about the report? Councillor Diodati.
Now, in regard to the appointments that we're referring to?
Yes.
Yes, Your Worship, I would move that we, as in past practice have done with the balloting system, I would move that we do it the same as we've always done it and not alter it for the appointments for this year.
Well, we have a mover and a seconder, and I think you might want some input, though, before we cast a call to vote.
No?
I'm not sure if we had this issue. Members of council, what's your pleasure? You want to do it the same as it has been? Okay. All those in favor, then? Opposed? Anything on it?
Abstain, because it's a legal matter.
Right. There's a matter before us that came to regional council, and Karen Kelly would like to address this. We addressed this at the region with regard, members of council. You should be aware.
Are you asking for an opinion from Karen Kelly?
Yes, I am. I know, but I think you have to address the matter of it, Ms. Kelly. We had the same thing come before us at regional council.
Your Worship, the clerk did bring this to my attention, and he did ask my opinion sometime, I guess, last week, and we had some discussion with respect to it. And I did point him, and we did look at, discuss the issue. I mean, certainly, Section 244 of the Municipal Act clearly provides that there is no opportunity for a secret vote in the municipal sector, but for two separate and very distinct instances. Those are clearly provided for under the Municipal Act. One of those instances is where you're electing the upper tier regional chair, and the other is in the instance where you're electing a committee chair in the absence of a committee chair, and that's only a new provision under the Bill 130 that's recently passed as of January 1st of this year. Otherwise, and quite frankly, this is nothing new. This is under the old Municipal Act, even prior to 2001. So although this might be historically the way that things have been done, it is not the something new with respect to the state of the law. It is the case, as has been the case under the previous Municipal Act. The legislation is quite specific that the right to do a secret vote by ballot is specifically excluded under the Municipal Act, which means that you cannot do a secret ballot and have your actions be anything but potentially voided. And in fact, the potential consequences of electing or appointing by way of secret ballot, I would suggest to you would be that the appointments may have to be made again. Secondly, that the boards by which someone is appointed to may not have quorum as a result of you proceeding by way of such an appointment, and it could impact any decisions that could flow from those persons being appointed to them. There could also be liability arising as a result of the board's decisions and or to the person directly to whom is appointed in any good faith obligations to them. And frankly, so you ought not proceed. That would be my legal advice on that basis. That's what the Municipal Act provides us with.
Thank you, Ms. Kelly. I have requests for comments from Councillor Carrier and Councillor Pietrangelo.
Thank you, Your Worship. After listening to that, though, this is the way it's always been. The way we've been doing it in the past. Nothing's changed in the law.
Unfortunately, I have to tell you that no.
So we've always done it the way we've done it, and we've always done it wrong.
That's correct.
And Councilor Carrier, the same surprised response came at the regional council when we were advised of this. I should tell you, members of council, that the ministry requested information from the ministry. They confirmed the case, and what Ms. Kelly is telling us is exactly what we heard from the regional solicitor in regard to that. In fact, they put off the selection process for that very purpose until clarification could be made. And so what we heard was the act had not changed, but that the process that had been engaged in this area was contravening the spirit and the intent of the municipal act.
And my other question, Your Worship, would be, who would be looking into this? Who would be the policing person, or who's going to come back and challenge us on this?
Ms. Kelly?
There is a provision in the Municipal Act whereby any person can actually bring an application to set aside the appointment, so it doesn't actually require the appointee or the board to whom the person is appointed to bring an application. So it does not need to be the person who has been appointed, but it could in fact be any person who wanted to challenge that person.
Thank you. It seems very unfair, Your Worship. We've got 16 people putting their name forward to be volunteers, and I wouldn't want to see any one of them embarrassed or put on the side, having a vote in the paper, and so-and-so got this many votes, and so-and-so got that many votes, so I'm just going to stick with my vote.
Okay. Councilor Peter Ansel.
Your Worship, it seems quite evident that we can't do the voting in private anymore, so I think we have a decision to make. I think maybe we'll let Mr. Arafita pass out the ballots, and those of us that want to participate will participate. Those of us that don't won't.
Well, if I could offer you this recommendation, the regional council dealt with it accordingly. They took a ballot with the name of a councilor, and the ballot was in that person's name, and they made a selection. In this case, if it's 8 people, they selected 8 people. The difference was the ballots were not destroyed, and the names were not read, so there wasn't going to be embarrassing anybody in terms of what happened. The selected people were selected, and the ballots were held by the clerk and not destroyed, so it wasn't a private, or it wasn't a secret ballot. Obviously, the public has access to that information today at the region, and they can access it. The feeling at the region was that it would be, in this case, you're selecting peers. It was a selection of the chair. It was a selection of other council chairs. And the feeling was it would be divisive amongst council, amongst their own peers, to have to make that decision. But that was clearly understood as a fact of life. And it didn't work in a negative way. It went, and time had passed, and there wasn't any challenge, so it was a valid point. So I have a concern that I think Ms. Kelly is making a good point to us, that we have a process here that we've always engaged in long before I was here, and it's happened at the regional level. But I think, as you heard, any member of the public can challenge the decision, come forward, and I think we have an incumbency to do what's right. But again, it's a decision of this council majority. So I have requests to speak from Councillor Wing and Councillor Iannone.
The way we did it before was wrong. At least it was the democratic way. There's, as I outlined in an email earlier today, there's so many problems with what's being proposed right now, and I don't think anybody was disagreeing with me when I said, that this could lead to the selection of purely political appointees. People feel they better vote for those to whom they think they owe favors, whether it's somebody who donated to their campaign, stuck their election sign on their lawn, whatever, rather than the people who they think are the best ones according to their applications for actually doing the job. The idea that the ballots be kept by the clerk in the council meeting file and available for examination, I have a problem with that as well. There's no privacy for those who put their names forward as applicants. If they didn't get any votes, or they got 1 vote, then the world can know that. Really, we're just going so far with this openness and accountability and transparency, which I am a great advocate, but we're going so far right now that we're in the process of becoming undemocratic. I think there's a really reasonable limits to everything, and anonymous votes are the way to go when you're in a spot where you have to choose one community-minded person over another. I think maybe the way to go is just all, let's appoint all 16 people. Whoever wants to be on a committee, let's put them on then. Then we don't have put in this spot of potentially embarrassing people, opening ourselves to criticism from somebody. Okay, I will move that we appoint all the applicants to the library board.
Yeah. Well, we have a motion on the floor, first of all, to deal with, so the clerk would like to make a comment. Mr. Clerk?
Well, you can't appoint them all, although that would be nice, because there is a bylaw in place that sets the numbers for the library board, so you'd have to change that bylaw. I appreciate council's concern. I appreciate the awkwardness of the situation. I appreciate that you don't necessarily want your votes scrutinized, and usually the voting process, for the most part, when it comes to elections, especially elections of elected representatives, is private and takes place in the ballot box or in a, behind a screen. However, you've been elected to make decisions in the community. One of the decisions that you're making is the appointment of whether it's yourself as peers on certain committees or citizens. I saw the way you guys used to make the appointments before I was the clerk, and the first time I became the clerk, seemed like a good idea to me. Subsequently, I was thumbing through the Municipal Act and saw that it wasn't appropriate, and I wasn't really going to make an issue out of it, because I think it seemed to work, but the issue has come to the forefront. It came to the forefront at the region, as Mayor Selsey indicated, so it is the staff's responsibility to alert you to what the law says, and the ramifications thereof, which were outlined by Ms. Kelly. In one sense, most of the appointments you make are for advisory committees, which in and themselves don't have any power. They're making recommendations to council, and council is ultimately making those decisions. So I'm not so sure that anybody would call into question any decisions of those advisory committees. But in some other instances, whether you're talking about Committee of Adjustment, the Public Library Board, or maybe even the Municipal Heritage Committee, which are come from provincial statute, those decisions that those bodies make in the future could be challenged because you didn't go through the proper process. So, staff's alerting you of this. I fully appreciate your concerns. I fully appreciate where you're coming from, but it's our responsibility to tell you what the law says, and, I wish we could give you a better answer on that. Actually, Mr. McDonald whispered in my ear, I know some other municipalities have been grappling with this issue. What they have done is that, whether it's been with some council input, they've taken the nominees that have applied for various committees, they've actually made recommendations saying, these 2 people or these 8 people are the best qualified. That's something to mull over. The only appointments we're making tonight are the Public Library Board, and that was done because of a statutory requirement that they have to have their board in place 60 days after the new council has been sworn in, and we wouldn't have been able to hold that off till February 5th. So that appointment does have to take place tonight.
Councilor Rinaldi and Councilor Maves.
Is there through you to the clerk, is there something in the act that precludes us from having the ballots destroyed after we vote?
Well, it becomes a secret ballot if you do that. They have to be available.
I've got copies of the act that I can pass around, and I've circled the appropriate sections, and basically Section 244 of the Municipal Act, open voting, and other than the exception of that Ms. Kelly outlined regarding the appointment of the regional chair, no vote shall be taken by ballot or by any other method of secret voting, and every vote so taken is of no effect. I can pass this around if you want to look at it yourself, but it was referred to in the report.
Councilor Maves?
Through you, Your Worship, to Mr. Garcia. Is there a limit on how many vote for? Can you let the other vote for 1 if we prefer?
Yeah, that's clearly up to you. You can vote for up to 8. You don't have to vote for 8. In this situation, you've got 16 candidates for 8 positions, but nothing's requiring you to vote for 8 people. You can vote for 1 or 0 even if you want.
And we abstain from voting.
Well, you can. I mean, I can't force you to vote. I mean, I think there's political ramifications of that in the sense that you've been elected to make certain decisions, and the public may or may not criticize you for abstaining because you want to avoid public embarrassment.
To my staff, I was wondering what also happens if we all abstain, because we don't like the method of the voting.
Well, as far as the Public Library Board, they wouldn't have anybody, I guess. I don't know. I sort of talked to Mr. Longwell about that. What if we didn't do the appointments on January 22nd? I mean, he was of the opinion that the police board, the Public Library Police Board wouldn't come down after us, but none exists. But, you know, I just being a little humorous there. I mean, the fact is, you can't kind of just not do anything, because there's got to come a point where, especially whether it's the library board or a committee of adjustment, those are statutorily required appointments. I mean, we were talking about too many committees. Maybe this is a way to get rid of them all at once.
Yes, I have Councillor Ioannoni and Councillor Wing.
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion that we send a resolution to the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing objecting to this portion of the municipal
It's not going to solve our
act.
problem tonight. We can do that later, but it won't solve our
Actually, I'm
problem.
putting a motion on now.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor, but we have to deal with that.
No, we already did have a motion.
Yeah, we have a motion on the floor.
What is the new motion? I thought we
The
passed
motion,
it.
you wanted to make the motion to have the secret ballot. And I'm saying to you...
We passed that.
Well, we haven't voted on it.
Yeah, you did.
Did we get it recorded?
Well,
I didn't get to vote on that, did you?
I know that everybody's hand went up, but I know,
Oh, yeah, sorry. That's right, you're correct.
questioned whether the vote, you
It's
know,
legal.
whether we should get some legal advice on that, and we did. So, I mean, I would suggest that, I'm not sure what force and effect the vote has due to the issues we've already talked about.
Member of the council, I can tell you that the regional councils were just as concerned, and they listened to the advice of legal counsel to make sure that their actions were correct. And that was a surprise to everyone, just as much as it is there as well. So I think you may have to tough it out and make a decision with respect to how you vote, and let that be available. So I have Councillor Wing and Councillor Pietrangelo.
Alderman Ioannoni beat me to the punch. I was going to suggest it's time we send a resolution to the ministry about this, pointing out the problems that it creates and the potential for division in the community, and they're not the perfect, not the perfect board to be selected. I was also going to point out that we already had a motion on this. It passed. We can proceed with secret ballot. I think there's a number of us otherwise who are not going to be voting at all, and it could come down to one or two people selecting people, the new members of the library board. So I think, let's go ahead with the motion that passed, the secret balloting as we've always done it, and if it gets challenged, then we'll deal with it then. If it doesn't, then we're not doing anything different than we have in past
Karen
years.
Kelly looks like she wants to make a comment. Ms. Kelly?
Your Worship, I think, if I recall, and I just threw you to the clerk, was that motion passed before the legal advice or after?
Before.
Then I would recommend through you to Your Worship that the motion ought to be put back on the floor after the legal advice, so that the consequences are quite clearly on the floor.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate the advice. Councillor Pietrangelo?
Before I make that comment, Your Worship, I wanted the motion to go back on the floor.
Yes, I think we should bring it back to the floor, and I think it's good advice.
Your Worship, I think that the debate is really getting old. We've been told time and time again that we can't do it. We just don't like the answer. But we can't change the answer right now. So could we please just have the ballots? And then whoever wants to abstain can abstain, Your Worship. I mean, this is really getting old.
Well, Councillor Thompson?
Yes, I thought there was another solution to the problem that I had heard somewhere, that where you can do your voting, as has been suggested, when the results are determined, that you would bring it back from the scrutineer and say, well, this is a committee, and that is appropriate for the library, and have another vote on it. Is that something that you could do?
Ms. Kelly?
Your Worship, through you to Councillor Thompson, I'm not quite clear on exactly what it is that he's describing, but if what he's describing is that he would have a closed meeting discussion about the appropriate candidates, then come out and have an open council, non-secret vote?
No, I'm saying that we go through with the balloting, when the scrutineers come back with the people who are the top 8, that the council makes a motion choosing that as an appropriate committee for through one vote, rather than pretending we're doing a secret ballot and getting around it that way. The other solution is, we just pass the resolution that we're all gender neutral now, and we have to have some things collectively behind us to do the decision-making here.
Ms. Kelly?
Is that possible?
If you give me a second with the clerk, I think I can work something out.
Okay.
I know you guys want to talk amongst yourselves.
I'm going to declare a 5-minute recess, members of council.
in terms of the closed meeting requirements. So, you can't get yourself in to discuss the shortcomings, and frankly, all we could come up with was exactly what we've originally started out with, which is the vote has to be a public vote, and it's specifically set out that way in the Municipal Act.
And Ms. Kelly, I take this matter as a serious matter, and I can tell you the region did the same. You can contact the minister if you wish, the minister's office, and I'm sure you'll get the same opinion that was given to the regional council. So I have concerns that this council may be treading on some very, very thin ice here, and I've got concerns about that point.
I guess without any further ado, I'll distribute the ballots.
Well, you got advice, and the question was whether we received advice before or after. We made a motion before we received the legal advice, and now we have the advice. Go ahead. Pardon? Okay, Councilor Pietrangelo moves to withdraw. Is there a seconder to that? Okay, Councilor Carrio. Discussion. Councilor Pietrangelo?
Yeah, I'll speak to it, Your Worship. I mean, I just feel right now like we're that driver that doesn't like the seatbelt law and says, you know what, I'm not going to wear my seatbelt. I don't care what kind of laws are in place. I mean, the laws are in place for a reason. We didn't make them. We don't have to like them, but I do believe that we have to conform to them. It's the same thing that we say to our residents, right? So, what we live by, Your Worship, we should follow.
I agree. Okay. Councilor Carrio?
Your Worship, I'd seconded that in order to withdraw it, because after I heard the legal opinion of our solicitor, I wouldn't want to go through all this trouble and then find out that the people that we choose are not binding, and they have no authority. And if it only takes one person in the city to challenge it, it's going to get challenged, Your Worship.
Okay. Councilor Diodati.
Then my legal question would be, what about the last years of appointments? Are they all unofficial, illegal? Are they challengeable? Are we open? Are we wide open?
Ms. Kelly?
Through you, Your Worship, certainly they could be open to challenge. I would suggest to you that any of those appointments that have expired or that have already gone by, in all likelihood, those we are I would be comfortable on. Those have expired, they have taken place, no one has challenged those, and we should be fine on those. In terms of any of the appointments that are not yet expired, I would suggest that the clerk and I should speak, and we should perhaps revisit those appointments in due course in the same way as we are going to be relooking at the appointments in past years. Or
yes, the clerk
upcoming appointments.
Yeah, just to add to what Ms. Kelly said, I mean, the good thing is that we are doing all these appointments in the next few weeks, so any of those advisory committees, and like I said, the advisory committees I'm not so concerned about, because those recommendations come to this council, and council are the ones that make the decision, so I'm not sure that those would ever be challenged. It's more these other appointments like Library Board, like Municipal Heritage Committee, like Committee of Adjustment. But the good thing is that we're making our new appointments, and that those bodies probably don't have any meetings between now and the next set of appointments, hopefully. So, but Ms. Kelly and I will look over any areas that may be of concern.
Ms. Kelly?
And just to add further to that, I mean, in terms of the liability that would flow from decisions by persons who may have been appointed on those boards, and the kind of liability, I mean, presumably you've got a library board that has 8 appointees, and they have other members sitting on that board as well. Someone may, in order for that board to have quorum and for them to have a decision that would fall as a result of our appointees, with 8 appointees, that's quite significant, but a lot of the other boards that we appoint, our numbers may not have quite the same kind of impact.
Well, whether it's 1 or 8, it's still the same law. And Councilor Carrio?
Not to prolong this, Your Worship, but in the past we did not know. Now we've been told, now we know.
That's right. That's right. Councilor Diodati, do you want to make a comment? Okay. And members of council, I don't know what there is to fear in respect of your decision, in respect of your selection. you're going to be accountable, so that the accountability is there, so, yes.
I think that the one thing we have to fear down the road is that this is going to dissuade some really good people from running from some of these boards for fear of embarrassment, that they may not get a vote or something, and it becomes public. So I really think this is really an unfair thing, and I like what Janice's motion was, and I hope you're going to entertain that later on. Thank you.
I'm sorry, what was that? I missed the point.
I think Councillor Wing was going to make a motion that we write to...
the minister, yes, certainly.
For the resolution?
Mr. Garrison, yes, okay, we can do that, but that's not going to solve our problem tonight.
Yeah, but we already had that motion on the floor.
Yes, okay. You want, as far as writing the minister? Yes, sure, that's no problem, but that won't solve the problem tonight. So, Councillor Thompson.
Yes, thank you. Can we just get on with this, keep the ballots at the clerk's office, that's all we can do.
Okay. Wait a second. Wait, on what? We have a motion to reconsider that you made. Yes, the withdrawal, that's right. Okay, and that's been seconded by Alderman Carrier, Councilor Carrier. Okay, so we have that. Would you like a recorded vote on that? Okay, call that vote. Motion is to withdraw.
After hearing legal advice that council withdrawal, it's approved motion made prior. Alderman Diodati? Alderman Fisher?
I'm sorry, would you repeat that?
That after receiving legal advice, the council withdraw their approved motion from before, which was to vote in secret. Sorry? In favor? Yeah, thank you. Alderman Iannoni?
In favor?
Alderman Carrio?
For.
Alderman Maves?
For.
Alderman Peter Angelo?
Aye.
Alderman Thompson?
Yes.
Alderman Wing?
Aye.
Oh, okay. I wasn't sure if that was a belch or not. It didn't, Mayor Celsi? For. Okay, it carries. I will pass out the ballots, and although we still need someone to count the ballots, because 8, so if you can appoint a couple of staff people to count the ballots.
Motion to appoint members of staff, recommendations,
Ken
Burton and Ms. Kelly. And all those in favor? Motion is carried. Thank you. Pardon?
What's that? No, we're not using the vote tabulating machines.
And then I'll get it to the press.
They gotta give me 5 minutes afterwards.
If we've completed the voting, maybe we can go on to the next order of business. Okay. All voting complete?
One more.
again at midnight?
Okay. We're complete as far as the voting goes. Members of council, the next item on the agenda is the ratification of Community Services Committee actions. Councillor Iannone, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The following items are to be ratified from tonight's meeting of Community Services Committee. Alderman Iannone, myself, be elected as chair of the Community Services Committee. Alderman for this term. Alderman Peter Angelo be elected for chair of Corporate Services Committee for this term. That the minutes of the December 11th, 2007 meeting be approved. Under reports, A, that Murray Street, Stanley Avenue directional signage report be received for the information of council, and that a report be brought back to the committee detailing the city's options available to the Main Street EA and the analysis of the traffic information collected to date. That a parking restriction on Valley Way between Drummond Road and Bellevue be deferred, and that the report be brought back to the committee with detailed diagrams. That staff proceed to negotiate with M.S.&J. Restaurant for the lease of city-owned property at 5401 Ferry Street for parking purposes. That staff negotiate with IMS for the fine grading of the proposed park on Montrose Road, and that the city not pay the legal fee submitted by Mr. Ungaro on behalf of Mr. Puttick related to the Greater Niagara Transit Commission. That a report be brought forward detailing the issues between Mr. Puttick and the Transit Commission, and that a comparison of studies of transits in other municipalities. I don't remember that. And that's put forward.
You're making that motion to approve? Moved by Councillor Iannone, seconded by Councillor Wing. Any discussion with regard to the ratification of Community Service Committee actions? Having seen none, all those in favor? Motion is carried. Thank you. Move on to the consent agenda. Are there any items that you wish to have removed out of the consent agenda? If not, we'll take one vote for the entire matter. Councillor Diodati? So moved. Second by Councillor Peter Angelo. Any discussion? Having said none, all those in favor? Motion is carried. The next item on the agenda is a matter of the sale of lands, a bylaw to authorize the execution of an offer to purchase from Canadian Niagara Hotels to the Corporation of the City of Niagara Falls respecting the purchase of lands being part of Part 3 on Reference Plan 59R-5277 and Part 3 on Reference Plan 59R-12916 in the City of Niagara Falls in the regional municipality. Can I have a motion to introduce the bylaw and the bylaw be given a first reading? Moved by Councillor Peter Angelo, second by Councillor Thompson. You've heard the motion. Any questions?
You're actually supposed to ask if any...
Yes, by the way, is there anybody here who has any interest in the lands being conveyed? Is there anyone present who has any interest in lands being conveyed? And for the third time, is there anyone here who has an interest in lands being conveyed? Having seen none, then the bylaw, we've had the bylaws, a motion to give the bylaws first reading, moved and seconded. All those in favor?
I would suggest that someone's here, you do the whole...
Okay, should we do them all? Fine, we can do that. Are there any additional then? One moment, please. Mr. Clerk, are there any additional bylaws or amendments to the bylaws? Having seen none, then, we have a motion then, Councilor Peter Angelo, to introduce the bylaws. Bylaws be given a first reading, correct? And seconded? Okay, that's done. All those in favor? Sorry?
I have a question on a couple of the bylaws.
Okay.
Thank you. My first question is on bylaw 2007-06. That's to execute the consulting agreement with Henry W. Joseph Realty in regards to the preparation of the economic evaluation of the downtown revitalization program. I voted against that the first time it came. I'm wondering if we want to reconsider hiring this consultant in light of limiting our spending to the downtown, and perhaps maybe asking Mr. Lickman, if he really is still interested in engaging the city, that he provide the Gibbs planning study that should have been provided us to the first place, and not go to the taxpayer and ask him to substantiate his claims of what he could bring.
Mr. McDonald?
Yeah, it's, Your Worship, it's just a bit late for that. Actually, the study is almost complete. We're just late getting the bylaw here just because of the
So
time.
you do things before the bylaws?
Well, we did approve the report, and we did, council did authorize us to hire this person. We just didn't get back to the bylaw. And you recall on several occasions, we did indicate we were hoping to have the report done by the end of January. So I'm we have had several meetings with them, and it's just okay.
And the clerk wishes to make a comment.
Yeah, just related to that, especially when it comes to consultant agreements, a lot of times they start doing the work and, there's legal, their lawyers are passing the actual wording of the actual agreements back and forth, but they're fully engaged right when council makes the original approval. So this is a bit of an administrative and housekeeping bylaw.
Thank you. Any other questions with regard to bylaws? Having seen none, you've heard the motion. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion's carried. On that specific item? Okay, we have two councilors, Councilor Ring and Councilor Ioannoni, with respect to that item. We have a motion to give the bylaws a second and third reading, moved by Councilor...
Field bylaws 2005 to 2024, read a first time.
Thank you. A motion to give the bylaws a second and third reading, Councilor Pietrangelo, seconded by Councilor Maves. You've heard the motion. Any further questions or comments? No, having seen none, all in favor? Motion's carried.
Bylaws 2005 to 2024, read a second and third time and passed.
New business. Okay, Councilor Fisher, Councilor Ioannoni.
Thank you. First of all, I would like to extend to the Niagara Falls Hydro, to GAMS, and to the men that work from the service center on the ice storm. It was a phenomenal job they did. I can't begin to tell you the phone calls I got complimenting the Niagara Falls Hydro, GAMS, and our service center employees for their work. The long hours, the extra work that they did, so I would like to make a motion to extend to them my best wishes, and hopefully council.
Motion by Councilor Fisher to extend congratulations or thanks to those people involved, seconded by Councilor Diodati. Any discussion? Having seen none, all those in favor? The motion's carried.
My next thought is a game. I'm coming back to the review and all the letters I'm still receiving. I just received some of them today, so Mr. Dulovic, I apologize you didn't get them in advance, but I did give them to Mr. Iacita as soon as I was able to get here. There were so many questions here, and I do want answers for them. And there's one here on Lamont, on Callan Street. All these questions that are being brought out of the village, and we don't have the answers. And I also have one here from Bella Senior Home. Now, they're asking, they have 100 and something residents there, and their basement filled with sewage. They lost their kitchen and laundry facilities, which are located in the lower level of the home, were floods with city sewage, and request information pertaining to the city's plan relating to evacuation. Apparently, when they called down to ask about the services on how you evacuate, what you do in an emergency plan, we quickly learned on the website did not contain the city's emergency plan, nor did it provide any updates regarding the pumping station situation. Alternately, we contacted the Ministry of Health and the Long-Term Care to provide guidance in the event of the evacuation. There's so many concerns here, and they really have a lot of problems, and we can't have this happening over and over again. What is our future solution? How are we going to solve this problem? This is not a one-time situation. This is many times people have had flooding of sewage for years. How are we going to, and when are we going to start solving the problems? That's what I need to know. In one of these reports, and I had it underlined here, and I'm not just sure where I've got it now, but it
Councilor Fisher,
says...
are you making this a motion, or are you making a request?
No, I want the answer. That's what I want. It says,
do you want to refer to staff, or do you want to refer to simply...
I'm going to refer it to, but I think the residents tonight are listening in to find out where you're coming from and where we're going. It says here, raw sewage coming into people's homes create dangerous situations. And it also says here that we have already, the regional pumping station, downspouts and weeping tile have been disconnected. Now, I'd like to know.
Mr. Dulovic, do you want to just make some general comments, please, if you could?
Yeah, through your worship, to the councillor. It's been a long, outstanding problem of flooding, not only in Chippewa, but throughout the city of Niagara Falls. There have been numerous reports that are brought to the various councils over time that talked about basement flooding, what the issues were. As a matter of fact, this council recently approved a commissioning of a pollution control plan that we have a consultant on that we've retained. That was done in July of 2005. And what it talked about was preparing a pollution control plan to address not only our combined sewer overflows in the city, but the basement flooding issue. There are reports going back to 1991 that I found, and I started here in 1990, so I'm quite familiar with it, about flooding that's gone on in Chippewa and the various works that's been done. A number of things have been identified that could be done. One of the issues that was identified was where the water was coming from. You got to understand, in Chippewa, it is a separated area. We have storm sewers out there. We have sanitary sewers out there. Lexington, where we've had flooding problems, same thing, we have separated systems. In a number of areas in the city, we have separated systems. And what staff has said over time, the water is coming from the weeping tile. It's inundating the sanitary sewer system. And what we've suggested in the past is that you get that water out of the sanitary sewer system. Quite frankly, there hasn't been the will to start to go into people's homes and telling them, you're going to stop having your weeping tile flows connected to the sanitary sewer system, because it requires going into their homes and requires sump pumps. As a result of the flooding that went on in Lexington, we commissioned some more studies, in particular in the Cable Road area, and those results are going to be available soon. One of the things we did look at was to analyze in detail what's going on with weepers and the flows that they're contributing. Recently, the town of Fort Erie has passed a bylaw requiring you to disconnect your weepers from the sanitary sewer system, and they're providing the funding to do that. We're getting a copy of that bylaw. We're going to be using that information, coming back to this council with the program on how best to solve the problem of basement flooding. This is not a problem that's just manifested itself recently. This has gone on for decades. We've done all kinds of different fixes out there that didn't require us to go into people's homes, where we've put in additional storage. We've increased capacity. Unfortunately, as I've said in the past, someone asked me, well, how much protection does that provide? I said, it provides limited protection, because there's always going to be a storm that comes along that's going to exceed the capacity that you've put into the system. And with talk of climate change and things like that, the discussion is that you've got to deal now with bigger storms. As I was explaining to someone, they always say, yeah, the joke is on the 100-year storm. We seem to be having this 1 in 100-year storm happen often. Well, you develop that, you look at what's happened in the past. You get 80 or 90 years worth of rainfall data, and you look at the statistics, and you say, this is the type of storm that you'll expect once every 50 years. But what's happening now with the climate change going on in this recent past, you're seeing these storms that happen more frequently. So your analysis is going to change as to how the frequency of storms that you can expect now. So we've got to take that into account. There's all kinds of information. As I was looking on the weekend, all the reports that have been presented to this council, the work that we've done over the years, the pollution control plans, the sewer separation programs, the work we've done down in Chippewa. There's more information coming out to this council giving the answers, but we know a lot of what the issue is. It's the weepers. It's a separated system. It's the weeping tile out there that's contributing the flows to the sanitary sewer system. To that end, staff is out there right now meeting with all those residents in Chippewa that had basement flooding. We are offering them the backwater valve sump pump program to install at city's cost. That's anywhere from $2,000 to $3,000. But I will tell you, we do have some residents out there that did get flooded, are not interested in the backwater valve, not interested in the sump pump, don't want it. They said, don't worry about it, it'll come in their home. In Lexington, when we had the flooding a couple of years ago, again, we went in there and did the backwater valve sump pump program. All the people that were flooded took it. There were 2 residents that weren't flooded that took it. The rest of the residents in Lexington said, no, thank you, not interested. I don't have water in my basement. I'm not interested in the sump pump. I said, but you're contributing to the flooding that your neighbors experience. They go, that's fine, not interested, because Typically, when there's a power failure, is during a rainstorm, and I need to have that sump pump. And even though we offer the battery backup sump pump, there's some difficult choices that are going to have to be made by this council on how we move forward to solve some of these basement flooding problems. It's easy in those combined sewer areas where we're doing some work now with, again, flooding that's gone on there over the last few years. We can address that because that's an easy fix. We're out in the street. But these other areas where we are separated is a difficult fix.
Well, Ed, seriously, we've all encountered water, and we all know that a sump pump is now important, and in every new home, you get a sump pump. But the sump pump's only as good as the hydro's on, unless you got a backup. And how many people understand you have to put in a backup on a sump pump? Absolutely crucial. Other than that, it's no good. Well, these people have had flooding sewage. Not once. Some of them say 4 times. That's a lot of times. There's got to be some way that we as a council, and them as their taxpayers, can start repairing the system. Even if it takes us 5 years, 10 years, but at least we have to begin. Yes, we got Lexington, but here we have reports over and over again, 4 times, that the insurance company said, go away, we don't want to hear from you no more. We're not even going to talk to you anymore. What do you do now? Who do you blame? Who do we blame? It's us. We, the city, have to correct the problem. No, it might have to take us 5 years, 8 years, 10 years. We've got to put money in and start the process. Can you tell me that that's a possibility? Can you tell me what this is going to cost as a big project?
You have a rough opinion. I've asked you for that opinion just recently as well.
Well, I'm not asking for accuracy. I'm talking about, give me a ballpark figure.
Let's let him try to explain it.
Through your worship to the councillor, there have been previous reports in the past that talks about tens of millions of dollars. Some of the long-serving councillors may recall, we had a program, we had an issue with the MOE back in the early 90s where they were ready to implement a development freeze because of flooding that was going on, overflows to the environment. We implemented a program 2 for 1, where every liter you added, you took 2 out to address these concerns. We had some problems with financing in the mid-90s where we got a bit of a break on the amount of money that we were spending. There is no quick fix to this. It's going to take years, it's going to take a lot of dollars, and it's going to take some will here to impose some solutions that people may not like. There will be reports forthcoming to this council that will address these issues. And it'll talk about what they are. We've got the problem in Chippewa. We've got problems in Lexington Courts. We got problems in the downtown area with flooding, and we're trying to address a whole bunch of different areas throughout the city where people have experienced basement flooding numerous times. I sympathize with the people in Chippewa. It's not just in Chippewa, it's throughout the city of Niagara Falls.
The people say no more Band-Aid solution. We want repairs. That is the kind of report I would like to see. What the cost is, what the program will be, and when it can be implemented with the blessing of this council.
That is something that staff is working on, and as I said, we've made a number of recommendations in the past that weren't acceptable.
When could we get some kind of report? Because I'm telling you, it's not funny.
As I said, we have retained a consultant to work on the pollution control plan that'll come up with a management strategy going forward. We're dealing with also a particular EA in the Kayla Road area, Lexington, where we had flooding. That, too, is going to come up with specific recommendations as well as costing.
Soon?
Over the next couple of months, some of these reports will start coming forward.
Say that one more time.
Over the next couple of months,
say it slower.
Over the next couple of months, reports will be coming forward.
Thank you.
Okay. Also, members of council, recently we heard from the region that they're working on their study as well, which in conjunction with the city, in regards to the Kayla Road matter. So I think they're about to come. I heard a comment last week at Public Works that they're about to come back in the next little while with that report. And I think that I'd like, if I could, Mr. Dulick, to put this into perspective. When I was contacted by the newspaper last week, I called Mr. Dulick to get information with regard to the discharge amounts, and I was given that information. I think this council knows that we've engaged in building a high-rate treatment plant at a cost of some $20 million plus, of which our portion was $10 million. Every time that pump pumps from, in Lexington, from the sanitary to the storm, we obviously obviously knows it has to go to the source, which is the river. I took time last year, a year and a half ago, to go to the discharge point at the Lower Rapids. We had people, we invited people to come to the opening of the testing of the types of systems that we had over at the central plant on Park Street. It was about a year and a half ago, Ed, is that correct? And we were presented a check by the region. We had a chance, those two systems are in place to determine how the high rate treatment plant is going to work. So all this information has been available to council. If you go down, you can check right now they're putting in the necessary underground system that we approved today, the purchase of lands for a pumping station, which really is the discharge point into the lower river. And I think, Mr. Dulick, you should put into perspective, as you explained to me today, how, in terms of the total volume that we discharge, we're doing the same. I think it's happening all across the province, if not the country. It's certainly, we're very, very cautious and concerned about this happening, but it's certainly not like it used to be, but it's still an issue. Can you give us an idea, in terms of perspective, how this sits?
So, Your Worship, try and answer your question as I understand it. It makes for good articles to talk about 11.1 million liters, and it makes for great copy, and I don't mean to trivialize the issue. That was from the 4 different areas that we pumped, that being Lexington, Front Street, Cattell, and Sarah on the day of December 1st. And I might add, every time we do pumping, we have to report to the MOE. This has been going on since the 80s. Various councils over the years have been informed of that. There was reports in 91, 95, 2004, 2005 that talked about pumping that's going on. We'll talk about the 11 million liters. Of that, 4.7 million liters was pumped from the Sarah-Cattell area, and that was over a 14-hour duration. You look at the flows that are in the Niagara River, over that 14 hours, the Niagara River flows at use the liters numbers, 3 million liters per second is flowing through the Niagara River. We pumped in 4.7 million liters over 14 hours. As a percentage of volume, that's 0.003%. It's quite inconsequential. And I don't mean to trivialize it, but you got to look at what is that in relation to the volume of the water in the Niagara River. Speaking to the Niagara region, they have no concern as to the impact on their water treatment plant. Wouldn't even notice that volume of sewage being pumped in the Niagara River where their intake is. I know there's been a lot of concerns raised by residents, but speaking to the staff at the region, when they talked to the reporter, they told them it's not a concern. It doesn't impact the intake water quality. It doesn't impact what's going on at the water treatment plant. There's no concerns from their point of view with respect to treating the water and the water that's coming out of your tap.
Mr. Dulick, we just attended recently, too. I know that the council was invited to go to the water treatment plant. There were 2 occasions, one just before Christmas and one earlier. I think some members of council did go, where we saw the upgraded improvements to the water treatment facility. How much did the region just spend on water treatment?
Sorry, Your Worship, I'm not familiar with the project. I know they were there for a couple of years, and it was in the millions of dollars in upgrading that plant.
Yeah. And they didn't indicate to us they had an issue, but I'm not trying to trivialize this either, but I know that we are aware that you have had challenges, and we have these discharges. I have to say to you, and I know, Alderman Iannone, you can make some comment, or Councilor, you can make a comment with respect to that. I don't know where you thought the wastewater went. It didn't go in people's basement. I guess you tried to prevent that from going into the basement, so it went into the storm system. And I guess, Mr. Dulick, how every time this occurs, you report this to Alderman Iannone. Councilor Iannone, I think you have a comment to make. You can make that. But I'd like to get this point across to the rest of the council and the public. Mr. Dulick, when there is an occurrence, a high-rate occurrence, and wastewater is discharged into the waterways, what's the requirement by the MOE?
We fill out forms, we submit them to the MOE, where we pump, the duration, the receiving body, what disinfection we use, and it's chlorine. They have to be filed within a certain time limit. As I've said, we've done that since the 80s with them.
Perhaps we can have a report each time to council. Have you ever reported to council on the history of these events?
Your Worship, we haven't. Every time we've done a pumping event, we haven't. As I said, in some of the reports we talked about specifically when they asked about a flooding event, what went on. And we talked about the pumping that we did at the various locations. But it hasn't been a regular reporting to council on every time we initiated pumping to relieve systems.
Thank you very much.
My next question is, do we have an emergency plan? Because it said they quickly learned on the website did not contain the city's emergency plan, nor did it provide any updates. That was important to this. This is Bella. This is the long-term facility with 100 and something residents. You can't, and you have to get them out. They couldn't find that information. Now, I think that information was important, and I think especially to give this to Bella in an update. I think we need to provide them with this information.
Councilor Fisher, let's see if we get that question answered. We have our Deputy Fire Chief.
Your Worship, we do have an emergency plan within the city. We're currently working on revisions to it right now, and the new plan will be posted on the website. Right now it isn't, and special interested parties can approach us for a copy of that plan, and that has happened in the past. It may be a little generic for their specific property. We've been, from the fire department's perspective, we've been out to many of the businesses in Chippewa, and long-term care facilities are no exception. We've been to Bella numerous times, and Willoughby Manor, and other businesses within the community to help them out in times of need when they've had their own specific emergencies. And they're also required to have contingency plans and business continuity plans to be able to deal with their own properties. So long-term care facilities provide additional difficulties in evacuations, as you well know, and so that's usually a last resort, and we try and do everything we can to keep that from having to happen. Where it does have to happen, we have some resources to be able to start that process, and we have evacuation centers located throughout the city that we can take them to.
Thank you. Councilor Fisher, anything else?
No, that'll be fine.
Thank you. We have Councilor Ioannoni, Councilor. Okay, to that point.
Mr. Dulvik, I heard you say when you were pumping in the storm event that you were adding chlorine to that at the same time. Is that accurate?
Yes, to your worship, to the councillor. What's required is we have to provide disinfection, and basically it's the discharge of the pump that runs over chlorine pucks. And this is a requirement of the MOE, but not in all locations. They require it when we pump on Front Street, Cattell and Sarah. However, on Lexington, they've asked us not to add disinfection because of the sensitivity of the receiving stream. They'd rather there not be the chlorine added to it.
Okay, so that's a very important factor as far as I'm concerned.
Okay. I have Councilors Ioannoni, Pietrangelo, Wing, and Diodati.
You've got to be kidding me. Chlorine pucks? We're emptying what is the equivalent of 1.8 million toilet flushes into, i.e. Chippewa Creek, Niagara River, Beaver Dams, Gibson Lake, according to Mr. Robbins when he talked to me. And we're going to worry about chlorine pucks? Your baby can't poop in its diaper and go in a public pool without the public pool be closed down for hours upon hours upon hours. And we're going to tell the public, oh, we run it over chlorinated tablets? Please. I'm humored where we talk about the best way to solve this problem, because I'd say the best way to solve this problem is to not dump human waste into our public waterways. Don't talk to me about you tell the Ministry of Environment. At what point do you tell the residents? Did we tell the residents? Because most people don't go on the MOE website after a storm and look to see if the city pumped human waste into their waterways. I read a comment in here that you knew. It isn't anything the municipality relishes, but we keep on doing it. The MOE knows. Who cares if the MOE knows? We have a moral responsibility to tell the residents. You got people who let their children swim in Chippewa Creek, who boat, who water ski, who swim, who dive in Chippewa Creek, and we're dumping 11 million liters of waste into Chippewa Creek? There isn't an excuse. I'm humored because, Corey did a story about us getting blackberries, and I've been watching the emails come from people out there who are upset that we didn't take this deal from the OHL and go $24 million into debt, and I'm going to tell you something. I take a look at this and say, this is why we're not going any more in debt to build a new arena. We're not going any more in debt to build a new arena because we realize we shouldn't be pumping human waste into people's waterways. So that's what makes me angry. Don't tell me we knew. Obviously we knew. When somebody tells me they're pumping stormwater, I don't think they're pumping raw sewage. So maybe Alderman Diodati's comment, or Councillor Diodati's comment in the paper that it's not what we do know, it's what we didn't ask, is probably the appropriate one here. If this is the best solution we have, it's not our best solution, and we need to find ways to make it better. This is not the way. I don't know anybody else who talked to anybody else, but if somebody dumped human waste in your pool, you're not letting your kids go in it. There's absolutely no issue in that. And I don't care what spin we put on it here, this isn't acceptable for the residents. And I think it's very interesting to find that if our only obligation is the MOE, can there be a council motion here that every time that dumping occurs, and if under an emergency situation you're forced to do it, this council gets informed and the public gets informed? Because if I'm not mistaken, Mr. Robbins explained to me that one of the dates was July 31st, 2004. That's the one that I remember off the top of my head because it's my daughter's birthday. But all I could think of was, so it's 90 degrees out, you're pumping waste into Chippewa Creek, and you've got kids swimming in there? I'm sorry, my skin crawls. I can't even imagine what the people out there are thinking of us.
We can qualify that too if we can, Councilor. I think it's a good motion. Are we pumping into Chippewa Creek?
Through your worship, to the council, one of the outlets is into Chippewa.
Can you explain where it is?
The Front Street issue.
And where's the discharge point?
Into the Chippewa Creek, Welland River, whatever name you want to go by, but it is into there.
Okay, and we're doing it upriver, I believe, as well? The discharge points were out into the paper?
Well, the discharge point is downriver of the intake, because at that point the Chippewa Creek flows inland.
Okay, and I want to qualify that for those people who are watching.
So people don't care, Mr. Mayor. People care that you're dumping human waste.
It's taking place, Alderman. That's what I think we're trying to do here. Nobody approves of this.
Well, in here you say that the MOE says it's acceptable. You say you knew, and I don't remember you ever coming to this council and saying staff spoke to me and they just pumped 11 million liters into a Chippewa Creek.
You're reading that out of context. I knew when I contacted Mr. Dulovic before I spoke to the reporter. That's what I'm telling you. Understand the point? Mr. Dulovic just confirmed that. Before I
so as the mayor, you didn't even know that they were pumping 11. You don't find that problematic?
I didn't know the amounts, but I knew, obviously, when we're pumping from a sanitary sewer to a storm, where does that water go? You have to know that. That's just rational, knowing where the water's going. Where does it go?
You've got 5 of us who spoke to each other who didn't know. You got 5 of us that maybe we're just not rational then?
Well, this council approved $10 million for a high-rate treatment plant that takes effect. It really works as a large sieve. We approve a $10 million expenditure at this council to deal with the solids that are discharged during a high-rate storm. That's what we're building right now.
Mr. Mayor, you're in this paper saying that because the MOE says it's acceptable, what's that we have to...
I'm just telling you what I was told by our Director of Public Works. He's an expert who knows the situation.
Well, I'm going to put a motion on this floor to show you how unacceptable I think it was to everybody on this council who spoke. Any emergency dumping, what's that called? Yeah, dumping into the Chippewa Creek, into Gibson Lake, which is, if I'm not mistaken, isn't that a feeder waterway? Yeah, but that was one of the ones that Mr. Robbins highlighted to me.
It's not anything that we're doing in Gibson Lake. I think you're other areas. Are we getting to Gibson?
Your Worship, I'd love to answer a question here, because it's somehow suggested that council's never made aware of these things, and I beg to differ on it. And I got a report here from September 19th, 2005, MW 2005-112. It had to deal with the flooding that occurred on August 31st, particularly Lexington Court. And it quite categorically, staff stated, pump crews relieved the sanitary sewer in Lexington Court area by pumping excess sanitary sewer flows to the local storm sewer. That was in the report to council. It's here in black and white. And the motion from council was the city arranged for a pump to be kept in place in Lexington Court area until a permanent remedy to the flooding is found.
Who made that motion?
I'm not going to name names here,
Oh,
but
man,
I don't have it
could
here.
have been me, because I was in Lexington Court up to my knees, and all those residents...
But what I'm trying to say is here's a report that specifically said we were pumping sewage into a storm sewer. It was right here. There are other reports that talk about combined sewer overflows into the Niagara River. That was the reasoning for spending over $10 million, $10.5 million on the high-rate treatment facility here downtown. And again, here it is, the construction of the city-owned wet weather, this was back in January 23rd, 2006, a year ago today, of the city-owned wet weather treatment facility, which will treat approximately 40%, approximately 425,000 cubic meters annually of the combined sewer overflow being discharged on an annual basis to the Niagara River. There's numerous reports that talk about 13 combined sewer overflows throughout the city. Again, in 2004, there was another report that went to council that addressed basement flooding situation in September 9th, 2004. Again, we talked about city staff dispatching pumps to Chippewa to relieve surcharge sewers in the Cattell Drive, Sarah Front Street area. And it goes on to talk about protocol, where, because legislation allows for pumping sanitary sewers to storm sewers or ditches, provided that several conditions are met, the MOE. These are reports that went to council. So there's been quite a bit of information to the previous council, the councils over the years, 95, 91, that talks about pumping to the environment, combined sewage overflows that have been going on. So people are maybe shocked by it, but there's been information provided for a number of years to the various councils, and we've developed programs to try to address this problem. Of course, we're not going to fix it overnight. Is it acceptable? It sure isn't acceptable. But it's going to take years, and it's going to take millions of dollars to address the problem.
Mr. Mayor, then I think that myself and the members of council the last term that didn't get it, we owe the residents an apology, because we could have made this motion 2 years ago when the first report that he listed I was on this council came to us. We really have been neglecting our duties and not advising the residents that that's treated.
Appreciate your point, but and I don't think none of this is acceptable. None of this is acceptable to anybody here. But the point is, the alternative is if you let it go, you're going to have basements full of sewage.
So, but the only other alternative is to pump it into waterways. No. So what's not acceptable in your basement is not acceptable in a public waterway, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Dulovic, I understand that point. Mr. Dulovic, could you explain the rationale behind the province's thinking?
Through your worship, it's the lesser of two evils. That's the MOE's position. I mean, that's even the Department of Health are saying, you know what, they don't like either. Don't like it in your basement, don't like you pumping it to the waterways, but if those are your two options right now, you pump it to the waterways to keep it out of people's basements. And that's what we've been doing. Do I like it? No. Have been trying to address it? We sure have. But it's a huge bill, and it's going to come from the ratepayers who pay the water and sewer bills. And you've heard it over the years too. My water and sewer bill is going up too high. What am I paying all this for? You're paying for this work, and it's going to cost money. And if you want a more aggressive program, we're going to have to up those bills. That's the bottom line. It's going to cost money.
Well, I think that this is an appropriate time when we look at our budget to start cutting frills and start addressing the tens of millions of dollars that Mr. Dulovic says we need to put into this. Because this is a huge eye-opener. And I don't think the residents are going to put up with it anymore either, Mr. Mayor. So I know that I have a motion on the floor in regards to any dumping from here on out gets the neighbors get notified immediately, as does council. Do I want it spelled out? Absolutely. This is how much sewage waste that we pumped into the waterways, and I think the residents need to know that too.
Okay, we have a seconder, Councillor Wing, and you'd like to speak to the motion.
Yes, I've been following the stories in the Review on what's going on in Fort Erie with Maze Creek and the dumping there. When I was contacted by the Review reporter, I was absolutely shocked that we were dumping into Chippewa Creek. I had no idea, but now that I think back to the Lexington situation and even the email about Sarah, it did say they were dumping it into the storm sewer, and I guess we just never put two and two together. Where is the storm sewer going to? And now you think about it, yeah, it was there in front of us, we just, the light bulb never went on. Mea culpa. I think what we have to do here, though, in order to move forward is follow the Fort Erie example, They're starting to notify the public immediately. We need to do the same thing. If they've passed a bylaw requiring people to disconnect their weepers from the sanitary sewers, well then so be it. If it's unpopular in certain quarters, too bad. The health of the general public is far more important, and we're going to have to do the same thing there. And whatever kind of money it takes to get this problem solved once and for all, starting with the areas where it happens over and over and over again, then let's move ahead as quickly as we possibly can.
All right, that's good. We have a motion before us. Members of council, any other questions or comments? Having seen none, all those in favor? Motion is carried. Thank you. I have Alderman Peter Angelo, Councilor Peter Angelo.
Thanks, Your Worship. I realize that it's getting late. I guess I just wanted to give my 2 cents. I mean, I was surprised when I talked to Mr. Robbins over the fact that the 4 areas that he was talking about that were pumped out were actually systems that were separated. And I mean, that means that, Your Worship, we all know that they have a stormwater sewer and that they have a sanitary sewer. And when there's a rainstorm, Your Worship, I guess one would envision that the stormwater sewers are the ones that would fill up. But I guess in these cases that the sanitaries are filling up, and obviously that's where the root of the problem lies. So, Your Worship, I guess once we get past the who's and the whys and, you know, how could this ever happen, I think we need to focus, and obviously we have to focus our energies on how we can fix the problem. I'm very comfortable with the fact that I think Mr. Dulovic is going to be bringing us back a full report. I believe that in the report it's already been mentioned that we talked about disconnecting weeping tiles, and that perhaps we should be initiating a program. That'll be a difficult choice for council, Your Worship, and I think that Fort Erie has already started a program whereby they're offering the residents a rebate, and I think right now the rebate amount is $4,500 per household to disconnect any eaves troughs and any weeping tiles. So those are things, Your Worship, that we're going to have to look at and that we're going to have to provide funds for. The other thing, Your Worship, that I hope the report would come back and say is that I hope we can actually get some cameras down there to see if we have any cracks. But when you're talking about 11 million liters, I mean, you're probably not talking cracks, you're probably talking holes. That's what it seems to seem like. So hopefully, Your Worship, that'll all come back in the report, and we'll get I guess an update on the corrective measures that council can go back.
Councillor, I asked the Director of Public Works the other day if he'd come forward with a program to present to us that would give us an indication of the cost involved as we're asking for now. But if you talk about the average household of $3,000 for those that are currently connected, they haven't had an incident in their home, so they're saying, we're not interested. This council has to have the determination to say, you know what, we're going to make you do this, and it's going to be either a cost-sharing basis or whatever the case is. If you think about the results of what's happening, $3,000 is the average cost for each house to disconnect and to install a sump pump. Some people have $2,000 deductibles, and they've been flooded 2 or 3 times. Now, obviously they're in favor, but those people in the upper part of the system that have chosen not to, or will not do it, are opposing it. So I can remember there was an education process back in the 90s where they took the realtors and asked the realtors to explain why it appeared we're going back to sump pumps, which is a rural type of a system. And it wasn't that at all. It was to deal with the perimeter water, and I think our Director of Public Works has made that point very clear. We have to educate the public. We have to come up with a program, and if it's a matter you don't convey, or in every conveyance you have to have this certificate before the conveyance is granted, you can get to that point, or if we offer an incentive where we pay half and they pay half. Right now, we're paying the cost. And I think every time I talk about this to Mr. Dulovic, he sends people around. When I get complaints, I know that everybody that had a discharge into their basement is being visited by city staff, and they're being offered this sump pump. And the cost is, I don't know what the total budget for you're using out of your budget, Mr. Dulovic, is, but you're saying it's roughly $3,000 per house. Can you give us an idea what you spent last year?
Through your worship, I'm not sure. It goes up and down. It depends on basement flooding events. That's when we get people that will take us up on the program. I mean, typically we budget $100,000 a year for it, and then typically that's where we get 20 to 30 homes if we have a basement flooding event. But we won't stop there. I mean, if there's more homes that want it, we will do it. We'll get it from reserves or anything like that. The message I've gotten over the years, if the person's got a problem and they need a sump pump and backwater valve, put it in, and so we do.
Yeah, Your Worship, and just to your comments, I think one of the difficult arguments that I could see homeowners coming forward with is they're going to be telling us, well, that's the condition that the home was in when I purchased it. And I can fully appreciate that they really don't want to put money into a problem that they didn't create. But I guess the bottom line is that council is going to have to decide what action they want to take. So I think that if we started, Your Worship, to disconnect, that everyone that we disconnect would basically eventually help the problem.
Can I say this to you, and it's not acceptable, but we're just spending $20 million plus on a high-rate treatment plant. The high-rate treatment plant works like a giant centrifugal sieve, okay? And it removes the solids in the waste, from the wastewater that goes into the public waterways. So right now we have a program, we're just building this plant as we speak over in Buttry, and it takes high-rate treatment, it takes the combined sewer, but when you've got solids in there, it removes the solids. Is that correct, Mr. Dillwick? I don't want to be too graphic here, but...
Through Your Worship, to make it real simple, it works like a giant toilet.
That's right.
It takes the solids out, the heavy particulate off to the sewage treatment plant.
And for that...
And in effect, it provides primary treatment that you would have at a sewage treatment plant, and that cleaner effluent then is discharged to the Niagara River.
We got a grant from FCM, I believe, which is a national program. We got money from the region, and we're contributing the other portion. So it's $20 million plus. And that's what's acceptable to the province, and I think they're the MOE. It shouldn't be acceptable to us, but that's a reality of what we're dealing with today. So we're removing the solids before, and it's treated to some extent before it goes into the waterways, the public waterways. Not acceptable, but we're spending money to allow that to happen in a high-rate treatment event. So I have Alderman Diodati, or Councilor Diodati.
Thank you, Your Worship. I did and again, not to beat a dead horse, but I did get some pictures. One resident in particular in Chippewa gave me this picture, and I asked what those lumps were, what the solids were, and I guess in the terminology that Mr. Duvik uses, this would be called heavy particulate. And this is in their basement, and it's pretty disgusting. And the question I have, first question is, these people, it's their sixth flood, and they said, now our insurance, that's our issue, our insurance is going to be canceled. What can the city do to help us to get insurance? And I wonder if I can address
We asked that question of the Lexington Court people at the time, and I guess legal counsel gave us their input, but Ms. Kelly, can you address that again? There's any recourse that we have, and I think Mr. Burden may have addressed it as well, but we have no way of, I asked if there was a possible, you recall, Councilor Diodati, we asked if there was a possibility of getting a blanket policy to cover these people, and that was the question at the time. And the answer was? Mr. Burden?
Your Worship, the homeowner can put a claim into the city, and we would in turn send the claim to our adjusters for investigation. Where there is fault for the city, then the adjuster suggests a claim settlement. Where there is no fault by the city, then we would deny the claim.
So an act of God in a high-rate storm is an act of God, right? There's no liability by the city. So that doesn't help the homeowner.
If I could continue, Worship, it seems to me that the obvious, simplest, most effective thing that we can do the soonest is disconnecting the downspouts into the weeping tile and the weeping tile into the storm sewer. And I know Mr. Ulovic said there hasn't been the will to make this happen. Unfortunately, we're in a situation now where we have to do it. We have to make a tough decision. I mean, you have to do this it won't negatively affect the person being disconnected, but it certainly does affect your neighbors downstream, down the street. And my question is, Mr. Dulovic, if we had all of these downspouts disconnected, in your opinion, and the weepers disconnected, would that resolve a lot of the current problem we're dealing with?
Through Your Worship, to the councillor, in those areas, they are, as I said, they are separated. We got storm sewers, we got the sanitary sewers, and you know, we've done flow monitoring in the past, and it clearly shows, and it's going to clearly show in the work we've been doing recently, weepers do contribute quite a bit of water to the sanitary sewer system. They weren't designed for the flows that are coming out of the sanitary sewers, out of the weepers. It will help. What's going to happen eventually, you get enough weepers disconnected, you won't need the backwater valve anymore because you won't have the water getting into the sanitary sewer system. So, but until then, you do need the backwater valve to provide protection to those homeowners. But I mean, that's why now, since 1989, we don't allow weepers to be hooked up anymore to the sanitary sewer system because of the problem. And that's been documented. You know, we've done monitoring in those areas, and you can see during storms, there's simply no response during a storm event because of that. So that's a solution. Preliminary indications are that that's the best way to go. That's our best bang for the buck to address the problems that's out there. But that will be confirmed in a report, as I said, that we're expecting in the next couple of months.
Thank you. So, Your Worship, it seems to me we're going to have to end up coming forward with a bylaw that's going to give the authority to staff to go and make the disconnects. That's what it's going to come down to.
Or we have to place the onus on the owner, and before a conveyance can take place, or just like installing water meters. Something has to be done. Something has to take place so that you would convince the property owner that it's to their advantage, whether they have had water or sewage in their basement or not, that they have to do this.
Well, that's why I'd rather than fix the blame or fix the onus, I'd rather fix the problem and mandate it, and this is what we have to do, and this is the way it's going to be. It's what we have to do for everybody.
Maybe we should ask Mr. Dulbeck, how many houses do you think would be affected by this? Can you guesstimate?
Through your worship, I mean, I'm just going by memory. I think in Chippewa we identified 1,500 homes. You're talking thousands of homes that we would be talking about getting
across the city.
Across the city, because I said. Yeah, we got Chippewa. There's the Lexington Court area. There are other areas that we've done, around the Rolling Acres area. A number of years ago, they had some flooding. We went in there, put in backwater valves and sump pumps. We haven't heard from those people because that's affected. Again, it was only small numbers of people that were chronically getting flooded that participated in the program because they're in the lower part of the system where all the water's rushing down. People up in the upper end saying they're contributing to the problem. I'm not getting flooded. Thanks, but no thanks.
Okay. So, Council, we'll have that presented to us. I appreciate your comment.
And just one other item, Your Worship. Thank you very much. Appreciate that, Mr. Dulovic, and hopefully no one will tell us we're full of heavy particulate. Question is, maybe this council, I've heard in the media, of course, passports are the big issue now, just changing topics. I'm sure we've beat this one, but I understand that we've been lobbying to have the cost reduced on passports. Let's face it, it's going to be a reality now. I mean, you can fight it, but it's a reality. And you can get a Nexus Pass. The problem, Nexus Pass isn't good if you go abroad. Bottom line is, I think we're going to have to encourage everybody to get passports at this point. And seeing as that's the reality that appears to be coming our way, I agree that the price should be lowered. It should be more affordable, especially for families. The other thing that I think, the other issue we need to address as a council is the term, the expiration of a passport. We should have parity with the U.S. Our passports are good for 5 years. They're good for 10 years in the U.S. And I would suggest this council, I would make the motion that we refer this to our MP and to the appropriate federal staff to address this issue. And there's no reason why we can't.
I think we did it last year.
We did it last year. Well, maybe we need to do it again. We need to make it real clear that we need to have give an incentive for people. If they're going to spend their $87 to get their passport, then certainly make it at least good for 10 years. So I would make that.
Moved by Councillor Diodati, seconded by Councillor Wing. Any comments or questions? Having seen none, all those in favor? Motion's carried. Thank you. And Councillor Wing.
There's been some concern expressed lately by members of the Park and the City Committee about the future of that committee. As was alluded to earlier this evening, Victor and I were proactive and met with staff last week regarding this. He and I are both members of the former Environmental Planning and Greening Committee. We're both interested in keeping this going. And I have a motion, though, to put on the floor right now, and it is that staff review and report back on the terms of reference for the Park and the City Committee to ensure that the committee has the proper cohesive focus, and that staff prepare a report on how to ensure that the municipality gives proper attention to environmental issues, including but not limited to conservation and management of environmental resources and the preservation of wildlife habitats. And I will so move.
Okay, seconder?
Second that, and I would just follow that up with a comment only because I did receive a couple emails over the past couple of days about the future of the Park and the City Committee. And, Your Worship, I think a lot of us around the table believe strongly in beautification. So all I can say to the volunteers is that there will be a Park and the City Committee. I think that the terms of reference just want to be identified.
Well, I think we tried to identify that in our strategic planning session last week or 2 weeks ago. But, Ms. Morrissey, do you want to make comment? I know there is no representation, I believe, and I think that's an issue that I was hearing. We have no staff person that can help the Park and the City Committee coordinate at this point. I had some of those people come to me, and I think you may have heard about that comment as well. The aldermen are hearing the same thing. Can you make any comment? Is there going to be a staff person who will be able to assist them, or are they going to be able to function on their own?
Well, we currently have a vacancy on one of our community development coordinators. The position was posted. We will be interviewing this week. So we're looking at the responsibilities of all the positions that hold that title to best distribute the responsibilities of our staff, including assigning someone to represent the committee through the staff support through Park in the City.
Good, thank you. So we can assure the public that that'll be done. Okay. Councilor Ioannoni? Oh, sorry. Okay, there is a motion. Any questions or comments further? All those in favor? Motion's carried. Thank you. Councilor Ioannoni?
Thank you. As we all know, Stanford High School is celebrating its 150th anniversary, and I have a request from one of the students from Stanford High School. What they're doing is a remake of an 1856 and 1904 council meeting. They are looking for members of council. They were councilors. They are looking for actual members of council to participate in the two reenactments to get it as close as possible. Unfortunately for Alderman Wing, Councilor Wing, Fisher, and myself, we cannot participate. They are looking for strictly males because women were not on council in those days. We won't even get into did I hear? We won't even get into that, but they are looking for the male members of council to see whether they could participate in the reenactment. Wardrobe will be provided. It's on Tuesday, February 6th at James Cameron Theatre at the Stanford Collegiate, and food and drinks will be provided, and I'm sure that we can get the review out there to see you in your period costumes. I was wondering, and this student is wondering if the male members of council would be available to do this reenactment.
Yes, it's short notice. I'm not sure if all the members feel here. If I'm available, I'd like to be there.
It is short notice, I know, and he let me know that. He just got permission to do it.
I know there's something else happening that night, but I can't recall. I don't have my schedule, but again, we'll certainly try.
The date is Tuesday, February 6th, and it's from 6 to 10 that evening.
Yeah, maybe we can coordinate that through our office tomorrow. If you'd be kind enough to call my secretary, and then maybe she can contact the members of council.
That's the chili cook-off in the day.
Oh, that's during the day, that's right. That is during the day, Tuesday.
Right.
That's right. Something else after, is there hydro or something, I'm not sure. This is at what time?
Between 6 and 10.
6 and 10? Thank you very much.
Just so that the council members know, from 6 to 7 is rehearsal, from 7 to 10 they're shooting.
Literally. Okay, thank you. The clerk would like to announce the selection of the library board for the years 2006 to 2010.
Herman Dix, Nancy Ike, Dino Fazio, Michael Boris Kloss, Blake McIntyre, Rennie Piscatelli, Guy Prada, and Dr. Ken Smith. Maybe if you can just make a motion to accept those names.
Motion by Councilor Ioannoni, seconded by Councilor Diodati. Any discussion? Having seen none, all those in favor? Motion's carried. Thank you. Can you just leave the ballots as they are? Adjournment, seconded by Councilor Naves. All those in favor? Motion. Thank you.